stars and prodigies battling it out in the ultimate mind sport. We are live from Dubai. This is day 3 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The action is heating up. 6 global teams, they play each other. 4 will be eliminated. It is the race for the 2 teams to get to the grand final. And in the studio with us is James Canty and Jesse. James, I have to ask you, the big race to the grand final, which team has impressed you the most?
That's great. First off, we here in the studio. It's hype. It's Dubai. You guys watching at home, get hype. Of course, it's a lot of great chess here. The team that's impressed me the most is those Knights, right? So, of course, not the Bishops, the Knights, the Ballon Alaska Knights, that is. Very strong. We got Norderbeck, played that game like an absolute beast. They scored 4-4 and then another 4 points with the black pieces, Tanya. Very impressive. Very impressive here. What do you think, Jesse?
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you. But, you know, on the other side, the Kings have also impressed us where he's on full score. I mean, he's also on the team with his teammate, right? Yu Yang Yi. And, I mean, the icon player is Levon Aronian. And how can we go wrong with him?
Absolutely. Big fights everywhere. And, of course, the teams, the races to get to the grand final. We've got 4 big matches coming up today. It is going to be a big day of chess. Take a look at the menu, and I'm going to tell you, you've got to get the seatbelts on because it's going to be a dramatic day of chess, as we will see the SG Alpine Warriors take on the Triveni Continental Kings. We will have the Ballon Alaskan Knights playing the Ganges Grandmasters. The action doesn't stop there, as we will continue with the Chingari Gulf Titans facing the Upgrad Mumba Masters. We will see Triveni Continental Kings, Jesse's pick, against Ballon Alaskan Knights. James' team here.
Let's go, Knights!
Let's take a look at the players who will be fighting it out for these teams. The Triveni Continental Kings. And this is their stack team. They have been super impressive in the event so far. And we see there Levon Aronian leading it from the front. And of course, 2 very strong women boards with former world champion Katerina Lano and of course the very strong Georgian Grandmaster Nana Zagnidze. Let's take a look at the SG Alpine Warrior squad. And we've got the world #1 there, the dominating, the greatest of all time, Magnus Carlsen from board #1. A team with very strong youngsters, Gukesh Arjun Prag, and of course, 8 times US champion Irina Krush and the German champion Elizabeth Paetz. It's a big fight there. We did see Magnus yesterday. He did win against Vishy Anand, but the team failed to win the match. James, what's your take on that?
Yeah, they failed to win the match, obviously, but it's more chess to come, right? You got to just regroup kind of type of thing. And actually, quick about Anand, I was at the gym this morning. I walked out, you know, just feeling the Dubai air. And then I look over to my right, and I saw Anand walking. And I was like, wow, it's like 7 in the morning. This is why he's playing great chess still, because he's still working out. So, I mean, that working out, hey, it's working out for him and his team so far.
Jesse, Vishy working out, getting that fitness in. Magnus looking super fit on the board as well.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, James was mentioning that he was walking out at 7 a.m. I was like, is 7 a.m. the magic to playing good chess? Or so what is this? Because I'm not waking up early, nor am I working out, but okay. Yeah, no, I think there was a tweet actually that Magnus posted. Was it yesterday? Yeah, I'd love to see what that said actually.
It's been fantastic play, and it's clear that to get the best on the chessboard, the players need to get those lifts in the gym as well. Magnus Carlsen has been doing everything right so far. He is one of the greatest players of all times. And we asked our experts, what is it that makes Magnus so strong?
Okay. Magnus Carlsen, wow.
And so, okay.
say that again.
Magnus Carlsen, strength.
Magnus is an absolute beast. He is the most complete chess player out there, I feel.
I think relentlessness.
The strength is obviously he is Magnus Carlsen. He's the highest rated chess player.
I could maybe say he occasionally needs to fight his own boredom.
And I think this time control suits him the best.
Strength is that he's universal.
One of the most imaginative and fearless players in the world right now.
Does he even have any weaknesses?
Wow. Let me think about that.
Yeah, hang on.
Magnus Carlsen's weakness is himself.
Has to be like overconfidence.
lately he is a bit interested into other things like poker.
Hard to name a weakness, really. He can be a bit impulsive.
In chess, it is important to be very focused, and I think that can be Magnus' weakness at this point, that he might be interested into other things like poker.
Magnus Carlsen is the icon for the SG Alpine Warriors. Quite a bit of swag there we see, and James, he's been having such a good time as well off the board. We've seen him vacation, we've seen him playing poker. Do you think that's when the best chess comes out from him?
Yeah, of course, Hikaru Nakamura says it best. It's like he literally doesn't care, right? In a way, of course, when you don't care, you're calm, you feel a lot better, you play a lot better chess. I mean, even Carlos has been doing great with that from not really caring as much, right? So I think Magnus is just having a great time here. And if your weakness, your only weakness is yourself, hey, he's going to have a good time in this tournament too as well.
Absolutely. You do play your best chess when you're having fun, and that's what Magnus Carlsen shows. But this is a team event, Chessie. It's not just the top board, but you need the other players to start scoring as well. And we did see Magnus tweeting about the event. So far, 3 World Championship titles and a Grandmaster title on his visits to Dubai. Time for a Global Chess League title as well. Magnus has a long history with Dubai, Jessie.
Yeah, I mean, in 2021, he won the World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and we saw quite a decisive result there. I mean, I think it even caused Jan to cut his hair halfway through the event and, like, import his second. So that was quite something to watch. I mean, that was one of the best matches, I think, with their longest game, or the longest game in history, in chess. So that was really cool.
Oh, while Jan Nepomniachtchi did cut his hair during the World Championship, Magnus might need a haircut, but right now we will go into the playing arena as the toss is about to happen to decide which team starts with the white pieces. And there we see Grandmaster Luke Van Valley for the Triveni Continental Kings and International Master Vishal Serene, the captain for the SG Alpine Warriors. And we're getting the update that it was in fact the Triveni Continental Kings who won the toss, and once again they start to play with the white pieces. All the players for the Triveni Continental Kings will start with the black pieces. Magnus's SG Alpine Warriors play black. And James, what do you think? Is it because of the scoring system? What's going on here despite black winning, getting 4 points, that we see team after team picking white?
Yeah, it's just generals. You win with white, draw with black at the top level. But okay, right? That's what they usually do. You have to literally play with the white pieces, try to win, get that advantage. You got the first move advantage. But so far, black is scoring a lot. Of course, with the Alaska Knights being with the match points, second place, right behind the Ganges Grandmasters here. They won. They did it with the black pieces. So it's important to understand with black, 4 points every game, it's a lot to push for. I would take black almost every time.
It's a lot, and we've seen huge turnarounds happen because black has managed to score while the Triveni Continental Kings, are they playing with fire? Is it a risky decision to start with white? We will find out as the games are about to begin very soon. Let's take a look at the matchups, and these are our pairings. We are waiting for the players to enter the playing arena. It will be the Clash of the Titans on the top board. The icons, Magnus Carlsen versus Levon Aronian. Jessie, which matchup stands out to you?
Definitely the first board. I cannot wait to see what happens. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Awesome. Yeah, no, actually I was having a great time laughing at James when he was like, but okay. You know? It's the whole like accent thing. No, I think it's definitely the first board. I mean, it's Magnus Carlsen versus Levon Aronian. We can see that, you know, in the past, both players have been very eccentric over the board with their expressions and so I cannot wait to see that. Yeah.
Right, we got Wei Yi and Arjun. That's mine. Are you kidding me? Wei Yi versus Arjun Erigaisi? There's going to be nothing but tactics on that board, Tanya.
It's going to be a fantastic match, and there we see the players in their tunnel getting in, getting through. Levon Aronian, the 2-time World Cup winner, he looks confident there with his team, the Triveni Continental Kings, and that man on the screen, Wei Yi, the youngest player to become a super grandmaster, the only player who has 100% score here, and we see Gukesh walking, leading the team there, and the players getting into the playing arena. It's time to get to business. We will take a short break as the players get ready to make the first moves, and we'll be back with all the action.
Welcome everyone to the 7th match of the Global Chess League 2023 between SG Alpine Warriors and Triveni Continental Kings. With me, I have the 8-time Russian champion and one of the finest grandmasters in the world, Peter Swidler.
Hello, everyone.
Peter, today is going to be an absolutely phenomenal matchup. Magnus Carlsen is on the board once again. And we also have Wei Yi, who's in scintillating form, winning both his games.
So far, the only person on 100%, I believe. And it was notable that Magnus did not actually walk out with his team. He prefers a grand entrance of his own, which is, I guess, something he's entitled to. It was still a bit surprising to see his entire team fronting up without the icon there. But he is very much in place now, getting ready for his first game. He used to bring this huge box of nuts and other assorted sweets and chocolates to the board. I don't think he does that anymore. It would be perhaps a good addition to this design.
Well, it's just 15 minutes plus 10-second game, so I guess he's happy with his water bottle there. But Levon Aronian with the white pieces against Magnus is definitely something that we are going to follow. Do you think that Magnus is still the favorite, or you would say that Levon has equal chances?
I think Magnus with black over the years has been very, very respectful towards Levon. I think he has a lot of, once again, respect for his game. They used to be considered perhaps the frontliners in the race to become the next world champion at some point. And Magnus, I think, won that race quite convincingly, but they definitely were spoken of in more or less the same breath in the early 2010s. So yeah, I don't think Magnus will go crazy trying to win this game, but if an opportunity presents itself, he will go for it.
And we are off. Levon opens with his queen pawn, and Peter, are you surprised with Magnus's choice there? He has moved his pawn on the other side of the knight, which is not very common. Yeah, either he goes for the King's Indian or the Grunfeld. This move here that Magnus has played.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see how this shakes out, because he has played some Grunfeld and some King's Indian in his life, but it's not his main weapon, so to speak. So it's a curious choice, which perhaps signifies his desire to get a more fighting position here compared to the very solid stuff he plays generally.
Well, the thing is that once you bring your pawn, oh my god, he's played this pawn here. Generally, you castle, but now he's put the other bishop on this side as well, and this is very rare.
Yeah, it's been gaining some traction in recent years, I feel, as an option to play for slightly non-standard positions, which allow you to express yourself a bit more than the solid theory that they all know so well. But yeah, it is quite rare. It's called a double fianchetto. This type of a development of bishops towards the corners is called a fianchettoed bishop.
Well, I'm going to really look forward to this game, and Magnus brings in his knight here so that the pieces are traded. But there's one thing that White has, which is a huge center for the time being.
Yeah, for now, White seems very much ahead in terms of central control with 2 pawns in the center, but while Black has none. Both of them are playing very quickly, so I think it's pretty clear that they both have done some thinking about this at home. Magnus, obviously, because I think this has been more his choice than Levon's choice to play this specific position. But Levon is extremely well booked up and is showing it once again. He is unsurprised by this, has something prepared.
When you play a new idea and when your opponent blitzes out his response, it's already somewhere you start feeling like, oh, why did I choose this? Because my opponent's, the main reason I chose this was to surprise him. But he's well prepared.
Yeah, there's definitely some of that. But what Magnus is doing is not incorrect as such. So the fact that he didn't manage to shock his opponent will not really dispirit him unduly. I think he's sort of okay with how this is going. He will probably have to defend a slightly passive, slightly worse position for a while. But it's quite sound and should be fine in the long term.
Yeah, and there you have a battery created here. Maybe he would like to get his bishop there, or Peter, if the pawn moves forward, this bishop's path to get back gets closed.
Yeah, I think your second thought there is very relevant here, because the White's last move just now, moving the queen one square up. Another thing it does, apart from, as you mentioned, creating that battery aimed towards the black king, we're also protecting the pawn on b2, which makes that idea in the center possible, because we are protecting it against that long-range bishop, the dark-squared bishop of Magnus's. But Magnus seems unafraid of the pawn push and just continues developing.
Wow, look at Levon Aronian's time. He is at 15 minutes, 55 seconds. That's 55 seconds more than what he began with. That is something.
It's a statement, yeah. It's he is saying to Magnus, I've been sort of expecting this. Perhaps he even expected this today for some reason. There's definitely, you know, a little bit of mind reading going on when people who have played so much against each other, and these two have hundreds, literal hundreds of games against each other lifetime. You try to guess what your opponent will do, and I'm like famously horrible at it, but some people aren't. And perhaps Levon today achieved, you know, tremendous success in actually guessing this particular line and preparing for it at home.
Brilliant. And you know, Peter, the way in which Triveni Continental Kings have been preparing in this tournament is every day after the games are over, they meet up in the playing hall and are practicing with each other, which is actually quite unique because no other team is doing that.
Are they practicing chess?
Yes.
Because on social occasions like this, I've seen top-level players. Like I remember there was a period when board games became very much the fashion of the day, and you would see tremendously strong tournaments like Category 23 tournaments, perhaps the highest in terms of average rating that there is, and the entire tournament would aggregate after dinner in the lobby and start playing social deduction games like Avalon or Werewolf or something like that.
Well, the Triveni Continental Kings are very focused, and especially Levon wants his team to do well. He was the last-minute replacement because the team's icon player was Ding Liren, and Ding Liren couldn't make it, so Levon came in here, and he is showing that the team spirit is important. They are all together. Peter, should we have an overview of all the 6 boards to get an idea of how this is going? If we can have the overview of 6 boards, that would be amazing.
I think it's about time. Yeah, we've spoken about this game to enough of an extent to take a look at the other 5.
Let's have the overview of 6 boards here on our screen.
And there we have it. Let's try to figure out what's going on. There are some. My mind is immediately drawn to the position on board 3, where Arjun Ergai sees white against Wei Yi, and this is an incredibly sharp gambit variation of the Slav. So this is perhaps the most exciting position I see so far. But for another bit of good news, we are joined by Ketty here in the studio, and when we return from the overview, we will have more people to tell you things.
Right, and so the third board looks at, we have the bars on the left of each board, and the more white is upwards, it means the white player is doing better, which means the SG Alpine Warriors are doing well. And I think that is the third board, and I think, Peter, we should go to the third board between Arjun Erigaisi and Wei Yi.
And another thing I kind of notice is that, at least at this first superficial glance, SG Alpine Warriors are doing extremely well so far.
Yeah, yeah. So let's have a look at this game here. And by the way, we have Ketty here. And Ketty, you were near the playing hall, I believe. Do you have anything for us? Did you observe the players and the mood in the tournament hall?
Dakar, I was near to my makeup artist, to be honest, right before the show. just came in here, but before that, I was actually close to the players' venue, and it is so different. The before the game emotions and during the game emotions is totally different. They're actually switching their moods to the fighting moods, and now we can see totally different people here.
There you have it, Ketty on your screen. She is a WGF from Georgia. Very, very strong. Thank you,
Thank
Katie,
you.
for joining us.
My pleasure.
Is there anything here that strikes you as particularly interesting as we're watching this?
As I think most of the people, I would wonder what's gonna happen on the icons board.
Yeah, the icon board, we just looked at it right now. Levon very well prepared against Magnus Carlsen and blitzed out all his moves. And from the board overview, we realized that the third game right now between Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi is the most exciting one.
That was a bit of a kiss of death, honestly, from me, because the moment I said that Wei Yi decided to trade queens, I still like his position a great deal, but it's not as strikingly exciting as I thought. Yeah, this is the gambit I was speaking of. You will notice that Black already on move 6 here captures a central pawn, which doesn't happen very often. Black is a pawn up by move 6. But in exchange, White gets full control over the dark squares, because White has this very strong dark square bishop, which is unopposed by the opponent's pieces. And this is a very, very famous, very sharp line, which requires a lot of precision from both players. But it has quietened down a little bit, because Arjun offered Wei Yi a return of his extra pawn, which Wei Yi accepted, and the queens are now off.
But look at this move. And while we analyze this move, we have the trivia of the day ready. Let's have that on our screen so that our viewers can guess that the trivia is, in chess, only 2 moves are needed to finish the game in the quickest possible way. This is known as a fool's mate and can only be achieved by whoever is playing black. Wow, this is actually a very, very interesting thing, because generally when grandmasters are playing, they play a game for maybe more than 30 moves, 40 moves, but actually a game can end in as less as 2 moves.
That is possible, although it doesn't happen all that often, you have to say, and particularly in the types of games we're going to be observing over this week. I don't think it's extremely likely to
I
occur.
can recall one top game that happened that Hou Yifan actually played herself G4 and she just checkmated herself.
Oh yes, that was.
Some
I
sort
think
of
she was.
protest.
Yeah, she was protesting in the at the Gibraltar, I think.
That was a famous incident, yeah.
Guys,
but
yeah, sorry,
Go on.
go ahead.
No.
I wanted to suggest a game which is very interesting right now. The woman board Lucknow against Crush is something really interesting, as we just see pawn move forward. I think Black was a bit worried about the kingside attack, and she decided to play this pawn move.
So let's go to board number 4 between Katrina Lagno and Irina Crush. You can see that the rook has swung over here and looks very, very scary for the time being. And again, this match is looking like Triveni Continental Kings are in the driver's seat.
So far, I would say yes. And this is maybe the first match we're watching in the first 3 days where the captain of the side chose White. And the decision, at least after the first 15 minutes, does appear to be vindicated, because White got some very, very promising positions. And this is definitely one of them, because the rook lift that Sagar has pointed out created very much an opportunity for White to launch a direct attack against the Black King. You can also throw the queen to the same line to attack the pawn next to the king. Irina Crush is defending sort of correctly now. Her rook move makes it possible to defend that pawn by playing g7, g6, as Sagar is indicating there by arrows. But White can wait for a while with that plan, prepare it perhaps. You can the one
Maybe
piece.
this
Exactly.
can go here.
Exactly, yeah. That is the one piece that is not really doing its job right now, that knight on the back rank. But the square Sagar is aiming it on the demonstration board is a very, very good square. And if it gets there, the attack on the king side could become very, very strong. So it's a bit of a scary situation there for Irina.
Katie, you have found this game. Amazing game you have found. Tell us your thoughts. Do you think that
I always
Irina...
keep the eyes on my girls, because it's very interesting. They always play very attacking games, sharp games. I see the attack coming here, but also the pawn pushed all the way. Look at these pawns on the light squares. Black can also start some kind of counter-attack, and counter-attack is
You
when
mean
your
this way?
opponent attacks. Yeah, why not? Why not?
Oh.
Rina is in a very good shape. I talked with her. She's so happy to be here. She arrived in Dubai, I think, 5 days before the event, and I know one very interesting thing from her, that she had the team tour to the sea with the boat by the yacht. Only their team went there and they had a really good time.
Wow.
They're spending this time together. They have this team spirit. And you know what? Team managers and the owners also take care of their rest and having a good time, so they can come back on the chessboard well relaxed and in a good shape.
Amazing. And the knight has jumped up, and as Peter mentioned, it's all ready to go here and attack this pawn, which is not defended. It's a weak pawn and can become a big problem for black.
That is one of the problems, and also if you imagine that knight landing on the square that Sagar highlighted, the idea we mentioned earlier of bringing the queen up to attack the pawn on h7 becomes much stronger, because the knight can also take the pawn that black would be defending with. Irina has to play very, very precisely here, or she could get in a lot of trouble very quickly.
Right.
Guys, there is a cool game going on right now. Juniors board. We're gonna just go there right away, and we're gonna jump into the
sixth
best move, sixth board. That's right. Rook to d5. We see the last board down in the corner. We see double exclamation mark. Look at this. He's just giving up his rook for the bishop, and we know that rook is equal to 5 pawns, and bishop is equal only for 3 pawns. So white is on fire.
Wow, Jonas Bier, who many considered to be a slightly weak link on the junior board, because he's the lowest rated player here. He's been performing phenomenally well, actually. He almost beat Sindarov.
Yes.
And yes, he did lose his next game against Nihal, but today he's on fire.
Yeah, this is a very promising position for him.
I'm sorry, guys. I just wanted to mention that he's so new for the chess world that I do the most of the research about him, because like, oh, Jonas, let's check out who is he. But he's very talented, already grandmaster at this age, and look at him just playing such an incredible moves like rook to d5. Peter, tell us a little bit more about this move.
It's a very nice idea here, because the rook was attacked. If we just go back 1 second to see where it came from, because that is kind of relevant. The rook is now attacked by the dark squared Bishop of Prague, and it can go all the way back, of course. But that would preserve some attacking chances for black, because the black bishops are sort of aimed at the white king. And instead, Jonas goes rook d5, the move that he made, blocking the attacking potential of the light squared bishop, also attacking that pawn on the side. And if you take that rook, which you can do, but you will be forced to retreat with the knight. There's only one square on the board for this knight not to lose any material, and it's a very ugly square. And white can even pick up that pawn on the side here and continue attacking. So that's a very, very nicely done maneuver there by Jonas. And I have to say, I'm very impressed by how he's approaching his game today, because he is seriously behind, in terms of purely rating, he is behind Prague. And he's had a bit of a rough stuff in terms of result, maybe not in terms of play, but in terms of results in this league. He didn't win a winning position in round 1, and then he lost a very painful game against Raunak. But it seems to not have dampened his spirit in any way, and he's playing very aggressively today, clearly playing for a win. And it's very nice to see when people don't let perhaps results they didn't want affect their play very much.
Right. And right now, the rook is not moving away from here, but the bishop continuously attacks it. It's kind of a situation where the rook doesn't want to move, the bishop doesn't want to take. It's an interesting position.
It definitely is. And look at this. And the engine really loves his, continues really liking his play. And he makes this really quiet move with the queen, opening up the bishop that was next to it, and which had no prospects until that moment. But now we can develop it, as Sagar is saying, we can also perhaps push the c-pawn 2 squares forward, continuing to support our rook on in the center. And yeah, it does look like he's really uninterested in the idea of moving it away from the square where it can be taken. It's a very unusual setup, but very impressive by Jonas Bjerre.
Not at all materialistic, and Ketty, that's a great position. Once again, Triveni Continental Kings slightly on the front foot here.
It is, guys, and I'm so proud to invite all of you to go to the board 4, because that's the move that we were actually expecting there on the game of Katerina Lachno and Irina Krush. I think it's gonna go in the right direction.
Let's go to board number 4. Here,
yeah, let's take a look. And finally, Prague actually, as we're departing that board, Prague finally took that rook.
Oh no, he took the rook!
Taking the plunge, yeah. Couldn't really tolerate it any longer. We'll return to that at some point. But for now, that suggestion that that Ketty had, that Irina might actually start playing on the same flank that we thought Katerina will be attacking on, that came to pass, yeah. And
let's go! Attack, and it's starting!
I did not think that Irina Krush would go, like, push her pawns forward.
What's her last name, Sagar? What is her last name?
Well, she's all ready to go for a kingside crush here, but Peter, this looks very risky.
It's risky, but I think you can approach it two ways. It's risky, but it also perhaps was required, and it changes the course of the game dramatically, which means that White has to sort of reorient herself on the fly, you know, switching from a reasonably safe position where she was the one preparing an attack on that side of the board to the situation where she might have to face an attack by her opponents. So generally, I quite like this idea. I think it might even be entirely sound in terms of, you know, quote-unquote objective realities of the position, but it also is very good from a practical standpoint, because every time you force your opponent to sort of rethink the plans which seem to be firmly in place, it's generally a good thing.
Right, and guys, the players don't see the engine bars. They don't see, they don't have this much screens as we have here, but we can read their face impressions and look at this, how deep they are in their thoughts. And I think Irina, with black pieces, she is all in. She's thinking how to attack. However, she moves to other side of the board and also takes care of the other side, because in chess, we need to bring all the pieces out to attack the opponent's pieces, and also to make sure that all of our pieces are in our plan.
I actually like this move a great deal, because the one piece that wasn't really doing very much in black's position was that bishop on c8, which is a very typical problem in these types of structures. And this very quiet move that she just made opens the way for that bishop to get to a very, very nice square there, where if Katerina allows it, her central knight will be pinned to the queen, and it's going to actually maybe get quite uncomfortable for White. Something needs to be done about this. It's a very complicated position.
Absolutely, and here Irina Krush is just showing the vibe that SG Alpine Warriors needs. It's like we need to fight back here. Triveni Continental Kings are on the front foot, but they are fighting here, the SG Alpine Warriors. Should we have a look at board number 2?
Sagar, I was just about to suggest that, because we have so similar position to this one.
Really?
If we just switch to that position, board 2.
Gukesh and Yu Yangi, let's have a look at that game, because that one is very, very exciting, between one of the amazing talents in the world of chess, Gukesh, and Yu Yangi, a top Chinese player here. There you have Gukesh, very, very focused, but from the video itself you can see black has a lot of space on the board.
It's all the black spaces around. That's true.
Yeah, you could be excused in thinking that black actually has a material advantage, but it looks like there's just more
he
of them.
borrowed from the from the different board.
Yeah, And also, remarkably, this is move number 19 so far. Not a single piece has been traded.
Wow.
Which is not unheard of, but not something that happens very often. And I really like what Gukesh has done here because White seems to be cramped for space, but potentially, if something gets opened on the king side, the White king could very easily become quite unsafe because Black could launch a direct attack against it.
Peter, Ketty, I have a question for both of you. I feel that the Black king is exposed. You see the space around the Black king? That looks scary. Why would you say that it's the White king under pressure when he has so many pieces around himself?
It's Peter who said that, Peter.
Yeah, okay. I'll try to field that one. Yeah, that's only fair. I think it's to do with the fact that White really does not have any attacking pieces. As you see, White, and finally we see a trade on move 20. The most active White piece is only 3 ranks from the starting position, whereas Black made some inroads, and the Black central knight there in the center of the board is dominating the position a great deal. And you would like to trade it, and White has a bunch of pieces here which could be traded for that knight. But that would open up further lines for attack for Black. It's not a particularly advantageous trade for White, I don't think. Yang is happy about having to do it, but he might eventually have to, because you can't really survive just ignoring this knight forever. Eventually something will have to be done about it.
This is an unwanted guest.
No,
you
no,
want to get rid of
absolutely
it.
not.
Yeah.
Another thing, Shagar, what you mentioned, that there is a lot of space around Black's king, is that when you have a space advantage, when your pieces have more space, you can actually occupy that. For instance, the rook, which is standing next to the king, that can go and move just one move and then slide a little on the open file, and that's how we actually checkmate the opponent's king. And that's why we need the space. White cannot do that. Look at how White's pieces are just so squeezed on the first and the second rank. That's actually another thing.
And I cheated there a little bit by glancing at Sagar's screen just to see why the engine doesn't like the move that was just played by Gukesh. As you can see in the question mark on your screen, Black is still very much ahead here, but there are maybe just better moves than this. And White needs to make a very, very uncomfortable decision here to perhaps maybe even stay in the game. And yeah, you have to, arguably, you have to give up this bishop, and he hasn't played it. But the idea was to give up this bishop just to give yourself a square for the king, and then put the rook on the open file to fight exactly against the plan that Ketty was describing. Because if Black manages to pile some pressure on that open file on the right side of the board, it will spell disaster, absolute disaster for Yang Yi. And instead he makes a kind of a quiet positional move. I understand why. You want to move that knight to the recently opened square that the pawn move that Gukesh just played gave White a square to aim for next to it. But it feels like it just might be too slow. You might actually not be in time to do anything about the attack that is going to come your way in the very immediate future.
Oh
That's
my
right.
God, while we are watching this, we have a result on board number 3. Oh, that's
Yes,
what you were
right.
saying, Ketty. Let's just have a look at what happened on board number 3. There you have, it's a draw.
Somebody finally drew against Wei Yi.
This is good
Yeah.
news. This is good news for
Stop
SG
the
Alpine
guy.
Warriors.
Absolutely, yeah. Somebody finally managed to survive against Wei Yi, which until that moment nobody really made any headway in that respect.
It's like there was a team strategy. The team told Arjun, go and make a draw, and Arjun came here, made a draw, and then 5 boards still in progress.
I'm not sure it went exactly like that, because he went for a very, very fighting line of the Slav, but the end result stays that, yeah, we have a draw on that board. A lot of pieces were traded, and the opposite color bishop ending that you see there on your screen is famously very, very equal.
Yes. By the way, let's just have a look at an overview of all the games we see. By the way, the colors are black is SG Alpine Warriors, white is Triveni Continental Kings. So first board is equal. Second board, SG Alpine in the driver's seat because Gukesh is better. Third board is a draw. Fourth board, you can say that Katrina Lagno is slightly better for Triveni Continental Kings.
Not anymore, apparently.
Maybe equal, maybe equal, maybe equal. And Elizabeth Pates, Nana Zagnidze looks equal. and Jonas Bear slightly better. So right now, things looking, what would you say? Maybe it's SG Alpine better because Gukesh is clearly winning.
Well, clearly winning is strong because it's still a complicated position with 30 pieces on the board, but he is definitely in charge there. And as we're saying that, we see that Yuan Yi finally found that idea of getting rid of his light squared bishop, which normally is a very, very committal decision you don't particularly want to make, but it is just required because you need to be able to fight for the open file on the right side. And perhaps this is breathing new life into his position potentially, but I still like SG Alpine Warriors' overall situation because I think they are the closest to a victory with Black.
Yes.
And that, as we well know in this tournament, is 4 points, and it has to be replied to by winning 2 with White. One victory will not be enough for the Triveni Continental Kings if they do lose a game with White here. And so far, this one looks like maybe the only one where White is in any kind of trouble.
Right. So
Yeah,
great
that's
decision
right.
by you, Yangi. And Ketty, where should we go next?
I would suggest to go to the game to Katarina Lachno and Irina crushes the board for, because no one knows what's going on with this rook. White's rook is doing on the black side of the board.
It's like a roving reporter, yeah. It's reporting on the temperature there up the board. I'm not quite sure what the
getting
plan
hot.
is. Yeah, and yeah, the report is it's getting hotter all the time. I'm not quite sure what the plan is. Perhaps she wants to try to blow up the black structure by moving her own H pawn forward. And I think mainly that rook is there as an annoyance because you kind of have to react to it, and there is no immediately obvious way to drive it away without perhaps conceding something. So an interesting ploy there by Katerina, which I quite like because once again it forces a kind of a rethink from her opponent.
Right. So the rook here, not so well placed. Could become a strength, could become a weakness. We do not know. For the time being, it looks like Irina Krush is doing well. One game which we haven't seen at all is board number 5 between Elizabeth Pates and Nana Zagnidze. Let's have a very quick look on board number 5 between these two players. As we can see there, Elizabeth Pates playing with the black pieces, looking quite confident there. Nana Zagnidze actually beat Polina Shuvalova yesterday, so she is in tremendous form here.
Yeah, and I think she had a very pleasant position right out of the opening, but by now it's still quite nice, and it's perhaps a chance for us to spend 15 seconds explaining one of the concepts you will be seeing quite a bit in these games.
Peter, can we take a look at the time situation here? Maybe time can tell us a little bit more.
Yeah.
White has a little bit then 2 minutes on the clock, and black has 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
That is actually very relevant indeed in terms of what might happen, because I assume my situation is dictating that, but also I think these players are just very, very combative and don't really play for, quiet draws in general. So
even though they're friends, very close friends for
Yeah.
years and years and
yeah,
years.
so I think we're likely to see some kind of an explosion and a change of structure at some point, because currently if White does nothing, it's very difficult for Black to make any progress either. So in that case, having only a minute and a half wouldn't have been such an impediment for White. But if she decides to go for broke at some point, having such a time disadvantage would definitely come into play. But the thing I wanted to mention is, optically, it might look like White has a tremendous advantage because White has what is called a protected passer in the center of the board. That pawn has no pawns in front of it. It's also supported by 2 of its colleagues on the sides. But Black has a fantastic blockading piece in front of it. That knight on e6 is a very, very strong piece, and often it just completely negates the advantage of having such a strong passed pawn. So I think generally Black is probably quite okay. You still pick White a little bit maybe, but not by very much.
Yeah, I think here Elizabeth has her chances if she can maintain her time lead here and also at the right time just break with this pawn. She might get her own two passers, and that might spell a lot of danger for Nana Zagni. It's a very interesting game, this one.
It is very interesting, and you guys, chess is so complicated game for the players that on the second board, the moment we left, it was better position for black. Now tables just turned, and it can be really, really critical for black.
Oh my god, let's go to board number 2 where Gukesh now in trouble, it seems. Look at this, the 6 boards overview here. The bar is no longer better for Gukesh, which means Triveni Continental Kings doing well on board 2. Board number 3 is a draw. Board number 1 is already heading to a draw on the icon board. Board number 4 is also equal. Board number 5 is also equal. Oh my god, what a match this is.
Yeah, that is a tremendous turnaround on board too. When we were talking, our general consensus was, you know, will Yuan Yi find a way to stay alive past move 30? And now he is sort of in charge, because that scenario that we were describing of one of the players assuming control of the one open file on the board, we thought it would be black, but yeah, no such thing. It's very much Yuan Yi who is now playing on that file with the doubled rooks on the H file, and Gukesh has to be very, very careful here.
Gukesh is fleeing with his king. He's like, let me get out of there, I'm scared.
Run away, king, run.
Very
Here's
much.
one thing. We know that it's better for white because we have this engine here, right? But if we take a close look here, all black's pieces are so well developed here. White bishop, dark square bishop on c1, on the starting position. Also knights, just this second knight next to it is not so happy. Do you think, Sagar, that here actually white thinks that he has better position?
I think Gukesh might be still thinking he's fine, he's better, especially with what you said. This bishop has nowhere to go, nor does this knight. So I'm a bit confused as to why the engine is giving this as better for white.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think one plan at least. I don't know if it works move by move, but something I'm very interested in. Perhaps we need to trade that our beautiful knight on f4 for the bishop on e6. And then after that trade happens, I'm very curious about the idea of pushing our c-pawn forward one square to open up that square for the knight.
Peter Swindler here.
I'm not sure if that's actually very good, but I think, like, if you give white 2 moves in a row, which is obviously not going to happen because that's sort of against the rules of chess, but if I had time to play both the pawn forward and then the knight on the freshly opened up square, that would be very, very difficult for black to parry. So black, if white chooses to go that way, black has a move, one move, to do something about that very, very serious threat. Perhaps there are ways of dealing with it, but it's definitely a critical try. So let's see what Yuan Yi comes with.
Yeah.
They both down to less than 3 minutes on the clock as well, so a lot of excitement here.
Ahead of us, indeed. Another game that we were observing earlier. Also open up the H file. Katarina Lachno and Irina Crush on the board 4. We have here, like, the situation changed every second. The last move we see here, this question mark, has been played by white before that move. Actually, white had better position, but after this move, it's black who has better position.
Wow. White's idea is to move the king up and swing the rook over, but it seems like it's too slow right now. That's not the amount of time that white has, and perhaps that's the reason why black is better. Let's go to board number 4, maybe. That's Irina Crush versus Katrina Lagno there. Yeah, there they are. And Irina brings her king up. Wow, this is so exciting. And the king also comes up. Battle for the H file.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's what's happening in this match. H file is the critical one. Guys, should we quickly have a look at the icon board? Because right now Magnus and Levon are fighting each other, and maybe that's heading towards a draw. But if we can have a look at the first board, there you have. They are, I think, repeating, or maybe
Not yet. No, Levon has a bit of a free roll here because the material is equal, but Levon has this outside passer on the A file, and he definitely has some winning chances, but probably not enough to actually convert into a full point, because you cannot queen that pawn, you cannot get it all the way to the square of promotions without including your king, and in order for the king to get over there, you basically have to abandon the pawns you have on the other side of the board, and that gives black enough counterplay normally. that becomes enough of a distraction for White to not actually be able to win the game. And this is what Levon is trying to assess, because he runs no risks. If he just defends the pawn that has just been attacked by Magnus but with his king and goes nowhere, Magnus has no active plans whatsoever. He will just have to wait for the rest of the game. So Levon is trying to assess if he has anything. He also has 8 minutes against a minute for Magnus. So I think it's safe to assume Magnus had to defend probably a quite unpleasant position for most of this game. He normally is almost never, I think, behind on the clock. I don't think I've ever seen him have a minute against 8.
Yeah,
True.
true.
Yeah.
Ketty, do you think that Levon will go here into a race, or will he just repeat and say, okay, let's take a draw?
He has a lot of time. I think he will just wait a little bit because other boards are still in progress. And when the first board is done, you know, then everybody looks at that board. I think he will just try his best because he's like, I mean, if I'm now playing against Magnus Carlsen and have this kind of beautiful position, I will stay there 1 hour, enjoying the moment. Why not? He's not in rush. Magnus has 1 minute. I don't see this is something serious, to be honest, when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen. But he will wait a little bit.
Yeah, and we can see the engine also doesn't really believe this is anything at all. And interestingly, you just noticed Magnus looking back, and he's looking at that large screen where...
Oh, he offered a draw.
I think he offered... That looked like a draw for
Who
him.
offered a draw?
He
Magnus?
no, Levon.
Levon.
I mean, Magnus would not be thinking, right?
Yeah, I think Magnus would already have accepted if there wasn't actually enough a draw for him, because yeah, Black has no winning chances.
There was no draw for then.
Yeah, because Magnus knows enough about Levon not to pretend to play for a win in a position like this. It's just not happening. And I guess maybe what Levon is trying to do here is perhaps actually, if the same mechanism repeats here, if Magnus gives a check from in front, not from the side but from in front, you can maybe actually give it up. Yeah, we'll see if he goes king.
Here?
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Do you think it's
we
gonna
have a
happen,
result,
Peter?
by the way.
In the meantime, yeah, Nana Zagnidze and Elizabeth Pates made a draw on board 5. So the score is now 2-2. Still no decisive games, I think, in the match. But the rest of the boards look a lot more exciting.
So board number 1 going to end in a draw. Oh, he's gone with the king. Let's go to board number 1.
Yeah, we have to watch
he's
this.
risking.
Wow, that's a race now. Can
Wow. Wait, is he really going to try to win this one?
Yes, clearly, yeah. He established that he doesn't really risk enough and has enough of a winning chance here to try. And if Black takes this pawn, I think his plan is, and why he made that weird small rook move, if Black takes the pawn now, I think he wants to put his rook on the same rank.
Oh, Peter, that's a beautiful move, because then you swing your rook behind the pawn.
At least you try to. Black will give a check.
Oh, check.
We probably run forward with the king. Black will put the rook behind the pawn, and we can put the king 1 square further.
Oh my
And now
God.
we are threatening once again to make that move. And yeah, we are progressing towards this position. Levon has already played the rook back.
Wow, is
We're gonna
Levon
see
Aronian?
this. We're
Is
gonna see
Levon
this.
Aronian going to beat Magnus in the phase of the game where he is the best in the world? That's the end game.
Yeah, true.
Wow, this rook coming here, the pawn pushing forward. Is this lost?
Magnus Carlsen brings the king into the game.
No, he will have to give up the rook for the pawn.
But get another pawn.
Yeah, but he generally should have enough time to hang on. What is he doing here?
He's giving a
that's
check.
the same. Yeah, that's the
and
same.
he wants to go back and stop this pawn and then use his king with these 3 pawns here and try to push them down the board.
Yeah, that's actually very clever, and it would have taken me some time to figure this out, and Magnus plays this move instantly, because he could have already gone back.
Yeah.
But instead of this check, he already had the chance to go back, but that would give White a lot more time to hunt down the rook. So what he is trying to do first is to drive the king further away from the corner, and only then he will put his rook in the corner, which will win him some time to generate counterplay on the other side of the board. This is very clever.
What a smart decision, and he took less than like 3-4 seconds.
True.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen showing his class there, and maybe this...
No emotions though, like he doesn't really. He knows that it's a draw. He's very confident. He calculates all these moves.
Oh, he
How
brings his king
important
here.
it is to keep your poker face during the game, even if you think that
Very,
you're losing.
Very
In chess
important.
world.
And I think Magnus keeps his poker face most of the times, you know. You can never guess whether he's winning or losing, but sometimes he does get irritated. Not here though, he's defending admirably. Check here, king moves into the side. So now there are no checks. I think the rook has to go back.
It has to go back, yeah. It has to go back, and then white will attack it with the pawn. You have to put it... it doesn't actually have to go in the corner. You can definitely put it... I would maybe choose the square e8. Although maybe it's better to put it in the corner first. But it all comes down to very similar things. Now we take the pawn. The king attacks our rook. We put it on once again. We can take. We can also wait for one move. I don't know which stronger. But these generally are drawn.
This can go either way, right? It can also be that some point black can win this.
White generally has enough leeway while you're pushing your passer. Like if white just wants a draw, you can pick up the other weaknesses while your front runner, black has 3 pawns, but he will only really be pushing one. And while you're pushing that one, white generally either has time to give a lot of checks or pick up the other 2. So I don't think Levon is running any risk.
But look at the time, 35 seconds, time is ticking.
Let's stick with this game to the very end. And Levon, although he has 8 minutes, he's not thinking at all. He's like, let's go, let's put pressure on Magnus as much as we can.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing, of course, yeah.
He's put his rook here, and now I think Levon will make a queen.
Yeah, and the reason you choose this particular square is that if white chooses here to go rook c4 and then rook c8, trying to actually not win the rook, but promote the pawn to the queen and not trade it for anything, you need to have a check to the white king.
And win this pawn this way.
Yeah,
okay.
So this is why this square was chosen, to be able to give that check.
Very important. Oh, he plays his rook here. He wants to get his rook inside and then pawn push forward. The pawn is moving up and rook c8. There's a check. Will this be a draw? Or... No. I think Levon will go on.
It's now that the black pawn is as far progressed, I think he's just going to repeat now. Yeah, I think this is a draw now.
Oh, he doesn't risk
It's going to be another third draw already in this match. Handshake just happened.
That was a very instructive.
Wow.
He's like, I just didn't realize something he's telling Magnus.
Drop the microphone, guys, there. We want to hear what they're talking about.
And as mentioned, there's a lot of camaraderie and mutual respect between these two. They've been playing against each other for ages and ages, and they like each other, so...
Magnus not too pleased with this game, but he defended very well. He was never losing, and I think that's a good solid draw for SG Alpine Warriors. What's left now? Can we have the 6-board screen? We are at 3-3 right now. If we can have the 6 boards on our screen.
Not anymore, because Yuangi actually has beaten Gukesh.
Yuangi has beaten Gukesh, and there we have Pragnananda better against Bear, which means that is one, and Crush Lagno is still equal. So this can go anyway, because if Lagno beats Crush, then the Triveni Continental Kings win. But if Lagno manages to hold, so that's the main game, right? Should we quickly go to Bear Pragnananda first?
No, I think board 4 is more important.
Board 4, oh, there's a blunder. Let's go to board 4, Crush Lagno.
Yeah, because Prague is now completely winning. Prague will not let this go. So we can sort of put this in the book. That Prague wins against Jonas, and the score because of that is 7-6 in favor of SG Alpine Warriors. And absolutely everything hinges on the game that we are watching. Yeah.
But Irina Crush is winning, which means that would be another 4 points, and that means SG Alpine Warriors would come out on the top. What happened? It was equal, and suddenly a blunder happened.
Well, they're playing on very, very low time. They're more or less playing on increment now, which is extremely...
Magnus Carlsen just glancing the game of the teammates. That's so nice to see the whole picture now, what's happening.
Yeah.
So as Peter rightly pointed out, the score is 7-6. Pragnananda just won his game. Everything hinges on this game now. If Lagno beats Crush, then it's Triveni Continental Kings who win. If Crush beats or holds this game, then it is SG Alpine Warriors who come out on top. Let's see what happens here. For the time being, it's Irina Crush who's winning this game.
Yeah, she's in charge on the board, but they're playing, as I mentioned, they both have very, very little time left. And Irina, of course, does not know that she only needs a draw here because there's absolutely no time for her to look up and, you know, count the points on the demonstration board.
True.
So she has to
Yeah, it's
play.
true.
She has to play as if other boards just
Oh,
don't
whoa,
exist.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Oh, she
whoa.
just banged the
1
clock there.
second.
1
On
second.
1 second. Because she has 11 seconds now.
And
It
now-
means that she pressed on 1 second.
Right. This is not going one way. You know, this is there's still a lot of action left.
Yeah, I suspect White has very close to a draw now, but this will work for SG Alpine Warriors because the draw is
Draw is enough,
okay.
but
Draw
Irina
is
doesn't
enough.
know
Yeah,
that
yeah.
yet.
Yeah.
But I think right now she made a smart call to at least exchange a rook.
Mm-hmm.
So then that way she doesn't get checkmated.
Absolutely, yeah. She did make a mistake in what was at that point the winning position,
Oh,
but
that-
she is still holding it together, and I think
They're
yeah.
repeated.
Drew! Oh,
That's
she
a
needed,
draw.
but she needed to see the scorecard. She should not have taken the
Look,
draw
look
there.
at this. Now they're watching at the boards. They're calculating. I think Irina will just realize that the team won.
No, I think she had 40 seconds there. Katrina, she should have seen the screen.
I
And-
don't,
don't know, it's so
on
difficult.
some level, yes, but on the other, I think if she doesn't take the draw, she probably loses.
Yes.
Yeah.
The position, we can't completely remove the evaluation of the position from the equation. Her,
True,
her
true.
position is not good. So I don't think she will be too harshly criticized by her teammates because, yes, this draw ends the match decisively in SG Alpine Warriors' favor, but the position just did not really allow her to play for a win.
Right, so that means the match has ended in the favor of SG Alpine Warriors with a score of 8-7. Once again, the win with the black pieces becoming the crucial factor with Pragnananda beating Jonas Beer.
And I wonder why still teams are choosing white pieces.
Yeah. Good question
Wow.
there.
It's a mystery.
It's a mystery. We
It's a
don't know
mystery.
yet.
So that means we have had a decisive game, 2 wins for SG Alpine Warriors. Let's go to a break now.
was the prodigy board that got the SG Alpine Warriors the big win by Pragrananda with the black pieces. Before the icons, it was a big fight, and joining us in the studio is the man himself, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, welcome.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here with us. Your game with Lev today, it was a fantastic fight. And Magnus, to us, it looked like a confident hold, but were you sure of it all along?
No, I think it was not a great game for me. I think I was fine from the opening, and then I just missed his idea of going closing the position with d5 completely, and I think after that he had a pretty significant advantage. Definitely a lot of pressure there, and I really didn't have a lot of active play, so I just had to defend. And then he made this one blunder at 5. He just missed Queen d7, where I solve all my problems. So after that, I had a choice of going into this rook ending, which should be an easy draw, or maybe something more active there. Maybe I could have tried to play for a win there as well, but it seemed double-edged at best. And after looking around a bit at the other boards, I thought we're actually doing really well, so let me try and be solid and just secure the draw. And then I made a couple of mistakes, and it wasn't so easy. So no, I wouldn't say it was confident at any point, but I'm very happy that it got the job done, since my team did really well.
And as you said that you were looking around and that made you feel that you could go for the draw. Let's take a look at the results that the Alpine Warriors had across all the top 6 boards. And Magnus, I have to ask you that while the games are on, do you pay a lot of attention to what's going on the other boards?
Yeah, especially if I have decisions whether to play safe or less safe, then I think you got to look at the other boards and see what's happening here. Especially since wins with black are so valuable, I think that changes the equation a little bit.
What do you think about that?
At times, no, I think it's really good. As you see now, it just means that when it comes down to it, one of the teams has to try and win. Nobody can be satisfied with the draw, unless in the unlikely result that all the games so far have been drawn. So I think it's good.
It's so much fun to watch with this change. But what's the reason that the teams that are winning the toss are actually choosing the white color?
I think that even with the scoring system, even though black essentially has draw odds, I think having white is a slight advantage still. I think that's why the teams want to rack up the whites early. But I think people are still trying to find the optimal strategy here, and we're seeing some interesting decisions, let's say, on that you don't always see in team chess.
Absolutely. And speaking of team chess, you and Lev have played against each other so many times. How's it different to play in this particular format, in this global team?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I mean, I guess we played against each other a couple of times in the Olympiad, but to some extent, the stakes have been lower then, since his teams, well, it used to be Armenia when we played against each other, and of course now the United States. His teams have generally done really well, and Norway hasn't. So in that sense, it's a bit different now, since we're more on equal terms, and it's it has more to say for the final standings.
And Magnus, you're such an inspiration for so many players in the team. We see here the very last position, the repetition, and the game ended in a draw. Handshakes. Prague took the win. They look up to you. They're inspired by you. Do you guys spend a lot of time together coming up with ideas, team strategy?
We spoke a bit before the first round about whether we choose white or black, and then also at dinner yesterday about strategies coming up. So I'm also really happy to play in a team with so many talented youngsters, and to see how their minds work.
And is it fair to say that you enjoy playing in Dubai?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, but generally I do.
Awesome. Magnus, we've got another match coming up, and before we let you go, we'd love to get your thoughts on this one. Let's bring up the next fight that will be starting soon, and you don't want to miss this one, as the Balan Alaskan Knights, headed by Yana Pomnishi, takes on the Ganges Grandmaster, which will have the icon Vishy Anand on the top board. Magnus, is there a favorite here?
It's very hard to say. Obviously, we played them both yesterday, and we beat the Alaskan Knights and lost to the Ganges Grandmasters. I do think we were really lucky to win the first match, and perhaps a bit unfortunate to lose the second. So, I would say they're fairly even, maybe a slight edge to the Alaskan Knights.
All right. Magnus Carlsen saying it might be the Alaskan Knights, but of course it's a tough one to call. Let's take a look at the toss and who will be starting with the white pieces. And Magnus, that's your dad there.
Yeah, I have no explanation for that, but the toss seemed okay.
We see Henrik Carlsen there next to Bharat Singh Chauhan, and we're getting the update that the Ganges Grandmaster did win the toss. They choose the white pieces. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think that's what people are going for, and despite the fact that Black has done well so far, people are not changing their strategy. So that's interesting for sure.
You surprised to see Henrik?
Yes, very surprised.
All right, thank you so much, Magnus. Let's quickly take a look at the matchups that are coming up, and this is our order of play for the big fight between the Balan Alaskan Knights and the Ganges Grandmaster. On the icon board, we've got Yana Pomnishi taking on Vishy Anand. The youngest ever World Rapid Champion, Nadiabek Abdusatro, will play against Rihad Rapo. Magnus, one matchup that stands out to you. Which board will be decisive here?
I mean, all the matchups are pretty awesome. Like we have an all Chinese matchup, an all Georgian. I find especially Nordrbek against Rapport to be very interesting. But I'll be following all of them with interest, of course.
All right, well, enjoy that, and congratulations once more. We got a big matchup coming up. We will be back on the other side of the break, and we'll get straight to business.
Welcome everyone to the eighth round of the Global Chess League. With me is my very good friend James Canty. James, it's Balan Alaskan Knights versus Ganges Grandmasters.
Woo! We got Knights versus Grandmasters. How does that even work, in fact? But that's going to be very fun to see this matchup. We got the big man himself and nobody else, Vishwanathan Anand versus Jan Nepomniachtchi Cigar. I'm ready to go, bro.
Wow, that is going to be an epic encounter. But also, Richard Rapport against Northernbeck. Yesterday, Richard did beat Gukesh.
Yeah,
Will
he
he slay another young talent today?
You know what? He's absolutely capable of doing that, especially with the black pieces too as well. We don't know what he's going to play. King's Indian. It could also be, you know, so he likes Benoni type structures, which is pretty sorrow or pretty sad because that's what it means. Son of sorrow, of course, right? Pretty funny to see. Richard Rapport versus Norderbeck. Norderbeck actually took down Grishik yesterday, which was crazy, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And then we have also Dominguez there, the experienced guy taking on another experienced guy, Timur Rajabov. What a match that's going to be because Rajabov is in good form here. He beat Arjun Erigaisi as well.
Yeah, he's in great form. In fact, I mean, he didn't go down against Vida yesterday, which he should have went down, and he did not. So he's actually in great form, got the white pieces today. He's looking to use the best of that. But Lanier is actually so strong. You can't just beat this guy. He's been around a long time playing this. With the black pieces, doesn't matter what he does. He's very, very strong, so that's going to be something for him.
And James, there are two boards here on the women board where Tan Zongi is facing her compatriot and Nino is facing her compatriot Bella Khotenashvili. So it's like Chinese versus Chinese and Georgian versus Georgian.
Oh man, you know what? That's gonna be that's interesting because like yeah, we're friends now or after this, but right now, yeah, I don't see you. I only see the board, and we're gonna play what's in front of us. You play the board and not the person, because yeah, the emotions definitely could get in their head there. Oh, my friend, nope, not today. I'm not your friend today.
Absolutely. And Raunak Sadhwani versus Andrei Asipenko, also a very, very close battle. Although I would give a small edge there to Andrei Asipenko. And by the way, the Ganges Grandmasters have the white pieces today. So that's going to be a very, very small edge for them. You see there, a lot of people have come into the crowd, James.
Yeah, lots of fans there. Of course, they're talking, having a good time. It's good to see, play some games, right, and just be in the atmosphere there. Look at the lighting and the production. It's just like so big. It's amazing. Loving it so far, Cigar.
Right, and this was the previous matchup. What a close victory for SG Alpine Warriors. Then Pragnananda striking from the front, scoring 4 points for his team, and that was a very important win for them.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, you need that win. You need those points, right? Look at that. That's very nice with Prag. That win there was much needed with that 4 points there. But at the end of the day, we got more chess coming up. Cigar, are you ready?
Yes, absolutely. And with more chess. But first, let's take a short break and see you all on the other side. welcome back everyone to the big matchup. Ganges Grandmasters take on the Balan Alaskan Knights, and as you see there, Vishy Anand taking his chair, and with me, James Canty and Jesse February here. James, Nepo versus Vishy. Who's your favorite in this matchup?
Well, I gotta go with my guy Vishy here. I mean, I do like Jan. I do like Jan a lot, of course. I mean, if it just wasn't Vishy, I might have chosen Jan. It depends on who he's playing. But I definitely saw Vishy this morning working out. He was walking around after I was leaving the gym here. So Vishy is already ready to go. So Jan, if he didn't work out today, well, Vishy has that edge already.
Yeah, that's true. Although Jan has the tattoos on his hands.
That's right.
Yeah, Jesse, what do you feel is going to happen here? Vishy, 1 win, 1 loss in this tournament until now.
Yeah, it's like my first time using a mic like this. It feels like I'm holding up a moustache right here. No, I love this matchup. I'm especially really fond of the new tattoo that Jan is sporting. I think it's actually a phoenix rising from the ashes, which he got shortly after the World Championship match versus Ding Liren, which is sort of like a nice little sign, you know, I'm not going to let that get to me. I'm going to come back. So, yeah, we're seeing some really, really strong chess, and I'm excited to see this matchup versus Vishy.
Right, and there we have the second board, Richard Rapport against Nodirbek Abdusattarov. Very, very important matchup there as well, and Richard has been in great form, beating Gukesh, I think, and Dominguez versus Rajapov. What's your take here, James?
You know what? I actually take Rajapov there, slightly with the black pieces too as well. He's a very aggressive player. He just, I mean, if you saw the game where he beat Gukesh there, he played like ridiculous stuff. He just sacking pieces, and then he sacked another piece with the game with the vid. I mean, playing with the black pieces here is really his thing. He actually does the King's Indian too as well quite well. So yeah, Rajapov is a very spicy player, a dark horse.
So it means Dominguez's solidity and Rajapov's fieriness, but look at this matchup.
Wow.
Ho Yifan versus Tan Zhongyi. Wow, 2 Chinese players and 2 top Chinese women here facing each other.
Did they ever play alongside each other, like in the Team Olympiad team? I'm not too sure.
I guess they would have, but look at what Tan Zhongyi has on her hair. There's some feather there, right?
You know, that's like Chun-Li. It looks like, you know, the Chun-Li hairstyle there that you see from, I think that was like Street Fighter, stuff like that. So it looks like she's ready to go and kick with sharp kicks here.
I was going to ask if that's like a Quentin Tarantino reference or something.
Yeah, it's from a video game here that she's ready to go, in fact. But it doesn't matter how you kick or kick at Ho Yifan, she's going to be ready to dodge and weave and kick back, in fact, because she's very, very strong here.
And Georgia is known for its women players, and this one is Bella versus Nino. Let's ask our master Peter here what he thinks about this matchup and overall the entire match.
I'm very excited about this, and this promises to be yet another fantastic matchup. Before the game started, it's very difficult to say anything that you haven't said before. Ho Yifan so far has been in a tremendous form, so that board looks like a very interesting one, with her returning after a prolonged absence against arguably China's hottest current player. So that is an interesting dynamic to be watching for the rest of the round. But for now, not much expert opinion is available while they're still waiting to make the first move. So we'll wait until the games start.
Right, and what is just left is the last and the final Prodigy board, where I would say a small edge to the Ganges Grandmasters in Andrei Sipenko, because he's the highest rated player out there in the juniors, and facing him is Raunak Sadhwani. Jesse, your thoughts?
Yeah, I believe my first sort of introduction to, Raunak's career is recently his match in the Speed Chess Championship versus Gukesh, and I think they played in the final, and you could see that, he's definitely one to watch, especially regarding, the youth players. He's fast on the board, so I'm excited to see what happens between Yasipenko and Sadhwani. What do you think?
Right, well, James, Ganges Grandmasters and Balan Alaskan Knights, we had Magnus Carlsen in the studio who said maybe small favorite are the Knights there. Agree with him?
Yeah, I am a fan of those Knights. Those Knights where they showed me, in fact, well, I mean, of course, if you look at the standings right now, the Ganges Grandmasters were actually well, actually, that was before the last round, but Ganges Grandmasters were in first with the most match points, I think, 6 points there. And then right after that was the Knights. Now, of course, they did have a good night yesterday, of course, when they were crushing it with that 3 games winning with the black pieces is insane today. And it looks like they have black again. So if they're able to do what they did yesterday, it's going to be an uphill battle here for the Ganges Grandmasters. But anything can happen. And we got games.
Oh, there we go. The kickoff. And Vishy opens with the king pawn. And a very solid choice by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Oh, he goes for the Petrov.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what's funny? He always plays this. He doesn't play anything else. We always see this game, this opening from Jan.
And Jan has prepared it so well that, you know, it's so difficult to beat him in this opening.
That is true.
Even Magnus couldn't do it.
Yeah, in fact, yeah, he does. It's very solid, very, very solid here. Not a fan of it from the black pieces myself, but it's working for Jan. If it's not don't broke, don't fix it.
That's true. And I mean, Vishy has been playing from the white side of this opening since over 3 decades now. You know, he knows all the ins and outs of it. But if it's so well prepared by Jan, how do you break it? And I think that's the most interesting thing today. Does Vishy have something up his sleeve?
That's a good question here. As he's thinking here, he's trying to figure out what to do. So he probably has nothing for it. And even though he knew he was going to go down this line as well. So I'm very curious to see what he comes up with here. Maybe he's going through the Anon files, right? And trying to figure out what can I come out with. C4 is obviously a move, trying to attack the center, right? We have this move. You also have knight to b to d2. You can just play rook e1. There's lots of moves here, but I think he's probably just going to go with the c4 move here.
Absolutely, that looks very likely. And for the time being, it seems like Vishy is trying to remember his preparation. Jesse, do you think he's out of his prep? Or do you think that he is actually remembering? I mean, he cannot be out of his prep. Come on, it's just 5 moves.
It's a 15
Yeah, I
Seven
mean,
moves.
definitely at this level, I would be surprised if they were out of prep. I mean, Jan is definitely still in his preparation. And as someone who isn't as well versed in theory, I think my normal plan would just be to try to develop my pieces, get my king safe, which white and black have already done. And we see an exchange in the center there. I think they both definitely know what they're still doing. And I'm curious to see now with the isolated pawns in the center how they handle something like this. Yeah.
Absolutely. While we look at this game, we also have a trivia upcoming. Let's have that on our screen. And it says from the starting position, there are 8 different ways to mate in 2 moves and 365 different ways to mate in 3 moves. Wow, that shows how complicated chess is.
That's actually interesting. Yeah, it's very nice. There are 8 different ways to mate 2 moves, guys. Wow, I actually never counted that. Like, oh, it's 8 ways to do it. Like, who knows that? In fact, that's a pretty cool fact.
Yeah, I guess it's about
Right,
you push
maybe?
upon 1 square or 2 squares. And then, oh, okay.
That already counts as 2 moves, yeah.
All right, that's right.
Let's not go there. I think we'll spend the rest of our time figuring that out. But Vishy has put his rook on the open file. And I think this is something that our expert would be very, very good at. I think he would know what's happening here. Should we get Master Swidler here and get his thoughts on this opening?
Master Swidler.
Master Swidler.
Very nice question, or James III of his name. This is a position I think I first played 28 years ago with the white pieces, but
Wow.
theory has developed a little bit since then, and I'm pretty sure both of them know it quite well. I think as things stand right now, it's not supposed to give white very much. There are still some tries available for Anand to perhaps achieve a little bit out of the opening, but against a well-prepared opponent, and this is Jan actually revisiting his preparation for the match he played here in Dubai, because that is when he picked up the Petrov as a main weapon for black, when he was preparing for Magnus Carlsen for their match against in Dubai in 2021. So this is a kind of a very familiar setting for Jan, playing the Petrov in Dubai. He should know what he's doing here, and if he does, and yeah, I think this is currently the thinking, this particular move, because the knight could have gone, it definitely goes forward, but it could go that side or the opposite side, and I think this is how they are playing this position these days. I had this discussion with a different player in this tournament, Alexander Grishuk, somewhat recently, and the consensus was this is not very much. But we'll see if Vishy has a quirk somewhere and actually gets somewhere.
Right. Very, very great insights from Peter Swidler there. Has played this opening 28 years ago. James, how old are you?
You know, I'm 30, in fact. So, yeah.
So you were 2 years old?
Yeah, I was 2 years old.
And Jesse wasn't even born.
Yeah, I'm only 26, so I was -2.
Yeah, in fact, so, yeah.
Well, that's the commentary panel we have here, like, varied in terms of age groups and also nationalities, and it's amazing. Guys, Vishy has gone and just pinned the knight.
Pinning the knight. Wow, this is a pin. So if I move this knight, what happens here, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a mistake there. We don't want to give up a bishop, which is worth 3 points, for a queen, which is worth 9. I mean, that's the most powerful piece on the board. We don't want to give that up.
We don't want to do that. That rook is attacked now.
Now the rook is under attack. Where do you put that rook? Because it's so well situated. Do you take...
Oh, he took there first. And now, can we pick up the pawn?
Definitely can't. He's going to take one of them.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's going to
Can we show everyone? I think this is a really good tactic. It's only because I didn't catch it immediately. But way before that, what happens if rook takes on d5 instead of bishop takes f6?
Oh, just rook d5?
Sorry, yeah, taking the pawn, which is on that square over there.
Well, we have this move, bishop h2, and what do? Well, you're actually going to lose in exchange. That's a check there. Yep, you're going to have to take with the knight or the king. If you take with the knight, that's not going to be a good knight, right? It's going to be good for the blasting knights there. Oh, okay, right, king takes h2 and queen d5, and we live. Oh, my goodness.
And the rook falls.
Yikes.
Seems.
Very nice, Jesse, very nice.
So that's why Vishy took queen takes, and then he took the pawn.
Okay, so he took that pawn, attacking the bishop.
Ooh, and he took here, and now I think Vishy took back with the queen. The pieces were traded, and then the rook came here. Well, it's an extra pawn for white, but those are doubled pawns, and we also have opposite colored bishops. Nepo has close to 16 minutes on the clock. I guess it's safe to say that Jan will hold this. What do you think, guys?
I was going to ask Sagar, like, which position do you prefer? Would you want to play with white pieces here or with black pieces?
I would love to play with white because I have an extra pawn here. But at the same time, if my opponent is blitzing out like what Jan is doing, I'm very scared because he's already prepared and he knows everything.
Yeah, of course. I mean, okay. Yeah, it could also be a bluff as well. You're down a whole pawn. You're playing the 15th world champion, Vishwanathan Anand here. What are you doing, right? Now, of course, yeah, he likes to play this. This is his opening, and he's playing it very well. He's playing very quickly. Jan is actually known for playing very quickly anyway, so he's just in his natural element here. Definitely taking white, though. I have the extra pawn. We're going to try to convert it and milk the clock as much as we can this whole game, or all day long, right? I have so many moves I can make for white. For instance, moving the rook over to b1 to attack the b7 pawn. It's good to just make moves that attack things and etc.
Right. Well, this game might be heading towards a draw.
Yep. Could also do something like bishop to e4. Maybe try to improve the position. That's what it's about. Improving means usually moving a piece or a pawn to a better square than what it was on before. So this rook, you can improve it by moving it to b1. King, you can improve it by king to g2. f4 maybe could be an improving move as well. Maybe try to walk the king up to the center of the board at some point after maybe even trading the rooks. Opposite color bishops make it draw-like kind of. There it is. Bishop e4.
I mean, already we're in an endgame and the queen's off the board, and it's just a matter of trying to either exchange and keep that equality. I'm not too sure if there is like 3 results possible here. White could win with that extra pawn. Black could win maybe. What do you think?
I don't think black is going to win this with 1 pawn deficit, but you know what's modern chess all about is what Jan is showing right now.
Yeah.
You are pawn down, you prepared, you're just going to hold this, you are not ambitious with black pieces, you have 16 minutes on the clock, you started off with 15. Amazing.
Absolutely. He's doing good here. I mean, okay, Jan's doing fine. He's up time. But he also has to be very accurate here, as we do have the opposite color bishops, meaning that this bishop can't really help with what's going on with this bishop. So we have some attacks on both sides of the board here. This rook can maybe get into play at some point. Now, don't drop the rook there. Watch where you look. Watch where you cross the street there. Oh, my goodness. You're going to get in a lot of trouble.
He chumps the pawn.
He chumps the pawn. Takes it.
Now he's 2 pawns up.
Whoa. Temporarily, Rooks takes back.
But now he can take the other pawn, right?
Well, I can take that.
Oh, and it protects the pawn that the rook is attacking.
And that's 2 extra pawns, and still Yan is unfazed.
Moving instantly.
Do we understand chess well?
Can see that poker face by Anand.
What is he doing? I mean, wow. This is crazy. He's down 2 pawns against the 15th world champion, and it's just nothing. 16 minutes on the clock,
Casual.
right? Casual 2 pawns. I'm good. I'm okay. Don't try this at home, guys. Don't try this at home.
Look at his expression there.
I love it.
I mean, but okay. I mean, yes, but okay. I mean, you know, I'm gonna put 2 pawns, but okay. I'm solid. Okay.
I swear, Jan's face alone can tell a whole story. Like, that's
100%.
just a movie on its own.
Absolutely. But what is it saying? Is it saying that, you know, I've seen this already? Or is he saying, I went wrong somewhere?
With every eyebrow move, it's just a new variation. It's like, you know, candidate move here.
But okay, but okay.
But okay.
But okay. Bishop B6. Okay. I have compensation. Rook D2.
Oh, look at that rook. So beautifully positioned there, attacking that pawn, and the bishop can actually move back to the square in front of the pawn, the black bishop.
Okay.
And
Right.
could put pressure on the other pawn of
Oh,
white.
that's really close to the king. The one thing I guess we can note here is a pattern that we recognize, and the black king, is still stuck behind 3 pawns. And that means we could potentially, I know it's not going to happen, but have this back rank threat, right? So rook e1, at the rook to the open file. I'm trying my best to not, you know, say any moves here. Slow.
There it is.
Yeah, we have checkmate. We have checkmate, so it could be that way if players were slightly lower ranked, I guess.
Don't try that at home, guys. Watch your
try
back
that at
rank. Watch your back rank. Rook to D2, and now, Vishwanathan Anand is in the think tank, but I mean, Nepo has not thought at all this entire game here.
Oh, man,
he's uptime. That's crazy.
This is actually truly unbelievable. We are on move 24. He hasn't thought for a single second. That is insane.
And right now, while the camera was on Jan, we barely see him looking at the board. And I feel like even though, when you're playing a chess game and you're not looking at the board, you're still thinking about the position.
What?
Whoa, that didn't happen. Yeah, okay, that didn't happen.
Alrighty.
Breathe, everybody breathe. We're going to relax at home, okay? Everything's fine. He didn't play that. That was a transmission error.
Minor glitch.
All right,
Right, so
okay.
the rook did go to the open file.
He played that move. Black again played it instantly.
G6, right? He's calculating so
thinking.
quick. Yeah, he's not even thinking.
Wow. I think this might be the right moment to get Master Peter Swidler into get his thoughts here. What does he think? This is crazy.
Master Swidler.
Master Swidler.
Pretend I know what will happen in the next 5 moves exactly.
Okay.
So let's get me on the record. And I will have to name some squares, I apologize.
Okay.
I feel like Vishy will play rook to the 5th here.
To the 5.
Yeah. Jan will take the pawn that's attacked.
Hitting.
Vishy will pin those pieces on the A file. Jan will give a check. Vishy will move 1 square up. Jan will play the bishop 1 square forward to unpin. Rooks will get traded. Vishy will get his pawn to the 6th. Jan probably will play here bishop to the central square on e5. C6, probably bishop c7.
Oh my god, he did it! First move on the board!
And then they will agree a draw from somewhere right here.
Oh my god, Masters! That's why we call him Master Swidler.
Master
He's a fortune
Swidler.
teller.
Master Swidler. Master Swidler. Master Swidler.
Rook b5, rook a2 is so far on the board, so I'm feeling okay about my prediction.
Prediction is on point.
Let's see if it
There
continues.
are some choices for Vishy here, which are making me sad a little bit, because I think maybe he plays bishop 1 square forward here instead of what I suggested, and then I have to never show my face on screen again, but that would be regrettable.
Yeah, perhaps for every correct move that Peter predicts, we should have
you know, James here do a pull-up or a push-up for us
Oh,
on,
I
on
mean,
stream.
yeah. Oh, please! I hope he get them all correct. I hope he gets them all correct.
Challenge
Up
accepted.
until 100, my guy. Definitely, yes, sir, Masters Fiddler.
That is a whole flex
All right,
right
so,
there.
So sad.
Darn it.
Dang.
So
There
very
goes all
sad.
the
It's still the
content.
same
Alright,
kind of
It's
a
still
draw
the
that
same.
was
Yeah.
that was
Yikes.
available in the previous line, but yeah, it's a bit regrettable, honestly.
Right.
Man,
Takes.
Nepomniachtchi is going to draw this game without thinking even one bit.
Honestly, that's crazy.
No, yeah,
Like, that
there's not
really
going to
is
be enough
sick.
moves for him to get to 20 minutes, right? The challenge here is for
crazy.
him to get to 20 minutes from 15. But I don't think they will make enough moves.
Honestly, it's impressive how fast he moved to just blitz this out and make a quick draw with the black pieces. Win with white, draw with black.
Oh,
Top
look
level
at
chess.
it.
Wow.
Wow!
Awesome
Richie
that they
didn't
caught
even
that.
try that extra pawn, right? He knew it's a draw.
It is a very simple draw for black there. There's really nothing doing.
Oh my god. This is a huge success for Jan Nepomniachtchi and his preparation there. He drew without having to think for even one move, and the game lasted 30 moves. Wow!
30 moves.
Blitzed it out, and you see as the rising from the ashes there with that tattoo, as you see the little glance he rose, definitely from the ashes here, played very quickly to blitz out against the 15th world champion Vishwanathan Anand. Draw, and now they talk about it, but okay, I mean, you could have played.
I love this. We should just have some like closed captions and James doing all the, you know.
I mean, okay.
Okay, we have the 6 boards now here. I feel that in this, we need to actually look at the white side is Ganges Grandmasters. Black is Balan Alaskan Knights. If you look on the 6th board, the junior board, Andrei Esipenko is better, which means Ganges Grandmasters has an edge there. However, we have Batsiashvili on board number 5, better there. So actually, this match is still quite balanced.
Yeah, and I'm seeing, if I'm seeing correctly, Rannoch's king is a little bit breezy right now. I
Right.
see barely any pieces around the king. I feel like there's this draft coming through. That king's about to catch a cold.
You know what? It is pretty hot in Dubai here, and he definitely wanted to take a little dip in the water here, or get some of that wind going. Because right now it is definitely looking crazy for that king. I wonder how they got here. In fact, oh, this is a Grunfeld from Masters Fiddler. Actually, in fact, this is exactly.
They're taking a page out of his book.
Let's see, and this may not be in his book. In fact, this is definitely not in his book. Okay, pawn takes C5.
Right.
The C3 variation. Okay, takes.
Looks very, very even there.
Whoa.
Do you think this is still theory, some modern theory rather?
Maybe we can get Master Swidler to answer this. He's maybe the world's foremost expert in the Grunfeld opening, and we have him here. Please, Master Swidler.
I feel somewhat qualified to talk about this, even though this is not the suggested reply to this particular variation of the Grunfeld. What Raunak is doing is perfectly fine, but not what I personally preferred over the years. And I can pinpoint the moment, I think, where Raunak was suddenly out of book, and Andrei definitely wasn't yet. It's that very, very quiet move with the queen, roundabout move 10-11. In a very, yeah, that one. This position is extremely well known prior to the move with the queen, and white generally doesn't get anywhere at all here. It's supposed to be very dry and very, very level, which is, I think, why Raunak was very happily entering this variation. It has a very solid reputation, but that move clearly came as a surprise for him, and his reaction was, I think, okay up to a point. This is, I think, still fine. All of this is still fine. Very important. The reason for the queen move is that white, just a moment ago on your screen, you saw the white rook attacking the black queen, and that is a very important gain of tempo, allowing white to develop pieces. I still think his reaction is fine here, kicking the bishop away, kicking the knight away is also okay, but I think this is a bit over-optimistic. At least in my very limited time, I had to check while we were talking about other things. There are stronger moves available in this position, and the move chosen by Raunak is maybe a little bit over-ambitious, and Andrei now has a very pleasant position on the board, and Jesse was completely correct. The reason it's a pleasant position for Andrei here is difference in king safety. Raunak had to commit a lot of pawn moves next to his king, and his king is definitely feeling the strain here.
Ooh, that was a very nice summary of the position. And Jesse, you were right. The king is weak, and Andra is just opening it up.
Yeah, I feel like I'm really good at identifying a lack of pieces given how many I blunder in my games. Yeah, and just
Oh.
2 moves before that, I felt like if we had to, fold the board in half, a lot of White's pieces were on the king side, but now he's really getting them going, and we're going to see some amazing play and how to probably try to convert this with White.
Right. And James, generally, when you push pawns, you get a lot of space.
Of course.
But there are also weak spots.
Yeah, okay, this is 100% garbage for black. I mean, this is not going to happen. I mean, this is very bad. Look at the rook coming to the file with a big smile there. We got queen c7 check, right? You're going to bring rook e7 down there. I mean, we can draw a lot of arrows here, to be honest. But the problem is this bishop on g2, as you want your pieces to be, in fact, what they say sometimes is pieces smiling, or just you want your pieces to be good here. The only piece that isn't really smiling for black here is the rook on a8, and maybe the king too, definitely. Oh my goodness, that king is really loose. But we do have rook f2 e1 here to attack the queen and just see what happens. Maybe we reroute the knight. Maybe even a g4. We just want to open up the game and put a bishop here. And this could be very bad. Just imagine a rook here, the bishop here, and the queen here, and you can hit the button, or that is the resign button. Of course, this is online. It's the resign button. Here we would be pushing the DGT button to stop the clock immediately.
Right.
So we're going to be pre-moving resign, no?
Absolutely. Definitely possible, because rook f to e1, he doesn't even have to think about the next move. You put a rook on the file for it with a smile, and let's see what happens.
So a huge advantage here for the Ganges Grandmasters. Let's have a look at the 6 boards on our screen to see which one is where the Balan Alaskan Knights can strike back, because they are in some trouble here. Is there any game where you think, let's go to Tan Zhongyi versus Ho Yifan? Ho Yifan, board number 4, the world's strongest female player right now. She is playing with the white pieces against her compatriot Tan Zhongyi. What do you think? What do you make of this position, James?
Ooh, okay, so whose move is it right now? It is Ho Yifan's move. Okay, so one thing I like is always a pawn on g4 with the white pieces. If I can play g4 and h4 every game, I'm probably going to play it at some point. So that's just one thing about me. I love aggressive chess here. I can play g5 at some point, bring the queen in, the bishops do point, right? So this looks kind of fun. I mean, I even like a move like f4. Now, of course, this is fun. You got these pawns up here looking all fun and like trying to attack, but black has moves too, so you got to be very careful. If you play f4, this is very weak with g4, and the queen maybe can go into h4, which the bishop and the queen gladly hit this pawn. So we have to be careful. Maybe we start with a g3, but you need more moves because knight goes to e5. It's g4 and d3. Definitely some things are happening here.
Right.
I'm very pro. Sorry, go ahead.
No, Jesse, I was going to ask you, black has an extra pawn here. I mean, that means that Tan Zhongyi can be slightly better, although James likes white's aggressive chances. What's your thought?
I'm liking a lot of the similarities here, actually. We have 2 Chinese players playing each other, 2 Georgian players playing each other. And here we have Ho Yifan, who's not as active in chess anymore, playing against Tang Zhongyi. And I mean, even on the first board, we have Yan, who is playing so many tournaments, even back-to-back, with the, Anna not playing as actively anymore. So I love this. So I definitely like white's position. I probably prefer it, even though, I mean, here we have black with 2 doubled pawns, so they are sort of stacked in the center. I was always told, double pawns in the center are not as bad as double pawns, say, on the edge of the board. What are your thoughts on that? Oh, I love the arrows. Gives me Hikaru Nakamura vibes.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I did go to the school of Hikaru. I look up even calculating when I'm going to answer any question in the world. It doesn't matter. Absolutely. Draw arrows all the time. I can draw more of these. Yes.
And by the way, while we are discussing this, we have the trivia ready here, guys. Let's go. What's the trivia for the day? The rating system that measures a player's strength is named after its creator, Arpad Elo. He was a physics professor and also a chess master.
Whoa.
What a beautiful invention, right? The rating system, because it's going on for years and somehow it's so well designed that all of us respected. If someone's rated higher, we say, oh, what? When two chess players meet, they ask, what's your elo?
What's your RPAD? What's your RPAD, bro? Hey, what's your RPAD? That's the new one. I'm gonna start saying that. What's your RPAD? You're like, what? What is it? What's your elo? Come on,
James,
man.
what
You
are you
should know
talking
this.
about?
You should know what your RPAD is, bro. Right. That's different. That's nice. Shout out to
I love
RPAD
that.
there.
Yeah.
Right. And by the way, Hoyi fans, last move not encouraged by our engine here. It seems like Black is taking over here. Tan Zhongyi might have a big edge in this game. Let's go to our 6 boards and see where next to go. I believe we should also have a look at board number 2. Richard Rapport versus Nodirbek Abdusataro, because that one seems like Richard Rapport has begun to press. He's a pawn up there. And that pawn has moved right in the center of the board, has reached the 6th rank. Wow.
Yeah, honestly, it's very impressive, Richard's play here. He doesn't play as much. He's not as active, but he is still very active. What I mean by that is, of course, he was a second in the World Championship with Ding here. And being a second, of course, it requires you to work. You're not going to just be like, yeah, you should probably play this, bro. Like, he's going to actually work, right? He's working. So that working, I'm assuming, is definitely paying off, as everything he's been doing and playing has been working for Richard so far.
Yeah,
He's up a pawn.
It reminds me of a story from the World Championship match that Ding was telling. I mean, we asked him, you know, what inspired him to play so many different openings. He never really stuck to one thing. And one of the games he played the French defense, we're like, well, how did that really come about? And he said in the morning they were going for a walk in the snow, and you know, Richard was like, what do you want to play today, Ding? You know, you tell me. and Ding was like, haha, you know, I want to play the French as a joke. And Richard was like, really? No, let's actually do it. And it happened.
Wow.
And it happened.
And it really happened over the board that day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's one thing I really loved about the match, the variety of openings. I mean, we could really relate to a lot. I mean, some of us are, well, you know, sort of self-dubbed specialists in some openings, and I love the fact that they were trying out so many things. Yeah.
Absolutely. And for the time being, it seems like Richard Rapport is going to strike once again in this match, which would mean that Ganges Grandmasters is doing well. So Esipenko doing well, Rapport doing well, Tan Zhongyi doing well on board number 4 for Balan Alaskan Knights. I think we need to ask Master Swidler what he thinks about this entire matchup. Right now, we haven't seen Dominguez versus Rajabov, nor have we looked at Kotenashvili versus Batsiashvili, but we can have the 6 boards on our screen, and also Master Swidler giving his thoughts as to who's coming up ahead in this match.
I like the Ganges Grandmasters at this stage. One game we've been ignoring because there is so much going on elsewhere is the matchup on the 3rd board, where Lenier Dominguez is playing against Temur Rajabov, and they're both very, very good specialists in this particular opening. And it seems like Black was taken a little bit by surprise. We don't really want to go too much into detail there, but you will notice that the White King is on the left side of the board, where the Black King is top right corner of your screen. And normally in that opening, White doesn't castle queenside at all. That's extremely rare. And that, I think, took Black by surprise. And the reaction that Temur Rajabov opted for perhaps wasn't the best, giving Lenier, I think, a decent advantage. Also, as we've established for a while now, Andrei Esipenko is in full control on board 6 on the Prodigy board against Raunak Sadvani. So these are the 2 very promising boards for Ganges. I think Hoifan, for the first time in this tournament, is definitely in trouble against Tan Zhongyi. Perhaps, maybe even sort of trouble she will not be able to come back from, because the position is definitely not improving and currently looks pretty bad for her. But there are some very decent positions for White, for Ganges, so it might be a rare case where a team will recover from losing with White, potentially.
Right. Thank you so much, Master Swidler, there with his thoughts. I think the overview of this matchup is that the boys are doing well for Ganges Grandmasters, while the girls are doing well for the Balan Alaskan Knights. Wow. Let's go to board number 3. I think we haven't seen that Rajabo versus Dominguez, because there is where Master Swidler just told us Dominguez for Ganges Grandmasters is doing really well. Temur Rajabov, a big fighter, but today looks in trouble.
Yeah, I feel like, especially for players such as myself who are obviously not Stockfish or Houdini or any of these other engines, I feel like we heavily rely on the eval bar. If we were to look at it without the eval, we'd often have a different opinion to what the evaluation says. So here, I mean, white does look a lot better, but for instance, you know, you have the Hou Yifan Tan, Zhong Yi, and I had a completely opposite opinion compared to the eval. So yeah, let's see
Right.
what's happening here.
I think white is a pawn up here and has the queen beautifully positioned in the center. James, this looks like quite easy, yeah, for Dominguez to convert.
Yeah, these are his type of positions. In fact, I mean, he plays right now. He was actually a ferocious player growing up, or actually looking at his older games. He was a very ferocious attacking player. Now he just plays the very boring chess. I mean, extremely boring. You will fall asleep watching it every game. But it has to be very solid, very, very, very solid chess he plays now here. And this is a position that can be really kind of both ways. I mean, he has the opposite color bishops, as we see here. We can run this pawn down to create some weaknesses. If g6, well, then you have some weaknesses around the king here. d6 is a little weak. We also have the bishop that we can use to really put some pressure on this f7 square or the f7 pawn. Bring the rook too as well. I mean, we can rook lift. Do you even rook lift? Of course. So it's lots of things that we can do here. We can also maybe try to push the g pawn. Use the bishop. Play h5, g6. The king is on g8. There's so many ideas here that you can use here. I'm only looking at white's position here. Like black's position, I took a pawn. Yeah, that's cool. You got your little pawn back. But what do you do now? Okay, maybe we could play a5, but then I'm going to play a4 and make everything pretty solid here. 100% Dominguez is in control.
Right, and I think one point which you mentioned and makes a lot of sense is that soft spot near the king on the f7 point, right? With the bishop moving there and the rook coming there, it's going to really put pressure on that point, and I think that's what gives Dominguez a huge advantage.
Yeah, you know, in the last game with not Dominguez, it was Timur and Vidit. You know, there was more pieces on the board. There was lots to do. There was more minors. Like when you have pieces, you just can't give them those type of power. Like, you know, don't give the samurai his sword, and then we see what happens after that here. And Timur Rajabov needs more pieces for him to really create some things, as he was able to in the last game with the Vidit here. He doesn't have enough pieces. He just has the bishops and the two rooks here. This all the way favors the boring chess, and of course also the aggressive intentions that he could use with the f7 pawn, and also pushing that we can do here. Yeah. Lots of options. It's very nice for white.
Yeah, and we saw that in yesterday's game versus Vidit, as you mentioned, James. Rajabov was very resourceful. I mean, he was a piece down, I believe,
right,
and somehow came back and saved the draw. And despite the result not changing for the team, whether there was a win or a loss or a draw, I mean, he still pushed and he got that one, you know, game point for his team. So I feel like, you know, anything can happen. I mean, he can still really push, and he sits in the position, and no matter how many moves or what the time is, you know, on the clock, he's still going to be able to somehow come back, maybe.
By the way, do you guys know that Rajabov was one of the biggest prodigies that the world has ever seen?
Oh,
when
yes.
he was 15 years old,
Okay.
he beat the great Garry Kasparov.
I do remember this. I do remember this.
At 15?
And that too,
He
with
did.
the black pieces.
He did. He
Wow.
was very angry. Garrett Kasparov was very angry. He was very angry about this. I remember reading about that. Yes, Rajabov, a favorite of mine. King's Indian is I like King's Indian, and Masters Fiddler Grunfeld, absolutely. So yes, definitely these days. So definitely, I love a big fan of Rajabov's play.
Do you remember which event that was?
I think it was Linares, if I'm not
wow.
mistaken. And it was way back in the time. Now Rajabov, one of the most experienced players out there. He's played in 3 candidates, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
And was world number 4 in his prime. So big name there for the Balan Alaskan Knights there. But today he's in big trouble. Should we go on board number 5 against the 2 Georgian women players? I think that one is a critical encounter, because as we just saw on 2 boards, the Ganges Grandmasters are doing really well. This is where we Balan Alaskan Knights need to strike.
Whose move is it? Whoa, she had no time there. She made that with like
42 seconds
yeah,
only.
30 seconds on the clock.
Really down on the clock.
I'm sure that Nino and Bella know each other quite well, you know. But for the time being, it seems like the position is not very stable. It could go either way. For the time being, it looks around even. Earlier, it was Batsiashvili who was better, but now it's around equal.
Yeah, we definitely see the big difference between 10-second increment and 5-second increment, even 2 seconds. And I feel like those 10 seconds are so precious when you're in time trouble.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, because if I have 30 seconds and I make a move and I have 40, I feel a little better. I feel great. I'm like, oh man, I got 40 seconds. That's more than enough. No, okay, not obviously we want more time, but you feel better. You're like, I'm not gonna flag yet, and if you can, throw in a check here too, or repeat something 1 or 2 times. I mean, hey, you get some more time on the clock. And then you keep the game going here. In fact, I'm actually liking how White's position is. Whoa, relax. You're gonna have to relax. We got
sacrifices.
Oh my goodness, we got kids watching this. This is crazy.
Don't try this at home, right?
Wow.
Wow. And Bella has just 33 seconds to figure this out.
Yep.
Should you take with the king? Should you take with the rook? What do you do? What?
Well, first off, it's shock. As you see, she only has 20 seconds left. What do I even do? What am I playing with the white pieces, or like you don't even know what happened there? Rook takes G3 is a nasty move there. Master Svidler, do we have anything from you?
Yeah, perfect time.
I want to very much compliment that move because it's a fantastic practical choice, and it also is computer approved. That was the best option Black had in that position, and the position now is extremely messy and will need to be played very, very carefully by both players. But spotting the idea of Rook takes G3, a lot of credit has to go to Nino there, because that is not an obvious sacrifice at all. And finding it on very, very low time is not easy.
But how to continue the attack now? I mean, your knight is pinned. You can't move it. Your queen would hang there.
Yeah, I think, and this is where the difficulty of the position comes into the equation here. I think her previous move, despite looking absolutely natural, was a mistake. And there was an intermediate move before taking the pawn with check, which was stronger. But it's understandable that even seeing the correct motif, finding all the intricacies of it was perhaps not that easy, and she now appears to be in trouble. But yeah, instead of that first check, the very first check, you can play the rook 1 square to the side, unpinning your knight for the future. Wow. That is extremely important. And in all of these positions now, you will be able to make that move with the knight forward, which is hugely important in terms of developing your attack. But that she did not spot, and now her attack probably fizzles. There's still some play left because White King is entirely bereft of pawn defenders, so you always have some counterplay when that is the case. But you feel like White stabilized enough to be able to consolidate from here. And she also made a bunch of moves reasonably quickly, meaning that she has more than half a minute now, allowing her to think about some decisions and kind of reestablish the grip over what's happening on the board.
Right. Well, huge turnaround here for the Ganges Grandmasters, because this was the board where Balan Alaskan Knights were actually banking on for full 4 points. But now it seems like Bella Khotenashvili is firmly in the lead. That means, where is Balan Alaskan Knights actually going to get their point? Everywhere Ganges Grandmasters are doing well. Rapport is doing well.
Yep.
Esipenko is doing well.
Check.
You have here Bella doing well.
Correct.
You have Dominguez doing well.
Right again.
Maybe the only board where the black players have chances, Tanzhongyi against Hou Yifan. I think that's in
Tanzhongyi is in control, but that might not be enough with the amount of very good positions Ganges Grandmasters have with the white pieces. Because in particular, now that the second women's board goes in White's favor potentially, that is a massive, massive turnaround in the context of this match.
Absolutely. Wow. Jesse, do you think any chances for Balan Alaskan Knights to make a comeback? Any board you think that where things can turn around?
Well, if there's one board, it has to be Tamer and his tricks, right?
No, I think it has to be in the it's hard to say it, but it's going to be in the next match. That's where they're going to have the chances.
Is it
because
that
it's
far
not
gone?
going to be this one.
Setting up the pieces for the next one, yeah?
It's not going to be this one, guys. Unfortunately,
That's a brilliant
it's a very
answer.
tough one. Yeah, it's very tough.
But as Master Swidler told us, you know, here with the king slightly exposed, 42 seconds, the pawns running down, it might still not be like the one-way tide, yeah?
Yeah, actually, I thought that maybe this was some sort of strategy. White was really low on time. This rook sacrifice could just be timely, hoping, yes, it does work. If my opponent finds the best move possible, but with so little time, maybe she was hoping that she wouldn't. So
Right.
maybe there was this.
Right. Well, let's go to Temur Rajabov versus Dominguez on board number 3, because I think that is a very, very critical game. If there are any hopes for the Balan Alaskan Knights, it's Raja who has to strike back for his team. But right now looks terribly unlikely because his last move seems to be a blunder.
Yeah, this looks like a 1-2-3. Hitting Queen B7 and then A6 after that. So Queen B7 is hitting here. Queen B7 hit the rook and push the pawn. I mean, very easy play here. F7.
He just took it. We have a poll coming in, by the way, for people to guess. But I think that poll is going to be quite easy, and people are smart. They have said that who will have the better endgame technique. I mean, for sure, it's Dominguez.
Yes, for sure, Dominguez. Dominguez is comfortable playing positions where it's king, rook, pawn versus king, rook, pawn. He'll play into 50 moves. And just because it's there, because he can, to get the experience, right? And we don't want that type of chess, says Rajabov. I totally agree. I'm the same way. But, of course, yeah, this is up Dominguez's alley here. He's definitely for choice. But the time's very low for both.
Yeah, but James, I think give this position in the middle of the night to Dominguez and he converts it, right? It's just there's no counterplay for black.
Yeah,
it's like the pawn is just moving forward. Although Rajabov has stopped it.
Yeah, as Jesse said before, he's very resourceful. In fact, with a Z there from Jesse here. But it is the fact that him having not enough pieces to be resourceful, it's gonna give him some problems here. Dominguez is in control.
Oh, look at that move. He gave up that pawn to sort of lure the queen away and then activated his rook.
Whoa.
Seems like that h6 move, creating the lift for the king, maybe isn't good enough to stop this attack. I mean, now with the light square weaknesses, maybe there's something like bringing the bishop around.
Beautifully spotted. The bishop there. And then there's trouble down that square in front of the king.
I'm really worried here for black pieces.
We're going to have to play rook f7 first to stop those. There is this weird idea of just queen g8 defending. We're resourceful, right, Jesse?
Resourceful. Yeah.
He gives up a pawn there.
We went for it. This is James's idea in action.
I am a Jedi. Queen g8.
You are a Jedi,
okay,
sorry.
I am a Jedi. I am a Jedi. Thank you very much.
But now just take the pawn with the
bishop. Do you take with the bishop? Do you take with the pawn?
That's a great question, in fact.
Actually, is taking with the bishop a problem?
Oh, wait. Well, I mean...
Now that pawn may not be there.
You're spoiled for choice here. He
Okay.
took with the bishop.
He took with the bishop. The rook came in and he's threatening to chop off that pawn. And he pushes it forward. Wow, now the white king is slightly exposed. But I believe it's not going to be enough because the queen is kind of tied down. The black queen can't move at all.
There's like nothing right now. Wow,
yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah, I feel like Rajabov could make things a little difficult with a couple checks to the white king. Okay, so stopping this idea altogether.
Oh, that is nasty. Wait a second. Did you just lose?
You can't take the rook because the queen is hanging. You move the queen. Yeah, he moved the queen.
F8.
Oh!
Lovely.
What a move there.
Lovely.
Wow.
Heat.
If you take the queen, the rook was hanging. Wow,
and
what
the
a
game
beautiful
ends.
move by Dominguez to win it for Ganges Grandmasters here. That's 3 points for their team.
Dang.
It's great when you win, but it's even greater when it ends like that. A beautiful masterpiece.
100%.
Beautifully done there by Lenier Dominguez. And they're just, this is what I love about chess. Even though Rajabov was crushed in this game, he's analyzing with his opponent, asking him, where could I have improved and so on. We have a result on board number 6. Can we go there? What has just happened on the Prodigy board? It seems like Raunak Sadhwani has lost his game and Esipenko scores another win for the Ganges Grandmasters. This we had called quite some time ago.
Man.
Yeah, so what is the score right now for calculating?
Right now it's 7-1 in the favor of Ganges Grandmasters. This is looking really bad. Can we go to Hoi Fan versus Tan Zhongyi? Because that is where 4 points can be won by the Balan Alaskan Knights. If those 4 points come in, then 7-5 could be the score.
All the pieces are gone on that board. We're seeing very few pieces left, but I'd love to know what sort of action is happening. The tension is high. What's the time looking like right now on that board? It's 26 seconds for Tan and 13 seconds for Hoyufan.
It's no time at all.
But
That's a
this
very
is-
accurate move. G5 was really nice.
Beautifully cementing the knight, and I think 2 extra pawns. This should be winning for Tan.
Yeah, this is very difficult to come back from here. I mean, we have the pass pawn here. We can walk the king up. Like, everything's going bad here for Ho Yifan. But that is a nice win here if she's able to convert for 10 here for the team to put them right back in it. Okay, it's very close. We do have to check the other games to see what's going on. But definitely a big win for Tan if she's able to convert.
Right, so can we quickly have a look at the 6 boards, because then we have Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Richard Rapport and Batsiashvili versus Khotenashvili. So what's happening here? We can also get the thoughts of Master Swidler here. Do you think that the Balan Alaskan Knights have any chances?
I am calling this match conclusively for Ganges Grandmasters because Tanjongwi will beat Hoifan from that position, I'm fairly certain, but that will not be enough. There's already 2 wins on the board for Ganges Grandmasters, with Andrei Isipenko winning the Prodigy board, and a very, very nice victory we just witnessed by Lenier Dominguez against Temur Rajabov. And the remaining 2 boards, Ganges also completely winning on board 5 with Khotenashvili beating Batsiashvili, and Richard Rapport might actually get somewhere in a very dry endgame against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and he definitely won't lose, which is the important part. If he somehow loses this game, things become a bit less clear, but there's no way White runs any risks whatsoever there. So Ganges will win with a potentially quite a large score, in fact.
Wow.
Putting them firmly on top of our leaderboard with 3 wins out of 3.
Well, we have a result on board number 5 here in the Georgian battle there. It was Bella Khotenashvili who came out on top after the rook sacrifice done by Nino. It didn't work out for her, and that means right now Ganges Grandmasters leading with a score of 9-1. The only way in which this match can be drawn is if both Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Tanjongi win with black pieces, then it would be 9-9. But that's asking a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, we're already having some sort of hope here. Oh wait, Tan is playing all the white pieces.
No, she's black. She's black.
She's with the black pieces. It's just the other way around, right? So, right. So Tan is looking pretty hopeful there with the black pieces getting
She'll
the
win
point.
this.
Yeah, for sure, with the 2 pawns up.
So maybe we can go to Abdusattorov versus Rapport on board number 2 and see if there's any hope for Abdusattorov to turn this around. He's a big fighter, but I believe the position doesn't give him any chances this time.
You know, Saga, I actually think there's a decisive result already on that board between Ho Yifan and Tan Zhongyi.
It's over.
It
so
is
Tan
over.
Zhongyi won, which means that Balan Alaskan Knights have pulled back in some way. The score is now 9-5 in the favor of Ganges Grandmasters. Everything now hinges on this game. 9-5. Will Nodirbek Abdusattorov somehow manage to pull back in some way? Oh, it's actually 10-5. Oh,
10-5.
my mistake.
10-5.
My mistake.
Oh, my
It's
goodness.
10-5.
That's a wrap.
I'm very sorry. That
No
means the match
worries.
is over.
It's over.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
is over.
That's
Okay.
100% over. The only thing that
Yeah,
matters
I
now is the
missed
match
that
points.
extra point as well,
Yes,
James.
the
They're on
draw.
board 1, yeah.
Jeez.
So it's 10-5 and the match is already over. And also here Richard Rapport is playing for the win. That means that Ganges Grandmasters are safely sailing through here.
Yeah, he's doing what Norderbeck does. He's giving him a Norderbeck. Norderbeck just plays any position all the way out. You know, it's funny. Even King Rook versus King Rook, he's gonna play that out 100%, just so that you can get those points here or get the experience. And Richard Rapport is playing it out all 100%. It is slightly better here. Okay, the pieces are more active, but it does say draw here. Great move, King F8. Nice.
Yeah.
You got a great move there from the engine.
Very nice. Let's ask Master Peter Swidler what are his thoughts here on this matchup and what he thinks about this game.
Not very much needs to be said about this particular position. As we're saying, Richard definitely is a little bit better and very much within his rights to continue pushing. I just wanted to make a larger point because this tournament is headed towards something, and we are perhaps slightly remiss in not mentioning that enough. This is a double round robin, but after the end of that double round robin, the two teams with the most points will be playing in the grand final. That is where everything will be decided, and that is where the prize will be at stake. And so far, Ganges Grandmasters are definitely staking a claim for one of those two spots with their 100% record after the first 3 rounds.
Beautifully mentioned there. I think, James, Ganges Grandmasters is the only team with 3 out of 3 wins. That's huge.
Wow. Yeah, they are crushing it. I'm not gonna lie. And the eval. Speaking of crushing it, look at the eval bar here. What happened?
Wow! All of a sudden, it seems like they will win by.
Suspect. And then the Black King is going to be in desperate straits if the White King gets more active. So I assume we just go in with the King right now. Start moving it towards our opponent's King. I'm a bit surprised Richard hasn't done it yet. And yeah, this. The engine also disagreed with that final decision, but they are playing on very, very little time, obviously, so mistakes definitely do creep in.
Playing on seconds. And you mentioned that Ganges Grandmasters are sitting on 3 out of 3 right now. And yeah, of course, if we look at the first letter of the name of the team is GG.
Good game.
Meaning good game. Yeah, James got that.
GG, baby. GG. Yeah, every time.
It's a very
GG,
common
well
term,
played,
yes.
yeah.
Wow.
In the chess world, whenever someone plays a good game online, people start saying GG's there. And I think that's what Ganges Grandmasters are doing
Or
here.
it could be a troll moment as well.
They're
like,
already
you know,
saying
the trolls.
GG before the game
Exactly,
even starts.
right? You know those guys, you know those trolls online. Yeah, right. Of course, for the online players at home, and they're in your chat and they play they say GG before the game's even over. That's what the Ganges Grandmasters are doing.
It's almost
GG.
like, yeah, in OTB, you would like write your name or sign your name at the end.
Mark it for you already. Yeah, I won. You didn't even play yet. Yeah, GG.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
he's won
takes-
a pawn there. He's won a pawn, and
Takes a
right now
pawn.
the second pawn might also fall for black. This means Richard Rapport might win this game, and that would give the Ganges Grandmasters the victory by 13-5.
Even more convincing.
Wow, that is huge. Huge.
That is
I
crazy.
mean, going
yeah.
from a position in an endgame that is completely drawn to just seeing the power of the king in the center.
That's so crazy.
I mean, it's all about teamwork, right? Look at the white pieces, the rook, the knight. They both are teaming up beautifully, and the white king is all ready to join in, while the black pieces just are so unharmonious, you know, they just don't know what to do.
Yeah, it's just passive pieces, right? Passive play is just not the way to go most times. So when you're passive and your pieces are passive, bad things tend to happen, and that's what's happening here.
Whoa, look at the king now moving in.
Ooh.
Amazing play by Richard Rapport
Yeah,
there. I
shouldering
think
the black king there.
Northernbeck might just resign now. Oh, he plays his knight back.
What do you think the strat would be here? Bringing the rook around, maybe?
You have to be
Bringing the rook
careful.
to the,
Oh, you mean
to
bring the
H1?
rook from
Yes,
below
all
to
the
the
way.
side?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, if
All
we
the way
can
down
bring...
and to the side, yeah.
Oh, and that's a checkmate actually.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because
Yeah,
the
because
knight
the knight-
stands on a beautiful square controlling the two escape routes for the black king.
Yeah.
Wow. Will Richard Rapport do that, or will he find something
Yeah,
else?
it looks like he has 25 seconds to discover or like kind of
Oh,
find
what is
something.
this? Oh, very smart. Very smart. He's just
Smooth.
giving up his knight
Yeah.
so that he can pick up his opponent's knight.
Takes
but there's a
six.
check.
And then we just sidestep. Wait, don't
Bringing
go.
the king back, maybe.
King G5, you get in trouble.
But then where to go? Oh, he goes that side.
Yeah, they go this side.
Maybe he chose the longer route, yeah, to victory.
Yeah, he heard us talk about the king in the center and just thought, you know, let's demonstrate it.
But that's a nice situation to be in, right? Your team has won the match and you have a better position. You are a pawn up. You can play all day long. I mean, it's a nice place to be in, as the Rapport is.
I love these zooming in, or like the camera zooming in on the faces, on the hands. You can see the tension.
Yes. And by the way, the chess players are very good at sort of swiveling those pieces in their hand,
Yes.
right?
It's
I
called
feel
twirl.
like that should be a
Yeah.
sport on its own.
That's actually, yeah, they say your elo is dedicated usually, or it's told by how you twirl your pawn. In fact, yeah, you gotta
Some people
always
will be
ask.
super grandmasters without even knowing it.
Twirl, that pawn twirl is very serious, right?
Yeah.
So I am a pawn twirler myself.
Wow, look at that! What
Very
Northernbeck's
mean
doing
pawn
there.
twirl there.
Yeah.
Mean piece twirl, whatever. He's most likely it's a pawn. Usually it's the easiest to twirl.
But somehow he's managed to save himself. Yeah, the position. He's pushed the king back.
Strangely enough, it seems so.
Ooh, and Richard had just 1 second left while
Oh.
he made that move. And
Shook
he
his
had
head.
lost on time, by the way. The score would have been 10-9. Okay, they would win, but just by a very small margin there.
Yeah.
Playing very quickly,
Oh.
trying to blitz him on the
He's
clock
coming
there.
back.
Saying you're down on time.
Okay, check. The
We
king has to
can-
move.
We can never discount Northernbeck. Yes, he always keeps fighting.
Very
Exactly.
true.
Yeah, he's going to take those match points there. He's a great team player. Norderbeck is there, of course, with what he's done with the Olympiad and et cetera. He's just always a team player here. I'm going to fight. Even if I'm losing, we're going to try to get that point, at least here at the match point, to save this position being down upon.
And they say, you know, when in doubt, give a check. It
Okay.
gains a little bit of time there. And that's what Rapport just did. Gave 2 checks. And now, I mean, he has this chance to go for repetition, but decides no. I think he moved his rook. Okay, he moved his rook to the square A3.
Right, he saves his pawn there, which is attacked by the knight. What's the winning plan is unclear. So maybe Richard might just offer a draw here.
Oh, you can see
him
the
shaking his head.
disappointment.
Definitely a
Yeah,
disappointment
he
there.
seems very dissatisfied with how he continued here. Maybe he knew he was completely winning, and
Yeah.
now feels like he messed this up.
Happens in time, as we see it time and time again. In fact, it just happens all the time with the time issue. You have the time issue, you get low on time, and you make mistakes. We've seen it with the bidded game. We've seen it with even more games, and this one is the same.
It makes me wonder now, if the pawn does fall, this G3 pawn, then material would be equal,
Right.
and possibly they would agree on a draw here. So now he's going for the check once again.
I believe Richard might just give checks and agree to a draw here because from the way he shook his head, it seemed like he was quite unhappy there.
Yeah, they say they
100%.
are like, what, 10 stages of grief, and that's acceptance right there.
Right, that's acceptance. Exactly. And there's
There you
another
have
check.
it. A check there
Check there.
and another check.
And-
No!
Oh, king goes in!
Oh, I'm going for
Okay.
it. Just like you would,
He's-
kid, says Richard.
A
Richard.
check and
Going there.
Northernbeck. Will he
mean-
get his chance here?
Yeah, Norderbeck has capitalized on that time, and now over a minute left on the clock. So if he does have to think, at least he has a few seconds to do so.
Right, right. Using the time.
Makes me
Yeah.
wonder if White will try to win this pawn on the F file
Yeah.
and use this extra pawn. So maybe he's still got this mindset of, you know what, we've been playing a really long, hard game. Maybe there's still chances for me to win here. Use his experience.
Yeah, you might have to go for it here.
There we
Knight
go.
takes.
Oh, he
and
can
rook
take
But there's
that
a
pawn.
check.
Oh, check.
You have king f6, so
But is there anything after that?
there's a
he
knight
takes
check.
the pawn,
And
he
maybe
takes
king
the pawn.
g4.
There's a check.
Check here.
King moves
king
ahead.
f6. Check here.
Oh, and now there's maybe not mating threats, but that king, the black king always seems to be in such a sticky situation.
Okay. Wow. Interesting. There's a
Yeah,
check, and he has to
check.
move the king.
The king is has moved and oh, he's come with his king now and attacked the pawn, and
Right.
that means that the white pawn is falling now.
There's no
I
way to
guess.
save this
Yeah,
pawn.
there's no way to save. I think
Oh, they
agree
agreed to draw. Okay. So what is the
Wow.
final score there, Sagar?
So the final score is 11-6 in the favor of Ganges Grandmaster. Very convincing victory there because wins scored by Andrei Sipenko, Bela Kotenashvili, and Dominguez. Very, very smooth wins there. And there was only one loss by Ho Yifan, and rest of the 2 games ended in draws. Jesse, Ganges Grandmasters are looking like really strong team right now.
They seem unstoppable at this stage. I love to see it, and as we know, it's like GG right there, GG. And despite that being a draw, I mean, they're still winning with a convincing margin. So there we go.
Absolutely, and there you have, oh, the Ganges Grandmasters fans are very happy there. Fist bump there, and the players leave the playing hall. Let's go for a short break, and on the other side, we have a special guest in the studio.
A resounding victory by the Ganges Grandmasters with 3 wins with the white pieces against the Balan Alaskan Knights. It was a brilliant match. One of the games, Lenia Dominguez taking down Temur Rajabov in great attacking style. We've got the man with us. Lenia, congratulations first of all.
Thank you.
It was a brilliant match to call on. And I have to ask you, what was the highlight for you? There's so much to choose from.
Yeah, I think overall we have been playing really great. I mean, I think in team events, one of the key factors is that you have no player in really bad shape. Like if everyone is in decent shape and some of the players are in great shape, then you're going to do great. And I think that our team is doing well. Like first of all, we have a nice mix, I think, of solid players, a bit more attacking players, and everyone's been playing great. So that's why we're leading, I guess.
Yeah, explains a lot. A solid mix of players. Take a look at the phenomenal performance they put up against the Balan Alaskan Knights. Let's bring up our scoreline. 3 fabulous victories there, and we were so excited to see the finish in your game, Lenia. Which other board caught your attention? Was there a moment that you were slightly tensed about the match?
Well, I mean, you don't get much time to really look too much, so I just glance once in a while to the games. But I mean, I have I have faith in my teammates. When you have Vichy on your side and players like Richard and the rest of the team, I mean, you feel confident. So I wasn't worried.
That's really nice to hear, Lenya. And we were talking before we came on in the interview, and you said that there's a really nice atmosphere amongst the players. And despite the fact that you're all meeting for the first time, playing in a team together for the first time, what do you think contributes to that?
Yeah, well, we all know each other for many years from tournaments in general, and it's just nice to be together in this format. So I guess we're all kind of happy and enjoying the time that we get to discuss the game, analyze, and just have some fun besides the play.
Congratulations on the win today, of course, and being on a stellar team like the Ganges Grandmasters. I wanted to ask about the nerves. So, of course, there's a lot of nerves that can happen here. The lights, the cameras, all the team, right? How do you handle the nerves and the pressure?
Yeah, I guess I mean, we are used to it from just any professional player has to deal with this and for many years. So I guess in a way we are kind of used to it. But I will say that, of course, a team event adds the, I mean, when you add the element of the team result, it's a bit more responsibility that you feel. So in a way, it's more pressure because it's not only your individual result, but obviously you're trying to help the team and make the team win. So yeah, it's pressure, but that's one of the beauties of it.
Love it. The pressure is the beauty of the game. It's part of the job. And Lenya, the Ganges Grandmasters have been playing phenomenal chess so far. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. You sharing your thoughts, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Lenya Dominguez with a crushing victory against Temur Rajabov. But of course, the chess action continues as we'll be talking the next match on the other side of the short break. Don't go anywhere. 6 teams at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The race is on to make it to the grand final. 4 will be eliminated, 2 will remain. Let's take a look at the leaderboard as where we stand before we get into the action from the next match. And here it is, leading at the top of the table. It is the Ganges Grandmasters with phenomenal play so far. Right behind him. Behind them, hot on heels, is Magnus Carlsen-led SG Alpine Warriors. Number 3, Balin Alaskan Knights. James, it's just getting started. Lot of rounds remaining, but the fight is on to make it for the top 2.
Absolutely. I mean, the fight is on for the top 2 there. The Grandmasters are hot. I mean, of course, as Jesse mentioned before, like GG every game. Okay, good game. Great game. Ganges Grandmasters, it's going down every single time. When you face these guys, they're in great form. It's very scary. It looks like they're trying to secure a spot for real, Tanya.
And look at that, bottom of the table, we've got Upgrad Mumbai Masters taking on Chingari Gulf Titans. This is a script we couldn't have written because that's the match that's coming up next, James, and it's a big one to get the points going. We're also getting an update that the players have picked their colors to start with. Toss is coming up. Let's head over to see who picked white. James, what are you expecting? Are you expecting the teams to go with white or black if they win the toss?
Somebody has to pick black this time. I mean, it has to happen. It's just like at some point, someone's going to pick the black pieces. It's just got to happen.
Might be now, and we're about to find out. We see the captain there, Grandmaster Srinath for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters and Grandmaster Swapnil for the Chingari Gulf Titans. And in fact, James, you were on point because the Titans have chosen the black pieces.
They picked black. Well, they're ready. Of course, they actually are at the bottom of the list. So, of course, it's really, I think at this point, it's like, you know what? Hey, we're already at the bottom. Well, who cares at this point? We're going to go all out. I think we're really going to see some very sharp chess in this next round. Playing with the black pieces, we chose black. We get 4 points each time. And we're at the bottom of the standings right now.
And I think you've hit the nail on the spot there because with the black pieces, you're fighting for those 4 points. If you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, you want to get as many points in. And I think we're going to see a lot of dynamic chess. Let's take a look at the players, the squads who will be playing against you. And here it is, the matchups in the coming up fight between the Chingari Gulf Titans and the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Which game stands out to you?
Ooh, okay, we got to look at this real quick. Let's see. Okay, definitely that bottom board there. Nihal Sarin and the Sindarov, the Prodigy board, they're both very strong. Nihal may have a slight edge there, but Sindarov has hit many players. Very strong. He's playing a lot here. Very active. And also the top board with Jan Christoph Duda and MBL. That's always a heavyweight matchup. But, I mean, we haven't really seen, besides the Magnus and the Vichy game where, you know, that was a win there. We haven't really seen many wins at the top there. It's nice to see, but a lot of those become draws there. So it's really at the bottom boards.
Wow, this is going to be a big fight, and especially we see that Prodigy board. That's the one that I'm super excited about. Nihal Sareen playing against Sindarov. Nihal is a bullet beast. He's known for his fast and furious chess play, and of course Sindarov, he's such a beast. We've seen him at the Olympiad, and that's a tough one to call.
Very tough one to call, especially having the black pieces too. With Gulf Titans here, Nihal is ready for anything here. Sindarov is going to have to bring his best, and he's going to try to do it today and right now.
And we're going to have the first moves really soon. And there on the screen is Nihal Sareen. We will be coming up with the moves. They'll be making their first moves. Let's get started with the chess.
And there we have it. Match 9 starting with Chingari Gulf Titans, the only team so far with no points on the scoreboard. They will have to correct this post-haste and definitely hoping to do it in this match. We see there their icon player, Jan Krzysztof Duda, black against MVL. Never an easy assignment. MVL is fantastically well prepared in the opening, and you do have to make sure you solve the opening problems against him. Otherwise, he is a very difficult player to contain. But Jan Krzysztof is also obviously
he's very well prepared all the time in the opening.
A world-class player in that respect as well. So yeah, will be interesting to see how that shakes out. And we have
Why
just
he's so surprised? Why MVL is so surprised? What do you think? Did he see some information, or he's just
very difficult from this camera view to judge exactly what shocked him so much, but something clearly did strike him as unusual. And I want to say that we are seeing the value of really top-level preparation in the 3 games that Jan Nepomniachtchi has played so far. That's a different match and a different team, but still, it's something that is quite remarkable. Jan so far, I think, played all 3 games with black, and he made 3 draws against absolutely world-class opposition. He made 1 draw against Magnus, one draw against Vichy, and 1 draw against MVL. And he barely spent any time on any of those games.
Yeah, he likes to play very fast, and this is the first time when the team which won the side of toss choose the black pieces. Finally, Peter, we're seeing this. Another thing that I saw in the players' lounge when MVL, Maxim Vasiligrau, that's how we call him in short and Russian, when he joined the players' room, he asked Andrei Esipenko what is his winning pose to sit, and he copied. And we remember Andrei Esipenko sitting before the game, chilling there, and they were both sitting in that pose and chilling. And I think Maxim Vasiligrau is planning to win with white pieces, and he goes with 1d4.
And then the London, and I would like to get out of here quickly.
Oh no! You're trapped. You're trapped between me and Tanya.
I am in a very enviable situation in general here. I'm not complaining, but yeah, we have actually a person on our commentary team who would be, I think, much better suited for this. Can James come back and also force MVL to play knight c3 here instead of e3? James is actually working on creating a teaching course on this particular opening, and I, on the other hand, dislike this opening with a passion for some obscure reason I don't even know myself. So, that is not ideal, and I feel somewhat betrayed by MVL, who for years and years and years opened with the king's pawn on move 1, and is now turning into a 1d4 player. Why? Why would you do that, Tanya?
And the reason is on the board, because it might have started as the London, known to be one of the most solid openings, but the line that Jan Krzysztof Duda has chosen is the most dynamic. He goes for the poison pawn, as we saw, picking up that pawn on b2, retreats with the queen. It's all about the initiative. Now, both these players, their style is not solid, strategic. Of course, universal players, but intuitively a lot more aggressive, Ketty. And I think that's the kind of chess we're going to see here.
Exactly. This is the position which Duda, by the way, just played at tournament before, a day before he played at the European Games. That chess just joined for the first time. It was a blitz tournament, and I remember one of the games, he played this one, and we thought that he gonna trap his queen. He's like, look at this queen gets too early. They're going to hang out, all the squares, but somehow he managed to secure it. And then at some point he decided to sacrifice. So I would bet that he would sacrifice the queen in this game as well, if he has a chance.
Absolutely, and I've had some conversations with the players here, and the general consensus is you probably, considering how strong the field is, you're not really supposed to go kind of for broke straight out of the opening with black, but you do want to preserve the opportunity for a game, because those 4 points are absolutely crucial. We have seen so many matches decided by that one dynamic where one game is lost and one won in a match, and whoever wins with black wins. So that is clearly something that they're
Peter?
all... Yeah?
That was a pawn sacrifice.
Yes.
And I think you're the only one who can make sense of it. I'm going to do a quick action replay here. This was the position, and Maxim Vasiligrau strikes in the center with the move pawn to e4. Now the knight here, which does defend this pawn, we can see is spin. And in fact, Jan Krzysztof Duda right now has decided to take it head on, picks up the pawn. What's the idea behind this?
I briefly looked at your screen, because obviously my brain is no match for the engine on any website these days, and yeah, it feels like both of them know what they're headed into. And yeah,
yes.
And the pawn sacrifice you mentioned is going to be the least of our concerns, because I think there's more material being dropped very likely in the immediate future, because it seems like the engine in this position suggests we can just castle and leave that knight under attack to be captured.
Exactly, that's what happened. I have some flashbacks right now in that game of that Jan Krzysztof Duda played, I think like 2-3 days ago. He castled here, his opponent castled, he captured the knight, sacrificed a piece, and the game anyway ended in a draw, because it was still a very good compensation for white.
Oh my god, he does it!
There we go, yeah. fantastic excitement. And also, Young Krzysztof is actually above his starting time, despite this position looking very, very random and extremely non-forced, shall we say. But Young Krzysztof clearly knows what he's doing, and MVL would not have gone for this if he hadn't checked it prior to the game.
And did you see that? When he went with the kingside castling, it got awarded by 2 exclamation marks. And that means it's a brilliancy in the position. Sacrificing a piece, again, one of those moments that I think everyone watching, and myself as well, would like you to make sense of this sacrifice. Because I don't see, there's no killing attack on the black king.
Not immediately, no. But we can take the knight now. I think it's finally time to chop off that knight. And then we take that errant pawn on in front with the queen. And now a lot of things are hanging in the black position. This is a very little threat that Tanya is indicating. The biggest one is to take the pawn with the queen with check. That would just collapse the black position immediately. And it seems like black probably has to start returning material here. You can't hold on to all of your ill-gotten gains here. You probably perhaps have to play the knight to the center, giving up your rook in the corner.
No, Peter.
That seems to be the suggestion as far as I can tell. And if you take that rook, we can take the knight, which is also hanging. White has more pieces hanging in this position. We're not out of pieces yet. We haven't given up all of them. And this is an unbelievable mess, which I would need to actually think about the position for a bit before I say anything in order not to look stupid, but that's obviously not on the cards. So looking stupid, here I come. I have no idea what's going on here.
And we see there, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave sacrificing piece after piece, but is also low on the clock. He's taken his time. He's got 12.5 minutes. Now, when you sacrifice a piece, Ketty, you tend to just make the move immediately.
Right.
Is it a bit surprising for you that Maxime has taken a pause?
Not really. I think he is going through the analysis right now because, as I said, Young Krzysztof Duda has played already. He remembers, he plays very fast, and MVL probably hasn't played this opening, I don't know, for a while, maybe not even at all. And there are more ideas here. You can also play knight, first attacking knight on that square on c4 to attack the queen, and then to capture the pawn and to attack the knight. Here black's problem is the king. We need to castle. That's what white did.
I'm just glad that we're commentating on this and not playing this position. Because
exactly.
to me, this is absolute chaos.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he's taking a pause because, in particular, with what Ketty has told us, I'm sure MVL is aware of that game Young Krzysztof played recently. People generally pay very good attention to their opponent's recent play.
Getting great call by you because we do have the knight jump on the board.
Let's go!
Hitting the queen on a5. Let's go. And of course, the
Let's
idea
go.
is to
Queen
pick
to
up the
d8
pawn.
was in the game, and then queen f3 if my memory is good. Yes, and then I wish I remembered better, but I don't.
The players will tell us, but before that, we're getting some information that there is trivia coming up because we need all the knowledge that we can to understand the position on the board. And there it is. To be awarded the Grandmaster title, a player must have at least a rating of 2,500. And apart from that, you also need 3 Grandmaster norms, but that is the base rating. And
Absolutely.
I've always felt, Peter, that getting to that rating is more difficult than achieving the 3 Grandmaster norms.
Both are quite difficult when you're in search. I remember when I was searching for my Grandmaster title, all those years and years back, and in my case it felt like for quite some time I couldn't get there at all, and then suddenly, you know, like the London buses, they all came at once, and I completed all the norms I needed and got the rating I needed in about the space of half a year. But
humble brag.
Not really, no. But by modern standards, my successes in terms of achieving titles would put me, you know, squarely in the probably shouldn't play chess category.
Well, I think, Peter, we're just happy that you're here and you're playing chess because you're the only one who's making sense of this position. Again, just a lot has happened. We've seen a trade off that knight, and now the bishop blocks it, gets awarded with an exclamation. That's a good move, and perhaps the only one to keep the material balance. And just to show that to everyone watching, if you move the queen, you're offering a trade, but you know what? You lose the rook. You move this knight back to block the check. You know what? You lose the other rook. So really, an easy find there. The only move, a critical one. And now what? Maxime Wachier-Lagrave is down a piece. Where's the compensation?
Well, the compensation is in a massive difference in development. White has everything out. The queen is safe. Both rooks are already playing, actively participating in the game. Whereas black, despite the extra piece, has the king still in the corner. The entirety of their king side has not been developed yet. So there's plenty of problems. And if you move the queen away, which he will, he's just choosing a square. The queen cannot stay where it is right now. It's being attacked by the bishop. Wherever you put it, white also generates an additional very important threat of pushing that pawn forward. Let's say you move the queen all the way back from where it started. If black does, let's say black just develops that bishop that is currently
Makes
on
a
a
lot of
starting
sense.
square, and we go forward with that pawn, and then we go forward more. I don't. Yeah, I still need to. Yeah, but this is just currently completely lost because that pawn will just be the absolutely deciding factor in the game. So there's plenty of problems for black to solve. But of course, having the extra piece right now does give young Krzysztof a lot of leeway. And yeah, queen b7 was chosen instead of the square we discussed. Those were the two most obvious choices, and the threat remains the same. Yeah, as you're pointing out there, you have. It feels like one mistake and black is done here.
Gonna be collapsed right away. And I really wonder what is in young Krzysztof Duda's mind or in his home preparation, why he's choosing to go there every day.
And that's a great question because he's also blitzed out his moves. It's not as if he's paused and this is over-the-board inspiration. He's got about 14.5 minutes. He's definitely familiar with it. But we look at him on the camera right now. He's suddenly looking a little uncertain. And quick question here, guys, because very often it's about material versus initiative. In this position, Ketty, would you rather be white or black?
White. For
Playing
sure
for the
white.
attack, Peter?
I would rather be the one who knows what's going on. because
Wait,
clearly-
another piece is gone. Another piece was
I would rather be the
gone.
commentator.
Whoa.
Yeah, that is also a very valid answer, but generally, in a competition in this position, if one player knows and the other one doesn't, it's always, pretty much always, advantage player who knows, even if the position is maybe not that great for them. And yeah, there's been some developments on our screens because black played a very natural move 2 moves ago after white escaped with the queen.
Let's do an action replay.
Yeah, this is obviously a very good move. We are offering a queen trade, something that is extremely advantageous to a side with a material advantage. We're also stopping that pawn push that we were talking about. And in reply, a temporary piece sacrifice happened. MVL gives this check from the d6 square. Only one move is available for black. Black needs to get rid of that knight. And now bishop takes the black knight. The previous material balance is restored. And also, we opened the file in front of the black king, threatening a very lethal check with the rook. So yeah, this is very, very scary for black. But it still remains, I'm pretty sure, the first computer choice. And that expression on young Krzysztof's face a few minutes ago, when he was sort of staring off into space, that is a face of a man who is remembering his home prep. And I think he probably reconstructed everything to his satisfaction because he returned to making moves very quickly. We'll see.
We'll see. I've got a really cute line to show. Ketty, check this out. If we were with the white pieces to make the move that Peter has been watching for c6, and let's say that black gets really greedy here, right? You want to capture this pawn. And now rook gives a check, and this is not a check. This is game over because the only way to hide this square is defended by the bishop. Your king can't step up. Your bishop comes on top of the board. You give another check. You win the bishop. You win the game. I want to ask you, will we see c6 on the board? Will he push the pawn?
I don't think so, because I also took a look at your screen. Otherwise, I would be less sure about this. But I have a feeling this is not the best move here, because I have seen what the best move is.
Tell us. I don't see from this distance, guys.
I wish I would look at the lines as much as Peter is on my computer. If c6 is not the best move, then what is it, Peter?
I think the engine was suggesting you play rook d1, not even the check, which is quite striking here. We've sacrificed a lot of material. The position looks extremely forcing. And yet we're not attacking the black bishop. We're not giving the very, very obvious check from the e1 square. We're making a quiet move to the d1 square.
He's reaching out.
Yeah, keeping
out
all
for
the
the rook.
tension, and there it goes.
Finds it.
He
knows
he
it.
also
He does-
knows.
he
He
knows
also
it.
knows that. He also
And
knows
this is
that.
nice because you keep the pressure on. Now black can't take the pawn here because the bishop is hanging. You suddenly notice that the two rooks have opened up. So it's really bringing on the pressure on the d6 pawn and Jan Krzysztof Duda. To me, it doesn't look like the expression that he's still remembering. I think he is feeling the tension right now.
Now I'm less sure, yeah. Now I'm less sure. It feels like maybe what often happens is you are sort of more concentrated, because we've discussed the variety of options White had maybe 5 or 7 moves ago. And perhaps some of those lines he remembers very, very clearly. And some of those he knows they're on file. He knows his home prep says it should be okay for black. But he doesn't quite remember how. And he is stuck in this weird kind of a situation where he's an extremely strong player, so he can try working it out, or he can try kind of reconstructing what his home prep says. And it's actually a very dangerous situation for a player to be in, because you don't quite know if you should just completely forget about your homework and rely on your strength as a chess player to just work it out over the board, or whether you should continue like trying to, you know, force to revisualize what the page of your computer screen looked like.
Yeah, another thing is that when your opponent is making the only moves and the best moves, you know that he was ready, and you're thinking like, why I really choose this opening? I could choose something else.
And you're just wishing, slow down a little bit so that I can feel confident about myself. But it is difficult right now. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave looking good at this moment. And this is a really big match because we did see that both these teams are currently at the bottom of the table. They need to start getting those points. But you know, guys, I've seen the Upgrad Mumba Masters around, and regardless of what happens on the board, I have to say, to me, it looks like such great team spirit and team camaraderie between them. They always have dinner together. They work hard together. They've got this good feeling going. And it's always really nice to see that their spirits are really upbeat and feeling good.
Yeah, they do look like they're still very much in it, and it's always nice to see. But yeah, well, this one looks kind of scary for them, honestly, because if Jan Krzysztof doesn't know the solution here, the solution might actually be quite tricky. I've been trying for the past minute as we were speaking about this, because Tanya has done, you know, top 10 anime betrayals continue here. The computer has been switched off, so I can no longer rely on you know, this quick glance to the right.
You are our computer, Peter.
No,
you have to understand that.
No, I am a being of flesh and blood.
You can go from this side, Peter.
So I've tried to figure out what I would play here as black. My first idea is I don't quite see why attacking the forward rook by playing bishop c8 should lose. But I guess it just doesn't do anything. The rook could just step closer to the king 1 square. If you
That's
attack,
the best engine move, Peter. You just you
You
just
don't
called
need
it.
You don't need it, Peter.
Yeah, but I still don't understand why. This is the problem with these positions is you can sort of guess what the potentially good moves are, but they all look somewhat similar, and choosing between them is extremely dangerous.
This looks like the most inhuman move to my eyes. They just retreat with the bishop. Look at this. It's almost like you're setting up for the next game already.
A little bit, yeah. You have to say that.
And you mentioned this move just to show everyone. And watch out, because yes, you stepped back with the bishop. You're not going to lose a piece, but you know what? You're going to lose your king if you pick up this pawn. This would be a checkmate in one.
True that, yeah. So it's a very difficult position to suddenly find yourself having to navigate completely on your own, which seemingly is what's happening with Jan Krzysztof. And perhaps we've spoken about this enough, and we could take a brief overview of the match in general. I've been once again stealing glances at the equipment around me, and it looks to me as if Upgrad Boomer Masters are generally doing really, really well so far. I really like how the match is panning out for them up until this moment.
Let's zoom out, let's bring up our bird's eye view and take a look at all the boards that are happening, because as Peter, you mentioned, action is on and it's getting pretty hot in some of the boards. The one that catches my attention is the one that we saw a question mark on, the top right board, Daniel Dubois versus Vidit Gujarati. And I think that's the one that looks the craziest to me. Katie?
Yeah, there's another question mark just below that. Nihal and Cinderov, too many question marks. Let's get in the first one and we can check out what is happening here.
Yeah, this one looked quiet a moment ago, but Daniel Dubov just now pushed for some kind of an attack on the king side of the board, and it might not work out for him, although I'm not sure if its reply was the sort of the harshest punishment for the liberties taken there by Daniel Dubov. Seems like a playable position to me. It doesn't look... Honestly, this could become a very, very fighting position, but the Prodigy board is a lot crazier. And if we could just go to the Prodigy board for a second, because that one is like legitimately potentially a game for the ages.
Let's do it. We're going to pull up our bird's eye view in just a moment. But before that, we're getting an update that we've got... The people have spoken. We've got a poll on. Let's bring that up and see what our viewers are talking about. Who will have the better middle game strategy? That's an interesting call there. Vidit at 75%, Daniel Dubov at 25%. These two players, there's such a clash of styles. Completely different styles of play.
That is true, and Daniel Dubov is one of the sort of the most original, I would even go as far as to say most original thinkers about the game. He comes up with ideas which are really not occurring to very many other people in the chess world right now. I've had that experience firsthand many a time, and very, very interesting to see him approach sort of the old, seemingly stale positions as he, you know, twirls the bishop around. This has been,
because
you know...
his thing, he likes to do that quite a lot while he's thinking.
That was popularized over the years. I think the person who revolutionized that and kind of pioneered it was the...
Boris Gelfand.
Yeah, that
has to be Boris Gelfand.
Yeah.
He's the world champion of peace twirling.
Yes.
I mean, there's just a different style in the way he does it. I don't think anyone can match that. The speed, without looking at it. You know, when I watch him play, I think I'm looking less at the board and I'm more impressed with what's going on with the peace twirling.
That is very true, yeah. He's been an absolute star in that particular regard, and shout out to Boris, who is currently battling in yet another crop of youngsters in a tournament elsewhere. But let's take a look for a second at our Prodigy board, because there's just some very exciting things going on there.
Let's do it. Let's bring up our 6-board view. Zoom out with this. We will be back to check in with Vidit and Daniel Dubov. But for now, for Peter Swidler, it is all about what is happening on that bottom right board. Nihal Serene versus Sindarov. And that's the game that we are going to bring up next.
It seems like White's last move, knight jumping on the side of the black's board, is not the most accurate move.
Yeah,
even though it looks so great, Peter.
The engine appears to disagree with it, but I think already until that moment the game was quite crazy, and you will notice if you do the careful counting that in the current position, and the move finally has been made, in the current position White is already a full piece up. And Nihal...
Oh, what is this sign, Tanya?
Yeah, that is
What is... That can't be good news for Black.
Yeah.
But again, as you were saying, absolutely crazy position, because White has an extra piece. White's king is still stuck in the center, and the sign keeps repeating.
Yeah.
It's saying, you know what, Black made a mistake, White made a mistake. What's going on here? It's the most natural-looking move. The bishop was attacked, and you come back with it.
It's, yeah, I would think this is what you're supposed to play in this position, but clearly the engine disagrees. But I understand we've moved past that, but can we just move back to the position we were discussing? Because Black had a fantastic idea there. I don't know if it's good or not, but if we go 2 moves back, the black move and the white move, we could sacrifice the queen here, which is something that is generally not such a good idea in openings, but we can take the white bishop, leaving the queen hanging there, and now we can either take with the rook. I think rook takes this, but the most interesting move to my eyes here is actually not taking anything at all, moving the dark squared bishop to the edge of the board and preserving all of our threats. And I was looking at this, and I don't know if this works or not, but it was looking so attractive from purely the aesthetic point of view. It's just such a beautiful idea to have on the board. And I'm pretty sure the entire time that Nihal spent thinking in that position with the black pieces, he was discussing this with himself, and he came up with the answer that this doesn't work, because I'm pretty sure he wanted to play this, because how can you not want to play this?
And I have to show the idea because it's so beautiful. After that, bishop piles on the pressure on f2. Let's just say White makes a non-move. Doesn't make any sense. But the whole point is that this pawn right in front of the king, controls the escape square. And that, ladies and gentlemen, would be a checkmate in one with the bishop attacking the king. No squares left. And a bishop h4 was a fantastic idea. And Peter, it's very possible that Nihal saw the queen sacrifice but missed the move bishop attacking this pawn, because that's not an easy find.
It's possible, yeah. He
Although
definitely
he has
considered
10
her-
minutes on the clock. Look at the time situation. 10 minutes for Nihal and only 2 minutes for White. This is a huge time difference.
It is, yeah. Apart from that very, very beautiful queen sacrifice, which was decided against by Nihal, I also don't really quite understand why the most natural move that Sindarov just made is such a mistake. I'm very confused by this. A very, very exciting game with a lot of potential turnarounds, and definitely one of the games in this match where Black could actually get the full 4 points, and they probably will need it because there are some questionable positions elsewhere.
We're going to jump straight to that. But this one is a wild ride, and currently an 8-minute deficit for Sindarov in an already very difficult position. Yes, he's up a piece, but this king stuck in the center. Notice this bishop on the diagonal, making sure that White's king cannot get to safety. This is going to be a tough one for Sindarov. We will jump back to this. Let's take this moment to zoom out and look at some of the other boards, because this is such a crucial match for these two teams on their path to qualify for the grand final. Currently, both the Chingari Gulf Titans and the Upgrat Mumbai Masters are at the bottom of the table. Ketty, what catches your attention?
I see this game just Kostyuk Hampi, the game which gives White a huge advantage. We can see the bar goes all the way up, and this is the game just below on the hand left, and we can see that White is having a very good position.
Yeah, Hampi seems to be pretty much completely winning here against Alexander Kostyuk. So problems continue for the Chingari Gulf Titans. That is a poor position. Will be very, very difficult to defend. Black is already a full pawn down, and she does not really have very much to show for it either. You could also argue that she is worse positionally. So yeah, that hasn't gone according to plan for Alexandra.
The White has the extra pawn and all the initiative and the compensation in the position. Hampi there playing confidently, does pick up the knight with the bishop, and that bishop is a monster. At some point, Black has to think about trading this piece, and it looks like on this board, Hampi has everything under control.
That's right. Like that, yeah, sure. And this rook will gonna have, which is moved in the edge of the board, gonna have a serious problems. Either White will push the pawns on that side and tries to win, or there's also another light square bishop can get into the game somehow, starting with kicking the knight out of the
I like that.
center. And look at this position. Somehow it seems like only White is playing here.
We're
it's all the White
finding
pieces.
all the White plans, Ketty.
Yes.
You gotta help us with the black ideas, because Black's down a pawn, and it's kind of hard to suggest a move for Black here.
And the pawn is gone as well. The pawn from a file is simply gone for Black, and White actually has extra pawn at this point.
Yeah. This one is a very, very bad position for the Chingari Gulf Titans, but elsewhere it seems like young Krzysztof Duda solved most of his problems by using his brain, which is how it's supposed to go. I'm pretty sure at some point he had to just forget about the files and think. And the thing about these players, they're good at chess.
That's an understatement. That's the understatement of the day. And look at that. Katie's idea is on the board as Hampi advances down on the queen side, bringing in a pawn storm, and this is going to be a tough one. Let's zoom out here and try and see where the players might have a chance with the black pieces for the Chingari Gulf Titans. We're going to bring up our bird's eye view as we jump over to some other exciting action as well.
Yeah. Speaking of the other boards, we haven't said a single word about the game between two heavyweights in this matchup, Shahryar Mamedyarov and Alexander Grishuk on board 2, but nothing much is going on there, so I think it's somewhat justified. That one is looking fairly level. The game between Harika and Shuvalova also looks pleasant for Harika, but nothing much needs to be said about that. But boards 3 and 6 are quite exciting.
Exactly, and another best move in the game of Duda MVL on the first board. just happened, and they have finished the game. I think
Yeah,
they just repeated and they just checked each other. Very often, just players are just checking each other if they have analyzed the game deeply, if they know this theory, and there's no question that these two players knew it. In the end of the day, they are icons of chess, and they're playing on the first board.
And while this match is over, the two of them are still on the board discussing this quite an epic battle in the opening. It was a bit of a firefight there, but both knowing with familiar territory, handle the hot waters. And now it comes down to the other boards. The icons are done with their games, but the other 5 boards are still on. Let's zoom out and bring up our bird's eye view before we jump to some critical action, because once again, I think it is the Prodigy board that we've got to rush back to.
It is, yeah. And perhaps the time has come for us to answer the burning question of the day is, why is the move that Sindarov played there bad, and how are we going to punish it? I still don't know. The obvious beginning of an answer would be we can perhaps take the white pawn in the center. Once the position is on the board, we'll return to that technical discussion.
Let's bring up our analysis board. We do see Nihal Sareen there making a move confidently. He is up on the clock as well. The players continue to blitz out the move. And look at that white's king in the center. Sidesteps, a check. This is fire on the board. Black is currently down a piece. Nihal Sareen down a piece. But all the play, nobody cares about material right now as long as the king is under fire.
Yeah, but it feels like perhaps something was missed, because we saw that the engine was in disagreement with at least some of the decisions Sindarov was taking. But now the engine bar suggests that white is massively in front, which is not really such a surprise considering that we're a full piece up. One threat you need to take control of here, let's say if we make a kind of a passing move on the king side, let's just make h3, h4 for no reason whatsoever. Black can take our knight, and if we just recapture blindly, we get mated in 2 here, which is very, very painful. So that is the threat on the board which needs to be tackled. But I think it's very easily tackled by lifting our queenside rook 2 squares up.
Oh, nice. So you just want to safeguard the square where the queen wants to jump in. A big threat on the board. Black currently wants to swap off this knight and land the queen on a deadly check. The defense suggested here by Peter is to simply guard the square by lifting the rook. Well, whatever he does, he needs to do it fast. He's almost touching the 1-minute mark here.
Very fast, Danny, and to be honest here, to play against more time on the clock and not castled king in the center, maybe Sindarov is not so comfortable in this position.
He finds it. He finds it, Ketty. He finds the best move on the board, guarding that threat, making sure he doesn't get checkmated, but down to almost a minute there, and anything can happen. This is the kind of position where you just ignore the eval bar.
Exactly, and he doesn't have it as well, so he has to pretty much just... The idea of this move, besides just avoiding checkmate, is to give up maybe the exchange, the rook
I very much agree
pawn
with that, yes.
and the bishop, and to clean up a little bit the board, because there's too many of the black pieces on that side of the board, and white wants to get rid of that, because white has extra material here, extra piece.
That is absolutely right, and I was about to say the exact same thing. White generally wants to trade pieces here, and even a trade of a rook for a bishop, which generally isn't such a great idea. Limiting the number of attackers black has here is very much the order of the day. And yeah, Nihal, I suspect, will struggle finding compensation for the sacrifice material here.
Wow, and Nihal Sareen in a think tank right now, because this is a critical moment. If he's not able to build initiated, this could get out of hand. He is down a piece. He can't let white consolidate the position. Should we take just this moment to zoom out and get a quick update on the boards? We see for the Chingari Gulf Titans, Nihal Sareen is in some trouble. Where are the chances for the Titans?
Dubov, I guess, will have to do a job for his team there, because Alexander Kostyuk also made a mistake. You see there a double question mark on board 4, and there is a very cute,
beautiful tactics probably.
Let's bring it up really quickly. Alexander Kostyuk against Koneru Humpy, and we see the last move has been a big blunder by Kostyuk.
Yeah, but I don't think it was properly punished, because I think you could have. I think after that move, there is a very cute little tactic here, because if you notice the position of the black heavy pieces on the queen side, they could get attacked with the same piece, but currently there's a knight in the way, and there's a kind of a pretty way to solve that problem. You can actually temporarily sacrifice that knight by taking the central pawn.
You want to do it with firepower. You want to move that knight away, but with as much of an impact as you can.
Absolutely. And if that knight gets taken by whichever black pawn chooses to do it, we can push b6 and just win that rook, because the queen is more valuable. The queen will get saved, but the rook gets lost. Instead,
It's a bit like really easy tactic. It's just two
I'm
moves.
surprised.
But look at the time situation. She had less than a minute, and maybe she just went the first thing she saw there was good enough.
Yeah, that does seem like it. Seems like she knows she is much better, and she will remain much better, because this dynamic with the black rook on the queen side having basically no useful moves, the knight next to it completely dominates it, and it would like to sort of step back one square and then get shifted over to the other side of the board, but that's never going to be possible.
Instead, pawns were traded, and now the move bishop forward, which does get across. We do see the eval bar creeping down, and I really believe that in chess, when you've got a clear blow, like the one that Humpy just missed, that's not a good sign, because slowly things can get out of hand, and that just felt like it was a game over, the tactics that you pointed out.
I think so. She is still very favored to win this game. She still has her extra pawn that didn't disappear. But putting games like this to bed quickly is something that you should be working on, because she is down to under a minute against 5 minutes for Alexandra. Alexandra is a very good practical player. She will take chances if they get presented to her later in the game. So would have been good for white here to actually find that tactic and win the game on the spot.
I love it the way you said, put the game to bed so you can go to bed early as well. Makes a lot of sense. Well, right now that was a big missed opportunity. Katie, what catches your attention?
I see the board 3, Vidit Dubov, is something really interesting going on. Time situation is also a little bit different. Maybe this is the game that Mumba Masters can count on. Oh, meanwhile, the game has ended.
We've
on
got
the
a
second
result
board.
on board number 2, and it ends in a draw. We see the kings have been placed in the center, and this one, just like the icon board, this ends peacefully. But the boards all around are anything but peaceful. So let's quickly get our bird's eye view as action is on all the other boards. And wow, look at that position. Once again, on the bottom right, that's absolute chaos and madness. Peter, where do you want to jump to? I would love to call the Nihal Sundarov board right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at that, because I suspect they're getting very short on time. And also I think Nihal's position improved. It's still not great, but it's definitely better than it used to be, with some trades happening. And
Ooh, Sundaram being a bit nervous. Look at him.
Taking a
Second a lot. Oof. This is the sign of the nervousness.
Is that a classic nervous sign in chess when a player starts sort of moving around too much? You know that he can feel the tension?
Yeah. Oh, I think
that does look like that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a
we
lot
need the
of that
music,
going
you
on
know,
right now.
to beat that.
Yeah.
And on the other end, Nihal looking completely calm and composed. He's up on the clock right now.
A little bit, yeah.
Down on material currently.
Yeah, he still has the problem he had when we last looked at this game, where he sacrificed some material out of the opening and he hasn't won it back. You will see that the black bishop can take the white rook pretty much at any point. You don't even have to do it immediately. The rook is pinned. So yeah, I think he's done the right thing. He just brings the other bishop home. And now, yeah, that was, I think, maybe a critical move, because a check was threatened. Well, that was indeed a critical move, but not in the way I was saying. Yeah, I thought that was a good idea, but apparently it really isn't.
What's the reason why this is happening?
Maybe now we can play the queen to the queen side. Maybe queen b7 is a strong move, and now you can't really unpin yourself properly.
That's super instructive. When you've got a pin on the board, and this is an ultimate pin, right? Because white can never run away. You really want to move this rook, but guess what? Your king doesn't allow that. It's a good strategy to build up the pressure on the pin piece rather than immediately capturing it.
Right. And it becomes awkward for white, because I still don't quite see what the threat is. But white really can't move anything at all.
He is going to move. He has to move now. 30
Yeah, we should stay with this board.
He is going for that. Is
Peter, great call there.
Wow.
Yeah. And yeah, white is just very, very stuck, and black can perhaps start creeping in. Yeah, that's the move I expected, bishop f3, because it stops the black rook from potentially invading via that square next to the white bishops, and that is a move I didn't see at first. That is a very, very strong move by Nihal, continuing to use the pin. Yeah, continuing to use the pin to sneak into the white camp here,
And
attacking the pawn on
start
f2.
to take in pawns.
Yeah,
Why not?
And as we can see from the evaluation on our screen, the bar is below the equator, so to speak. Black is actually taking control here, which is a huge important thing in the context of the match. Obviously, as we know, winning with black would turn the entire thing up on its head.
And moves are being blitzed out, and we see the bar creeping down. The players now under a minute on the clock, and that nice queen move, and Nihal Sareen also gets awarded by a pawn on the king's side. The pressure continues. Let's not forget, there is another pin on the board, and this position starts looking tough. Black is also threatening to come in with the rook all the way down, hitting the queen, hitting the other bishop.
Yeah, and that is why that pin that you highlighted is so important. It looks like the rook has no entrance squares because they're all covered by bishops, but in fact, because of that pin, that particular threat was huge. And the move that Sindarov just made, it looks very ugly because you don't really want to push your own pieces to the bottom of the board, but I guess he felt the threat was just too strong. And we have news that the Vidit Dubov game also ended in a draw, but we're staying with this one. We're staying, yeah, and this is the punishment.
Oh.
This is so beautiful from Nihal.
Anyway, what's going on?
I love it. We were talking about the rook jumping in when the king was pinned. Nihal says, I don't care, pick that up, because once the pawn lands on the square where the rook is, you're going to be threatening a lot of checkmates. Also, watch out how the bishop will be attacked. I think you can't afford to take the rook.
Yeah.
This seems pretty much game over for
Yeah,
white. A lot of threats, bishop is hanging. There are a lot of checks as well on the first rank, and king has nowhere else to go.
6 seconds, 5, 4, he makes the move.
Yeah, he gave a check from b1, but Nihal correctly understands that allowing a perpetual check is horrible for him. He is now winning. He has to avoid the draw. And yeah, if white gives more checks, there's the bishop getting in front. And now there has to be just mate somewhere. I don't see it yet, but there has to be a way to give out and out mate.
He has a very comfortable time. 50 seconds for this is that what we call a comfortable time here.
Yeah.
Not just 6 seconds or 5 seconds, and he is taking his time to figure it out.
Pressure is also clearly getting to Nihal a little bit. He's looking quite nervous, but I think if all else fails, he can trade the queens, then pick up another pawn on the queen side with the rook, and he has pretty much everything under control. There might be things which are stronger, but on 20 seconds, perhaps you just go for what you know is good.
He's going to give a checkmate. He's not going for any endgame for any pawns. This has to finish right now. It looks so busted for the white king.
It does look very, very bad, yeah. You can continue attacking, or you can sort of continue attacking while also picking up pawns, which would not be... Like, rook takes pawn here might be a very, very strong move, because we're not actually giving up on the dreams of giving checkmate, but we're also increasing our material advantage.
He can give more checks to get a little bit more time on the clock. This is his strategy, why he's giving a check, but he has to make a move 14 seconds to go.
He does go with the idea, picks up the pawn, and it's so nice that white can jump in with the queen, but for Nihal, he's got this bishop, which has been a key piece to defend the king as well.
Yeah, yeah, the bishop to the center is the correct move. It at least creates an illusion of an attack on the king side, with bishop threatening to take a pawn with check. That is only one check. I think black can safely ignore it. I suspect maybe even just moving the f-pawn, yeah, exactly what Nihal has done.
This one pawn in one.
Because this reestablishes... Whoa. Okay, I think I see why it's a mistake. So what we do here is we give a check with the queen first. Nihal will interpose with the bishop. Now we take the pawn in front of the king, and we go back to b1. And I think this might be a perpetual now.
Let's stick with our live ball. He does play the check. Will he sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on g6 and end the game with the perpetual on the spot? Nihal Sareen with a big miss here. Will Sindarov find this?
I think he will have to, because everything else appears to just lose on the spot. There's really no other move.
He is going!
Yeah, and queen all the way back. That's a difficult move to find, but you should still see it, I feel.
This is the only check, though.
There's another check.
Knight check is, yeah, that's the check that you need, I think.
He finds it.
Wow.
Great call, Peter.
Wait, if Nihal not winning this one, it's going to be such a big disappointment for him and his team.
That will be heartbreak for Nihal, because he played that game really, really well, with a lot of imagination, and and
I think that's the
Joie de
moment when
vivre.
you're. Oh, look at him! He just realized that that's a draw. This is the most painful moment for a chess player.
You know you have it in your hands. You're winning, dominating throughout, and then there's one tactical miss.
Hang on a second, isn't? Okay.
You just have to.
For a second there, I thought he blundered mate in 3, but no.
Oh, that would be.
That
That
would
would be even
That
worse.
would have been bad. But if the knight moves, the c8 square becomes controlled by the queen on c4.
Very important.
Yeah, which is kind of relevant there. Yeah.
And you're saying after the knight moves, the king steps, and this is the draw that we're looking at, which will be on the board. We can see, but he gives another check, Peter. Let's quickly see.
Yeah.
He decides.
That's also perpetual. Yeah, and there will be a
Whoa,
handshake.
and the handshake.
What a
That
save by
is-
Sindarov.
Fantastic,
Nice Sindarov.
fantastic save. And in the meantime, by the way, we were talking about the Alexandra Kostenyu game, and we said she will take her chances if chances are given to her. This is now very messy.
And look at these two youngsters, the future of chess here, the two big prodigies from India and from Uzbekistan, analyzing this very complicated game. The player who's disappointed right now, it's Nihal Sareen.
He
It is,
definitely
but
knows
he's
he was winning.
smiling, he's chatting, and that's what's very important to see. It's very important for our viewers to see that actually after such a fight, players still are smiling after the game,
Yeah.
and they're actually gonna focus for the next game.
But the
next
Grand
matches.
Mumba Masters, that was a big save, Ketty. They do save a lot of points on that board. Let's quickly go back to our live games. Bottom, middle board, we do see this one will end in a draw. It's all eyes on the Kostenyu Humpy
Exactly.
game.
It's basically a one-board match now.
And this was the game where Connery Humpy was winning, had better position, and now I would say this is a bit of complicated, Peter.
Yeah, I don't know. It still looks like it might be winning for white, but if it is not trivial. It is absolutely not trivial at all. And yeah, we should just watch. I don't think there's any call for us to do anything else.
I'm gonna get coffee.
This is such a psychological moment as well. I think the players definitely need their coffee, Ketty, because they know that all the games have ended. 5 draws. It all comes down to this board. And that's extra pressure. I'll tell you one player who's super good at, and she's facing the only other player who can handle it. Both these players in high tension situations at the Olympiada Team Championships have shown what they're made out of. And this one is going to be a tough one. We are getting an update that we've got handshakes on the 5th board as well. So that's one down in the books. It all comes down to this. I'm going to ask Peter to predict a result right now.
I suspect it might be closer to a draw now, so we might see this fantastic unicorn, something that we thought might never happen in this tournament. An actual match draw.
6 draws. I don't believe that's happened. It's something completely unexpected. Not a single decisive game, but it's far from over. The players are still going to
Definitely.
try and push. The only problem in this position for black is that you can't get your king to activity to assist the bishop and these pawns because of white's own counterplay with the rook and pawn.
Yeah, but I think after white will now pick up this central pawn, and I think black should just immediately push their passer forward.
That didn't happen.
Yeah, that definitely didn't happen. Yeah, the pawn has been taken, and Alexandra, I think, makes pretty much an immediate draw if she pushes the f-pawn 1 square forward, and then captures the one remaining pawn white has on the king side.
Let's quickly
And
show
that,
it.
and that should hold.
And what Peter is saying is that in this position, black can continue advancing, and the moment that white steps up with the king, black picks up the bishop. It's a deflection. You can't take the bishop because black ends up queening, and this is just a draw. Black has enough.
We can even just play king forward, because it's important to understand that 1 rook against 1 bishop with no pawns left on the board is a draw.
It is happening, and guys, this is not just a draw. If Kostenyu holds this, actually it's gonna be all the draws, and the black piece is gonna win the match.
We're gonna get a confirmation on that with 6 draws, what that means for the players and the teams. But right now, this is the position on the board. Kostenyu there with a solid stronghold. A fantastic fight by the players.
Yeah, but once again, returning to that moment where the game could have been safely converted, pretty much safely converted, with one final finesse. And yeah, Hampi will not be happy about this at all. She knows she
There was a moment. There was a moment when she could wait. Peter, you called it out that she had to finish the game right away on a spot. This not gonna end with a decisive result, indeed.
And we see the players are blitzing out. She does continue to play on. Could have been an immediate draw had the rook been sacrificed for that pawn, but Humpy here being ambitious.
Well, as
More disappointed, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that same mechanic that we were discussing earlier. When you know you're missing you've missed a very big chance of winning the game. You don't really want to offer a draw. You want to continue pushing for a bit. And she's well within her rights, but these positions generally don't get won.
And Peter, while the players continue to fight on this one, I'm going to quickly bring up that moment that you mentioned when, in fact, this game could have been over. It could have been the only decisive game for the upgrade Mumba Masters, and it was right here when Alexander Kostanjuk made a huge blunder, and the tactic that you pointed out, it's clearance. You want your pawn on the square, which would fork the queen and the rook, and you do it in the most powerful way, sacrificing the knight. It doesn't matter what black recaptures with, and this would have been the end of the game. Instead of that, the current position that we have, it's a long fight, but it will end in a draw.
It should end in a draw, yeah. And as we mentioned, even if black just decides not to defend the last pawn at all, gives it up and just gets her king, the mechanism for holding this position, which could be something that our viewers don't really know, is you need to get your king to the corner that is not the color of your bishop. So in this case, you want your king in the light squared corner. And then because of the stalemate rules, and this is what Alexandra is doing, she realized...
She's right there.
Yeah.
She's just right there.
She's saying, you know, Peter, you're talking about it, I'm going to show it on the board.
Exactly,
so everyone can see how it's done. The defensive setup of getting the king on the opposite color of the bishop so that when a check is given, you can actually block it with your bishop and walk into a stalemate.
That is right. And this is how we call it theoretical endgames. There's no
Did you see that
way to
Humpy's
win.
next there? That looked lethal to me.
I really like this decision by Alexandra. She realizes this will probably happen anyway, and for stalemates, it's much actually better for her not to have the pawn on the board. So she just gives it up immediately. Says, "Yeah, I know this is a draw. I don't need that pawn. You will get my king into a corner. I don't care." And on 47 seconds, like you can sometimes sort of lose control over the position a little bit, and I don't know, blunders. I've seen those positions being lost like in bullet games. But in an over-the-board game with 50 seconds, that generally should not happen.
Exactly, and we also have this increment, which changed the game fully. Connor will try her best here. I think she's gonna try.
Of course, you know, you play this out because you want to bring the victory to your team. It's sort of the right thing to do, but with very limited chances of success.
You need to test your opponent, not trust your opponent, right? First you have to...
I've actually managed to win a game like this.
Really?
Yes, and it was at Waikanze. It was a very important game. So you still have to be a little careful with black not to walk into any double attack, attacking your bishop and threatening a checkmate. But Alexandra Kostanjuk, she knows her end games. She knows how this is going to be defended. And for Koneru Humpy, she's got to try till the end because the worst case scenario, even if white blunders a rook in this position, Ketty, black can't win with just king and the bishop.
No, guys. It's impossible to win with just one bishop and king versus king. That's illegal. It took me forever to understand when I was a kid, but guys, it's just impossible.
Wow. And playing on seconds, we did see a little bit of tension there by Alexandra as she just made her last move, coming with the bishop forward. But this bishop controls a lot of squares. White cannot move with the king. And we see it continues. And now you have to be a little careful because this is what I'm talking about. If you don't move the bishop to the right square, white will end up giving a checkmate. So you have to cover a diagonal so that you fall back with the bishop. She does it from the other side.
She's a bit nervous.
She wants this to be over.
Yeah. She's not enjoying the fact that she will have to continue giving like these precise answers to a reasonably straightforward question, but nonetheless, it's not a lot of fun. And yes, she would very much like to be doing something else now, but not on the table for her.
Yes. And Peter, this is what you were talking about. This is the perfect defensive setup for black because if white ever moves the rook on the last rank, that is a stalemate. The king can't move, the bishop can't move.
Right. Yes. And the trick
here... game ends in a draw. That's they're gonna tie the results.
And Humpy there with a dominating opening and a middle game did not manage to convert this, and it could very well end up hurting Upgrad Mumba Masters' chances to get into those top 2 spots.
That is right. So,
and that's
they're just going around, and I think.
Oh no, we do still have game. She's still trying, as you said, Ketty. She will play this out till the very end.
Yeah, she's clearly not intending to give Alexandra an easy way out, because in particular when you see Alexandra clearly not enjoying this to the extent that she isn't enjoying this right now, it sort of makes you slightly more interested.
Yeah, you want to keep it pushed. You know that it's a draw. Your opponent knows it's a draw, but still your opponent is not happy. So I think that's another reason, Peter. I agree with that.
Absolutely, yeah. It's very obviously annoying your
Alexandra
opponent
shows her
quite a bit.
emotions
Yeah, yeah.
that she's not happy.
Yeah, and she's not really gaining any time. I thought maybe like in 10 moves time we can see Alexandra being on like 2.5 minutes, but that hasn't happened because
Maybe
she
also like having her cocktail in the hand, relaxing,
yeah,
enjoying
that actually happened to. There was I don't know if it's the time to describe this, but perhaps that tournament was described as a Wimbledon of chess. In Linares one year, there was a famous incident where Michael Adams, one of the strongest ever British chess players, had a nice position against Vasily Ivanchuk for the entire game.
Right.
But then, in the first time trouble, something happened, and the advantage sort of disappeared. And Mickey still had a slightly better position after the first time control, and that is, we're talking about classical. Those are 7-hour games. And Mickey is sitting there thinking, how do I press from here? How do I ask any relevant questions?
Right.
And at that point, Chucky just went and ordered a beer. And
beer during the chess.
yeah, and when he returned to the board with the beer, Mickey looked up and just offered him a draw. Because
that was a good move by
he
Ivanchuk.
realized this is how it's going to be in that particular game.
Wow, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. Story, but it's impossible. They have seconds now. They can't really go for
there's not going to be
drink.
any ordering of beer here for a number of reasons. Including but not limited to the fact that I have 7 seconds.
Wait, she has to make a move. 7
seconds.
6.
Oh, she finally plays it. You've got to keep, this is the key diagonal. You've got to keep the bishop here. Otherwise, this would end in a checkmate. White can give a check right now, but black simply steps up with the king. And Alexandra Kostanek making all the right defensive moves.
Tanya, what do you think why Alexandra is making these moves last second? Because this is the only way you can just make a draw, right? To keep this bishop and the king together.
She has choices. I don't think there was ever really a situation where she had the absolutely only move to make a draw. So she is choosing between a number of moves, which all look okay, and you're very worried you will somehow choose a wrong one, and that will cost you the game, so you get nervous and you... but so far, no mistakes.
And like the last one, exactly what you mentioned, after this bishop move, now the rook hits the bishop, is threatening a mate on the square. She had to find the check, and she did. King moves forward, and this is the current position. And we do have a very special guest in the studio. It is none other than Nehal Sareen from the Chingari Gulf Titans. Nehal, you're in the studio with us. Tell us, any chances at all that this one doesn't end in a draw?
No, I think it's going to be a draw without any more problems for black, I think.
That's
very straightforward answer.
Yeah.
Nihal, but I mean, Humpy is trying. She is pressing, and Kostyanyuk is defending pretty well there. So very unlikely that this will change.
Yeah, I guess.
Also, good to see such confidence in your teammates, I guess. Yeah, that's...
Are you surprised with 6 draws?
Yes. I'm actually... It's the first time, right?
I mean, if this ends.
Yeah.
Nehal, you had such a crazy game yourself against Cindero. What was going on there? Because we could not make head or tails of it. We want to ask you, how confident were you feeling being a piece down there?
I don't know. After my preparation was over, I also could not understand a thing. I don't know. After knight c6, maybe I should have sacked my queen. I still don't know.
Yeah,
I should have.
Yeah, what'd you miss in there? What'd you miss?
No, I was calculating. Yeah, fe3, knight d8,
Right.
and I was looking at mainly rook takes f2.
It was bishop h4, actually.
But queen b3?
And then queen b3?
Yeah.
They gave a queen f3 as best
Oh.
engine. It was weird.
Okay, what if queen b3?
It's interesting, right? Maybe
Yeah,
Rook
we were
F2
not sure
anyway?
either. Yeah, I was trying to figure it out for myself, and I was really not getting anywhere. So it was very understandable that it's difficult to work out over the board, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, maybe I was seeing somewhere white could take like queen takes b5. And I was not sure what was going on.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was a very exciting game, and then I assume you were in trouble at some point. Yeah, but then you managed to turn it around, and it seemed like you were in full control. So lots of changes into that game.
I felt like I should be winning in many ways, but I was frustrated. I could not find a win, and I half-heartedly went for this. I was just hoping that there is no perpetual, but yeah, turns out there was, and yeah, that was it.
Yeah. Nehal, we're looking at this board right now between Humpy and Alexandra. This one will end in a draw. We'll get into your game in details, but I want to ask you, are you having fun in this new format of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League? How's that been, the experience?
Yes, very much. It's a completely new format, and yeah, I think we are slowly getting adjusted to it. I think it really reduces the gap between white and black, because I think both feel good now. Both have an advantage, so it's.
And what's it like to play with all the lights and the cameras in the playing venue? Is that added pressure, or are you enjoying that?
No, I didn't really notice any of that.
How's the mood in the team? Do you feel like there's still plenty to play? How dispiriting is losing the first two?
It's a bit dispiriting, but also it's just the start, and there are many more games we'll try to fight in the remaining matches, and just hope that things go well.
Thank you so much, Nehal, for sharing your thoughts. I know your game ended in a draw, but it was a fantastic fight and so much fun to watch. We wish you and the Chingari Gulf Titans all the very best.
Absolutely.
And the action still continues as Humpy is still playing on.
Absolutely. that is also
How many moves they have
something that is
made?
true.
Because we have rules in chess, and they can't play forever.
That's a great point. We are just going to check in, and what Katie is talking about is the 50-move rule.
Right.
There is still about 20 left, maybe slightly less than 20 before somebody can claim. People don't generally know confidently exactly how to claim, I feel, and I am one of those people. Despite being a chess professional for decades, I would not know the exact procedure, I think, in a rapid game of how to claim. But after 75 moves, the arbiters can step in.
Yeah, arbiter has to stop the game.
Oh.
Because if you don't claim for a draw in 50 moves, because it's very hard to define how many moves you have played. You don't know. You don't see the boards. They are not writing. On the screens, they don't see that. But arbiter right now, I think a group of arbiters are counting that, and after 75 or 70
75,
moves,
I think,
75 moves, arbiter will stop the clock.
In online chess, it's just so much easier because it just stops
Automatically,
automatically. But here, the tension will be on. Either the player has to be confident that they have reached the 50 move, or they keep playing till the arbiter steps in with 75 moves without a trade and without a pawn move.
Yeah, I think the correct procedure is if you think it's close to 50, you stop the clocks and you claim. And if you're wrong, it doesn't lose you the game. It just gives your opponent your opponent gets awarded some extra time, but you do at that point find out how many moves it is.
Yeah,
and from that moment onwards, you can sort of plan forward, because you generally will know that it's above 40. Like, you will have a feeling that you've done a lot already.
That's right, and this is the move 100 already.
Wow,
100
century
moves have been played in this game. I agree with that, Peter. And very practical advice from the chess coaches, or just for the people who just started to play chess, is that if you have this kind of position and somehow you're ending up in a checkmate next move, you can still stop the clock and ask the arbiter to count, because it can be 50 moves and you just can save your points with that.
Absolutely, and there we see the action continues. Will the arbiter step in? As Ketty said, after 75 moves, he has to do that. We see the repetition. It's clear that Alexander Kostanuik is confident. Right now, it's Koneru Humpy who's down to less than 20 seconds on the clock. Moves are being played fast. They are being repeated. And this is going to end in a draw, just like we
It
said.
should, yeah. I think
while back.
Alexandra also calmed herself down because she's been defending now for feels like 10 minutes.
It built up some confidence.
Making
right.
no mistakes. She's finally gaining time on the clock, and I think she no longer looks as nervous as she looked maybe some 5-7 minutes ago when this endgame started. So yeah, I think by this point I share Nihal's confidence in his teammate.
That is
to
right.
hold this position. But for Nihal, he was completely winning, right, Ketty? He missed that sacrifice on G6, and after that, that ended in a draw. And this
That's
one,
right.
it is Humpy who was winning, missing a sacrifice. It almost seems like the teams are returning favors here.
Yeah, yeah, it seems like that.
Yeah.
And this is how the chess goes. Actually, have to be always very much focused. Even if you're winning, you need to just stop the clock. You have to force your opponent to stop the clock and win the game.
Wow. And right now, over a minute for Alexandra. She's slowed down. Not much has changed. The dynamic remains. And once again, let's just remind everyone, for black, the defensive setup is that you want to get your king to the other color complex of the bishop that you have. In this position, it would be this square and this square. And then you're safe. You can block out the checks from two key diagonals, this one, or the long diagonal starting from the G line to the A line. The players continue playing in the right way. And they're playing so fast that we've got a little bit of lag. And now the bishop is attacked with that last move. You have to move the bishop. No bad moves, except, be careful, Peter.
Yeah,
this would be.
that would be suboptimal. Yeah.
This is the prettiest move here.
That would be suboptimal.
This is what you don't want to play. And Alexandra Kostanek continues to play accurately. A check given, the king falls back. Notice, and this is an instructive point, because very often you might want to step up with the king, trying to stay active, but this is why you go wrong, because here white steps back with the rook, hits the bishop, and a double threat of giving mate. You fall back with the bishop. Yes, you saved the bishop, but thank you very much, because I'm going to take your king.
That's how you can lose this game, but Kostyuk is already at this point very confident. She's not going to get her king active. She's keeping this king in the corner, and very soon we will see either draw over, or we're gonna see the arbiter walking in the camera frame to stop the game.
That's how it feels like.
White is gonna need a miracle right now. If black, after this big defense, actually loses threat of this position, that would be nothing short of a miracle.
Right.
It does feel like that. Yeah, I think.
White needs to some piece to drop on the board from the ceiling. Any of the piece, even pawn can be winning here.
Yeah, there needs to be divine intervention for the result to change. And Happy is, once again, there's nothing wrong with what she's doing. It is. I feel like if this was an individual competition, perhaps the game would have already been over.
Right.
But because she knows victory here is not just good for her, it wins the match. And there we see the claim. Alexander stopped the clock and is now asking for an arbiter for a count.
This is move 117, and the last trade has happened on move 64.
So it's actually a very good claim. Yeah, we're at move 52. The game is.
And Hampita's shaking her head. She knows that this was a big missed opportunity. She doesn't fight the claim. She knows it's been going on for long. And Alexandra Kostanek there shaking her head in relief.
Absolutely.
That is right.
And chess players can just never have too much of chess. After that marathon 117 move game, here they are analyzing this position. And Peter, once Humpy finds out about that big miss that happened.
I think they are talking about that moment, actually, that blunder. Alexander for sure realized the moment she played that move, it was a huge blunder.
Yeah, that's something that happens very, very often, where you release the piece, you press the clock, and you immediately see why it's a bad move. Right. But there's no way back at that point.
And guys, if you have realized, players are having the numbers as well. Just name and the number, and that's so interesting. I have chatted with some of them, and it seems like they have choose some of their favorite numbers or days of their birth.
Oof.
So
interesting.
Look at this, Alexander 23 and Connery with 4. That's probably her birth day.
It's also her board number here at the tournament. So Humpy with her 4 is walking out. That is a disappointed Koneru Humpy. She could have taken that win early on in the game. And with that, we end this match, this mammoth match, with 6 draws. We've not seen that happen before. And we will be back with all the chess talk from our studio after this break.
We're back, guys. I'm Tanya. I'm actually James Canty the third here. I'm here with Cigar and Jesse February, guys. Wow. This was a crazy match with Chingari Golf Titans and the Upgrad Mamba Masters. 6 draws, guys?
First
6
time
draws?
ever. Yeah, the first draw of this tournament.
Wow.
And that too, what a match this was. 4 games were like drawn, sort of equalish. But in 2 games, it was swinging like anything.
Oh, absolutely. Anything could have happened here, of course, Jesse. Let's bring up that points table here to see what we had on the points. Just let everybody know what happened in this match just now. Wow. We had 6 draws here, guys. Look at that there. Wow. And they're still at the bottom there. CGT, Chingari Golf Titans are definitely fighting their way back. Now, it's not too far away with the board points being at 17 and 22, right? Triveni Continental Kings right above them still as well there. But the UMM, which is the Upgrad Mamba Masters there, have jumped just a little bit there. So they're doing a little bit better, obviously, here. But, okay, we're going to bring up the next queue here, which is going to be our results from the round. Here we go. Here we go. All right, Jan-Christoph Duda, draw. Guess what, guys? Shaq and Alexander Grishuk. Man, that was a nail-biter draw. Okay, Vidit and Dubov there. That was a draw. Kosniuk and Humpy, that was the long game, like 170 moves. That was a draw. Paulina Shuvalova and Harika That was a draw. And can you guess what happened in Nihal's game versus Sindarov, guys? Any questions? Anybody? Jesse, what you think
I
happened?
feel like you're about to tell us anyway.
You know what? It was a draw. Okay, we had 6 draws here, guys. 100% 6 draws all the way down.
Yeah, and I feel like even though the score was completely equal, it ended in no peace whatsoever. I mean, like you said, in 2 games, there were almost decisive results, and we had Nihal in the studio. And right before that, I mean, he was telling us how, you know, there were missed opportunities and so many chances to win, I suppose, and for both sides even.
Yeah, I think they kind of gave him back both sides there, right, Cigar?
Yeah, I mean, the question is which side would be unhappy at the end of the day? We could clearly see Humpy was a bit sad, but if you think about it, Nihal was also completely winning, but before that, Sindarov was winning. So I guess if someone would be a little bit more upset here, it would be the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Yeah,
they've had more chances.
Yeah, and they're sitting in 3rd now. Is that true? And with the win, I wonder where they would have been sitting instead.
Right.
What is that?
And that's the end of 3 rounds today. So the last matchup for the day starts the 4th round. So we have now all the teams which have played 3 matches, and
we got one more, huh?
One more.
And of course, we got a coin toss coming up, guys. What do you think is going to happen with the coin toss?
Let's see. Ooh, we have Prachura there, who is a very well-known chess player.
Here we go. Black or white, black or white, black or white, black or white. I'm putting you on the spot.
Choose white, yeah, the one who wins.
I've always go with black. What about you, Jesse?
It reminds me of the strat, actually. There was a little bird. Oh, what happened?
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go. In the studio. Black.
Nice.
We got black again here.
Triveni Continental Kings play with black.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you win the toss, it's not guaranteed that a team's going to select white because of the scoring system. And actually, there's a small birdie that told me there was a strat at the beginning of the event that just to minimize the colors you have to prepare for, when you win the toss, choose black.
Right.
Because you know if you lose the toss, perhaps the opponent will choose white. So you prepare for black anyway. So that's one way to look at it.
Very good there. All right. Well, hey, you know, choosing black just isn't, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, right? You get those 4 points. Well, we got matchups coming up. Let's see what that looks like. In fact, on the screen there, we have our matchups. You got Levon, a.k.a. LeBron, Aronian, and then you have Jan Pomniachi on that top board. That's the icon board. We got Yu Yangi, Nordebek facing off. Wei Yi and Timur Rajabov. That's all tactics there. You got Wei Yi again, of course.
Is he playing a simultaneous?
Wow, man,
I think.
You know what? That's going to be nice to see, actually. And then Tain Zungi here, right? You got Nana versus Nino. Oh, that's pretty cool. Nana versus Nino. And then you got Jonas versus Ranak Sadwani there. That is going to be some heavyweight matchups. What are you looking for there, Scott?
Well, I think this is a very critical match for both sides because both of them are on 3 points right now. Although Balan Alaskan Knights have a higher game points right now, they're on 27.
Yeah.
So they are in better form. I think if Triveni Continental Kings win here, there you can see Nepo, by the way, fist pumping there. Looks
Ready
like
to
he's
go.
ready.
Really good team
He's ready.
captain. Yeah.
He says, Jesse, what do you think is going to happen here?
Actually, I was in, I think it was the 2nd game, and I was in the players' lounge for the first time.
Wow.
And the aura in there is crazy.
Whoa.
I mean, there's this one divider dividing the 2 teams, sitting on couches and so on, and everyone's looking a little bit angsty. I mean, it's really, really cool. I mean, I wanted to approach some of the players. It was just so difficult, 5 minutes before the game, and so yeah, what are your predictions for this match?
You know what? With the black pieces here, I'm always thinking it's just going to be more aggressive. If I'm a team captain or a team manager, I'm just like, hey, we play. If we get the black pieces, we have to play. Now, of course, you know, play what you want, play what you get, and play the position that you get. But we do have to play as much as we can, get these points on the board there. You know what I mean?
And also Nepo getting the white pieces after a long time. Yeah, so no more Petrovs today.
No more
It'd be funny
Petrov.
if his
Right.
opponent plays it though.
Oh man, that's
Yeah.
amazing there. Well, of course. All right. Well, we got matches about to start, guys. Are you ready for that?
Really ready.
Ready? For
Very, very much keen and
Oh,
looking
man.
forward to it.
We'll see what the Phoenix does
Okay,
today.
well, we got Tanya on commentary today. Tanya, you ready over there?
I absolutely am, James. Look at LeBron on the screen there. I'm loving the pink that he's on. He's facing Jan Nepomniachtchi. Let's go.
And the games are about to begin with the black pieces for Levon Aronian and Jan Nepomniachtchi playing with white. The action is about to start. A huge game for these two teams right now, and I am being joined by Sagar and Ketty. Let's get quick match prediction in. Sagar, I'm going to start with you. Who's winning this one?
Quite tough question, but I think I'm going to go with Triveni Continental Kings here. Although, as I said, in better form are the Balan Alaskan Knights, but I think Black has been doing quite well in this tournament. So,
handshakes. And we start with the Queen's Pawn opening. We did see Jan Nepomniachtchi employ this a lot in the World Championship match.
Right. So, clearly there will be a fighting game on this board, especially because he has the white pieces. Jan and Levon never backs out from a fight. Nimzo.
Yes, we've got a Nimzo Indian with a very trendy line. We're seeing this a lot at the top level with white playing the move pawn forward, which blocks its own bishop, it might seem. But where this bishop is headed and hoping for is to arrive on the square the knight has taken right now, which, Ketty, will happen in case Black does trade at some point.
That's right. And you guys, this is how we call it heavy theory in chess. You don't do this at home. Don't copy it. You need to know the chess theory, why you have to do such a natural move. Tanya, usually you want to develop your king side where your king is, so you need to castle very fast to keep your king at the safety, so you will not lose by the checkmate. And this game is going another way because this is the icons board and they can handle all the weird situations.
It's happening. You mentioned development, and that is what white is doing, taking out the knight. The one thing that you have to keep in mind, Sagar, here is you want to delay the development of the bishop, the light squared bishop. Because the point is, you take it out, black will capture this pawn, and you have to waste one tempo, recapturing by moving your bishop twice, which is why we see white pretty much take out every single piece except that bishop on f1.
It's these little subtleties which actually people who are just starting off chess would never understand. They would be like, oh, what's the big deal? The piece has to move again. That's fine. But at this top level, they try to fight for every little thing. And that's what you mentioned, Tanya. He moved his queen first. And maybe Jan does not move his bishop. He castles long and starts to push there on the king side.
Let's go.
Oh,
Bring it on. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Come on. Castle, castle, castle.
Long castle. Let's go.
That is long, guys. Come on, give me a break. That's the face
He's thinking, should he listen to the commentary team right now, or should he listen to what's the right move to make?
If we shout louder, he can really hear us.
Yeah, we
Yes.
should not, probably.
Yes, and then we can take the credit for his move.
He might not even go long castle in this position, which might be playing with fire, because if Jan does decide to go castle on the queen side, what happens is that black quickly takes, opens up the C line, and starts piling up pressure on this king. It would be a dangerous call by Jan. He's thinking right now. He hasn't taken a decision. Guys, I'm going to be the party spoiler here and say that the move that I'm expecting right now is a rook development.
No, Tanya.
Castle. King first. Here's the guys, the thing what I have noticed about Jan Nepomniachtchi, when he takes his thermos or water, this is the moment when he makes big decision. And no, Jan, come on. This one.
A third decision on the board. There was no long castle. There was no rook move. But instead, Jan decides to develop the bishop, which means that now if black does capture the pawn, he'll have to spend another move picking up that pawn.
Right. A level-headed decision, I must say, especially because it's a team event. You don't want to risk it all. And the icon board often decides, the morale of the team, because if, let's say, something goes wrong there, suddenly you are in trouble on that first board. But it seems like a pretty normal decision. You get your piece out, you castle short, bring the rooks in the center.
That's how the draw happens in chess.
Too early to call out a draw. You're talking about one of the most aggressive attacking players, Jan Nepomniachtchi, facing one of the most creative players of all times, Levon Aronian. I would say draw is the least likely result in this matchup. And as we had predicted, the pawn now has been picked up. The little subtleties, as you said, Sagar out of the openings. And now Jan Nepomniachtchi recapturing and immediately striking in the center. Very principled player,
play here by the black pieces. Your opponent's king is in the center. You want to try and open up the game. You want to get more space for your pieces.
Right, absolutely. And if you talk to all the pieces here, there's one piece that is particularly sad. That is the bishop on c8. And if you manage to play your pawn up and get your bishop out, like, yes, there, then I think black has solved all his problems. And I think Levon can do that, right, on the next move.
I like it. It's a very thematic approach in the position. You have to solve your development problems. A really nice square, as you pointed out. Sagar, this is going to be a long strategic fight. Ketty, a good moment to zoom out. Take a look, a quick opening tour around the board. Let's bring up a bird's eye view.
Bird's eye view to pick the most intrigued position. And which is that?
Well, we have... oh, this is the last match. This is not the current match, if we can... I mean, the names are from the last match, but the positions are from this match.
So it's a double trouble for us.
We'll get there. We'll pick up. But I think, Tanya, we should go on the second board, or where should we go?
Well, we are going to pick a board really soon and take a look all around, because openings are heating up as we talk, and of course some big matchups. But right now, let's take a closer look at these two players, and we see there a small move on the queen side. Sagar, it's not the move that we were expecting, but it's one with a very strong idea. And if we can just quickly have the analysis board of this icon, of these icon players, Levon Aronian.
Oh, but
Jan
he's leaving the
Nepomniachtchi.
board. He's leaving the Levon, and he has number 1 on his t-shirt.
As James says, LeBron Aronian. That is not Levon, that's LeBron. It makes sense. Like, if you think about LeBron, right? He is such an aggressive player, can score from anywhere on the court. He's also a great team player, facilitates a lot. And that's exactly Lev.
Well, I would say Lev has his own style, yes. So, yes, while LeBron is a legend and an amazing player, Levon has this thing about him where he moves like with just... It's so unassuming, very relaxed. And unfortunately, he has to wear the sort of jersey of his team. Otherwise, we could have witnessed him in all those colorful floral t-shirts which he loves to wear.
Exactly. For the viewers who just joins us for the first time and sees the chess event for the first time, Levon Aronian is the most passionate person. Okay, I see your eyes, Tanya. Are you sure?
I agree. His style is always very, like you said, floral and a lot of prints and all. But right now, of course, it's all action on the board. And it's kind of fun to see him. It's always super colorful. He's the man who's most colorful. And I think he's liking his jersey because it's pink in color. And it makes it so bright. So I think it's very suited to Lev. And I want to just talk a little bit about the last few moves that we've seen, because I think it was really important what has happened. We've got the analysis board with us. We were talking about this position, and you had a great idea to develop the bishop, Sagar, but instead, LeBron Aronian chooses a more aggressive approach. You know, he doesn't want to move the pawn 1 square, he wants to move the pawn 2 squares. Ambitious.
Once more.
Once more. Always in life, you have to want more to get more. You have to be ambitious, and that's what he did, but it was stopped hot on tracks with the move, the pawn advancing forward. And it's kind of strange, right, Ketty? Because white played it 1 step and then another step ahead.
Yeah, that's how we say that you're losing a little bit tempest here. But that was a useful move. We can call it was a useful move.
All right, well, this one's going to be a big fight. We do see some trades in the center, and this, Sagar, is an isolated queen's pawn.
Right.
What does that mean for the position?
I think when Jan took back that pawn with his own pawn, that already signaled that he's ready for a big fight, because he could have taken with the knight as well over there. Yeah, if we go one move back. Yes, here he could have taken with the knight as well. And I think that would have kept the pawn structure same. You know, 4 pawns here, 4 pawns there, 2 pawns here, 2 pawns there.
Yeah, that's how we call islands, right? In chess. Beautiful islands. They are connected. They are all of them are protecting each other. And in life, it's very nice to visit the island, to have your own island. But in chess, it works the other way. You prefer not to have too many islands.
That's true.
Pawn island.
That's true.
In life, we want as many islands
as
possible.
At least one.
Bring them on.
Ketty has her priorities set. Yeah, good to have as many islands as well.
She has her priorities right, I would say. But in this position, it's clear with this recapture, it is all about ambitious play. The queen attacked the bishop falls back, and now your move Sagar on the board to try and solve the problem of development. Black wants to place this bishop on the long diagonal. This is a good moment to zoom out, bring up our bird's eye view as action is on. And also a good moment to check in with the one and only Master Swidler. And Peter, you've got an update for us.
Hello everyone, I'm still here. No man is an island, says the man standing here all on his lonesome. And I do have an update, and the update is Tech Mahindra Global Chess League's official audio streaming partner. Amazon Music will be giving away 2 Echo Shows devices, one for the male player of the series and one for the female player of the series. So get more reasons to get yourself into the Global Chess League. This will be something the players will be, the privilege of playing in this league will be something that the players are vying for desperately in the years to come. As for this match, it's a very exciting match where it feels to me there's one board on which the Balan Alaskan Knights are doing quite well. It's the game between Katerina Lagno and Tan Zhonghui, board 4. Everything else seems fairly balanced to my eyes, at least for now. Positions are quite interesting, but no side seems to be doing too much better. I do like White in that game on our screen where Tan Zhonghui is seemingly pressing against Katerina Lagno.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Tan Zhongyi has been in great form today. She beat Ho Yifan, and now she's also has a great position against Katerina Lagno. 2 strong female players in one day. Beating them would be huge.
Well, Sagar, she is actually the current women's world rapid chess champion, and that answers all the questions here. She's a super fast player. She likes to play very fast, also in the classical time control, and that is her very, very big strength.
Wow.
If we talk a bit more about this particular position, we have seen this line before. There was a game earlier where I believe Nino Batsiashvili had a very, very good position out of the opening in this line. And once again, we see a player go for this particular setup and perhaps not handle it ideally. And by move, whatever it is now, 8 or 9, it feels to me, I really don't like what's happening with the black position. Black is very far behind in development. White has already castled. White has pieces in play. And black still has to take a lot of time to get her forces into the game, which will give white very good attacking options, it feels to me. So yeah, this is problematic for Katerina here.
Thanks a lot, Master Swidler, for that. And I have to say, it makes a lot of sense because take a look at that knight on the edge of the board. Knights on the rim are super dim. That's the place where it doesn't have too many moves to go to. We see this pawn dominating the return square. This pawn is taking away the active square. Meanwhile, white with that last move hits a critical c5 pawn. Black has to find a way to develop and defend. Sagar, the move that comes to my mind is simply advance with the pawn. You do that, you not only defend your pawn, but you clear the way for your bishop to come out. But it does feel that black is behind in development still.
I think that's the most logical move, and that should be played here. Also, I must mention that this matchup is a classic battle between the Russian chess school and the Chinese chess school. Sort of, I would say, the female players from Russia have been tremendous. You know, you have Lagno, you have Koschenyuk, you have so many top players from the country, and Chinese women players also very strong, like Tan Zhongyi, Ho Yifan, and it's brilliant to see this kind of fight between two amazing chess powers.
It's such a traditional battle, right, between Lhano and Tan Zhongyi from Russia, from China. We've seen them fight it out in the Chess Olympiads. We've seen them fight it out in the World Team Championships. And here they are playing for different teams, fighting it out on a very, very critical board. But it does look like, Ketty, that Tan Zhongyi is ahead. And we'll get your take on that. But I do hear that we have an interesting update from our social media team. There is a trivia coming up. The Arabs coined the term Shahmat. Shahmat, which translates to the king is dead. That is where the word checkmate comes from. That is so cool.
Wow.
You know, I always thought that Shahmat just meant checkmate, but I didn't know the literal translation is the king is dead.
Oh.
That's so cool.
I had no idea. My second name is Shah.
Yeah.
And I had no clue that it actually meant king for a long time.
Oof.
So, you know, it
Wow.
means Sagar King, Sagar Shah.
Like a king.
Yeah.
Wow, sitting like a king here.
Now we know why Amrita keeps saying Sagar Shah instead of just calling you Sagar.
Sagar
Because
King.
she's saying the king of my life, and that makes a lot of sense. But now we know where the word Shahmat comes from. That's some great trivia right there. So next time we give a checkmate, can we just say Shahmat?
Yes.
Yeah.
You should do that. You should do that.
In also in Georgia we call that in that
Oh.
way. I think it comes from Soviet post-Soviet
Mm.
country. So I knew actually the meaning of that for that reason. Yes.
Wow.
So it's very impressive. It's very impressive to also to know these terms and the history of the terms. It's very exciting sometimes just to know about the history.
Yeah, in fact, the way in which these names are coined and the way in which these terms are actually signifies the way in which chess has developed, and that's an entirely altogether different discussion we can have at some point. But for now, it seems very, very big advantage to Tan Zhongyi and Balan Alaskan Knights firmly in the driver's seat because of this.
That is right, guys. A lot of actions is happening. Maybe you can
Where
take
should we go?
once again bird's eye view and check. I would suggest the last board, junior board, is quite tempting to check it out, which is just right below there. Look at this position. You don't see this kind of position every day in a
Raunak
chess.
versus Bier. Yeah.
Big fight.
Let's go to board 6.
And Raunak not even looking at his board right now.
He's curious of something.
I think there are only 2 players in this event who have a tattoo. One is Raunak Sadhwani and one is Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Right, right.
True.
Yeah, we should
Can you
have
think
we
of-
should have a tattoo
And
poll
third
and
one-
ask our viewers who
You
did
just
it better.
answer it. Ah, okay, who did it?
Who's the third one in this building who has that?
The one and only, the Jedi, James Cansey.
Yeah. He's not here.
He
but-
has all the tattoos, like all of our tattoos. He has it all.
But guys, the junior board is actually we are able to witness the most fighting chess somehow. You know, it's as if they just have taken up the mantle to provide the most exciting games for us. Like the Sicilian opening, which is the most double-edged opening, happens on these boards. And right now, also a very interesting position.
A very interesting position because White's last move just has a very clear threat. White's queen was on the square, moved up to the square, lining up with the rook, and you always look for your opponent's weakness. That is rule number 1 of chess, and with that, that's exactly what Raunak's doing, lining up on the D line, eyeing the big weakness on the D6 square, and Black has to find an immediate way to defend that pawn or go for a counter strike in the center, advancing the pawn, and that's head-on battle. I'm not sure where the complication leads, and maybe this is the moment that we bring on Master Swindler. Peter,
Master.
the D pawn is attacked. What's going on?
Well, it has to be defended somehow. This is not the type of a position. Sometimes in these structures you can just let it go, but here it feels like there won't be enough compensation, and this is what Jonas Bier is considering, because his options are somewhat limited. In terms of how he can defend this, he can move his dark square bishop either forward 1 square or back 1 square. Both moves have drawbacks, and maybe you can leave it unprotected for 1 move, because if White actually takes the pawn right this moment, after all the trades happen, Black can attack the resulting rook with the bishop skewering
That's a
both
nice
rooks.
trick. I've got to show that.
That's why he's
That's a-
Master Swindler.
That's why we should probably call him Master Swindler. Because that's what he's doing with that. Peter's not pleased with that suggestion at all. But I've got to show that brilliant idea that you pointed out. Let's just say that Black instead makes a non-move in this position. You don't want to play this ever. Do not try this at home or anywhere else. The point that Peter was making, tactics, tactics, tactics. You trade, and the pawn that looked like it was hanging, thank you very much for picking it up. You walk into a skewer.
Yeah, one of the rooks will fall, and that's a very nice trick. But Jonas has actually pushed his pawn 1 square ahead and pushed it there. Is it a good idea?
I think it's a good idea because now he can retake this pawn back with his pawn, and look at these 2 lovely bishop on e-file just team up. But is it the move bishop to d5?
I actually liked it the way he played it, because I think that bishop on the square where it was, if you recapture with the pawn, it would get stuck behind that pawn potentially. And I don't mind this at all. I feel like if white now continues trading on the same square, you can take that bishop with your knight. But then after the knight gets taken off the board, white's entire queen side is under attack. Both of the white pawns on their starting squares on the left side of the board will be under attack. And black has a lot of piece activity in the center. Both of black's rooks are on open files. It does look honestly kind of attractive for black. And if white cannot really capture our bishop in the center right now, it feels like black has solved the vast majority of his problems here.
Right, right.
So let's just show that one more time. That if black was to capture with the pawn, you're not forced to pick up that pawn. That pawn is a weakness for the rest of the game. Not this one. I'm still working on my arrow and my mark game. But this would be a huge weakness. On the other hand, takes it with the bishop, keeps the bishop active. If white trades everything, black gets his own set of trumps in the position.
Right. Well, if we move away from the position, I mean, just we talk about the two players, I think Jonas Beer really needs a point in this game because he's on half out of 3 and he has not been in his best form. Meanwhile, Ronak scored a scintillating victory yesterday against Jawokir Sindarov.
Yeah.
So he has had some positives here.
Absolutely. And while we're talking about this, there have been some very interesting developments on board 4 in a game between Tan Zhongyi and Katerina Lagno. And I'm very happy the players have actually played those moves because it gives us an opportunity to show off a very interesting concept I don't think we've seen on the board in this tournament yet. So whenever possible, let's switch to the first women's board, board 4, and take a look at that.
Oh,
this is the current position in the board that Peter was talking about. We still have Ronak and Jonas on our camera, but this is Peter. The moment. What was it that struck you?
We need to take a look at the last 2 moves, the last white move and the last black move. And Tan Zhongyi made a very, very nice little tactical shot on the bishop b6, and now the move that that Tan Zhongyi made here. The engine disagrees with it, but I still like it, and I honestly thought this was maybe the best choice she had. And the reason I wanted to bring it up, it feels like white just hung a bishop. It stands there unprotected. But if
this is a very crucial board for the team. So let's just have that up. We will bring up the players as well. And this is a key tactical moment, Peter, that you're talking about. We see them on the screen. A really nice move. Let's bring back our analysis board. Peter, please continue because this is a piece sacrifice.
Yeah. It is a piece sacrifice. And if you do take that bishop, which for a second might look like it could be playable, yes, you do open your king to some potential problems, but it's maybe not immediately obvious which problems. But there is one particular move with that bishop that is very, very strong here, and it is a check from g5. And what I want, the particular reason why I wanted to show this is that this is a discovered check. This is not your usual type of check, because you make a move with one piece, and then the other piece is the piece delivering the check, which is a motif you don't.
Gives you check.
This is a motif you don't see very often. And in this particular case, because the king still has to be protected, black will lose a lot of material due to the fact that her queen will also be hanging. But of course, Katerina Lagno was not going to fall for that, and she calmly develops more pieces in reply, develops her final undeveloped minor piece. And the position is becoming a little, sort of much more of a mess. Black has a bigger presence in the center. Her 2 pawns in the center look quite nice and could at some point start marching forward. And if she can sort of survive the next, I don't know, 3 to 5 moves without losing any material, get her king to safety, and then proceed with her own plans, this could very easily become quite a double-edged game.
Wow, very well said, Master Sridler there. Just, Tanya, one small note there. If you move the bishop, you look at the teamwork. The light square bishop moves, says, please take me. Then the dark square bishop moves, and then the rook joins in. That's the kind of teamwork you need in chess.
Yeah.
And the team tournament here also shows that you all have to work together. Not just off the board, but also on the board.
Yeah. The pieces are having a good time together. They're definitely very coordinated. And like you said, teamwork makes the dream work. This tactic is totally based
Beautiful.
on that.
Yeah, it's very nice if we
Super
just
good.
look at it in a different way. Okay.
And that's also something that why development in chess is so important, right? Because you want to bring all the toys to the nursery, and that's exactly what Tan Zhongyi has done. With the rook, developed the bishops as we saw, but of course, a great tactic, which was also spotted by Katrina Lano. She continues to develop as well, finding her harmony within the pieces, and now bringing that last rook into the game. Tan Zhongyi continues to put the pressure. There is a big
Double
threat on the board.
exclamation move.
It's also the most natural move to me in the position because you want to continue developing.
Right.
Right, and attack also the pawn because Black's king has not castled yet, and that's the moment when you want to use all your resources. Maybe, I don't know, even push the pawn in the center. You have to create more and more threats now and not let Black go easy in this position.
Right.
Absolutely, and one big decision for white in such position is always whether to trade these bishops or not. But the problem with that is that if you do take the bishop, you invite another black pawn towards the center. And imagine a faraway future, but not that far away, where the 3 pawns start marching down the board. It's not something you want. And while Tan Zhongyi has a think of how she can continue creating an initiative, she's got just one move before Black's king can get to safety. Let's use this opportunity to pull out all our boards and take a look at what is happening, because I do see action all along. Ketty, is there a board that catches your attention?
Well, I'm gonna go and read it out the Georgian names because I think the the person who has to do that. This is just in the middle below Nana Zagnidze, Nina
4-5.
Batiashvili. Another player of Alaskan Knights is having a good position here. Look at this rook being on the 7th rank on the side of the opponent's pieces. This is very nice position for white, and black has to be a bit careful not to lose something in there on the 7th rank.
You pointed out the rook. It's been challenged. I also want to point out, is this the ugliest pawn structure that we've seen?
Maybe, yeah. All of them are quite lonely there. But the knight is keeping things together. He's saying, I'll protect all of you. But right now, one of them falls. And in the end, as Ketty had mentioned, it's good to have islands in real life, but not on the chessboard.
And let's do the counting. Here, Sagar, black has 3 pawn islands. Meanwhile, white, super solid pawn structure.
One beautiful island.
No weaknesses.
Wow, beautiful. That's why white has here just a slightly better position. Also, white's bishop can start to attack the pawns.
I love it. I love that idea. You can start targeting the pawns immediately. You want to think where your bishop is, reroute it to a nice square, start hitting the pawn. He takes it slow. First, he's gaining more space. If anyone can play for a win in this position, Sagar, safe to say that it's white?
Absolutely. White is going to play a long game. But I want to know from Ketty, you are from the same country as both these players. How is the equation between Nino and Nana? Are they friends of each other?
Well, Nino is my best friend, I can say that. That's safely, and I'm also... They're teammates. They're teammates for years and years. They have won a lot of competitions together. They know each other quite well. They actually have trainings together. And yeah, I don't know. She's my best friend, obviously, but they're friends. They're very, very,
So we
very...
know who you are rooting for in this game, yes.
Is it tough to stay neutral right now?
I'm always neutral. They know that. They know that. I have a lot of friends. So you guys too, right? It's so hard to stay neutral, but this is what we have to do here. But the position gives the chance for us to say that white is the one who is fighting for Divine here, and it's just up to the Bateshvili if we can use this chance. And she has also more time on, double time on the clock. I see 8 minutes 30 seconds against 4 minutes. Nana should not be very comfortable in this situation.
Sagar, Nana doesn't look comfortable, but we did see some inaccuracies there. 2 moves back to back with a cross marked over there. That can't be good news, and the reason for that is that white probably had to activate the bishop first, start targeting the pawns. And this move perhaps also gives black the opportunity to start advancing on the king's side of the board, trying to create threats, trade off as many pawns. The more pawns that are off the board, the easier the task gets to hold with black pieces. and we'll see what happens on this one. Let's get a bird's eye view and take an overall look at the match between the Balan Alaskan Knights and the Triveni Continental Kings, top to bottom, starting from our icon board. What's your evaluation on that? Where do you see the big chances coming in?
I think we should go to board number 3 for sure. It's Wei versus Rajabov. Wei is on 2.5 out of 3 in this tournament. This is the one where I think, again, it's Wei looks better.
Yeah, and Sagar, you were asking Ketty. Ketty's good friends with Nino. Does she have a favorite in the match? I'm gonna put you on a spot here because you are also pretty close to Raja. You guys have streamed a lot together, and do you have a favorite in this match? Are you rooting for anyone?
Well, of course, Timur is someone whom I greatly respect and have streamed a lot with him, learned a lot from him. But when it comes to like this struggle here, I have a feeling that Wei is someone I kind of am greatly impressed in this tournament. I thought he was away from chess for a long time and would not perform so well. But here he has been simply invincible.
So we know what he was doing all this time when he was he disappeared. He was practicing and training a lot. Probably we don't know that. So otherwise you cannot be in such a good shape. Out of blue, you know. It doesn't work in my case. So
in I think all our cases right now, sitting here, Wei from the Triveni Continental Kings, and it's been a bit of an enigma with him, his chess career, because he's been one of the biggest prodigies that chess has ever seen. A very, very impressive young career. He's the youngest player to ever achieve the 2700
15
mark.
years old.
He was 15, Sagar, and you know who was the player who held that record before Wei got there? It was Magnus Carlsen.
Wow.
And then he took over, he crossed and became a super grandmaster. He won so many youth titles, not just that. He was touted to become a potential world champion. Many said the biggest threat to Magnus. But then we saw him not being super active, but every time he plays, he's such a monster. He's currently on 2.5 out of 3 for the Triveni Continental Kings, and he's been such an MVP in so many matches.
Right. I would guess that the statistics what we have for past few years, China winning all possible competitions as team, I would say that he's probably coaching some of the players. Maybe he's still in the chess, but he has different role. In this case, chess players can be also very good coaches themselves.
Right, for sure. We will keep an eye on Wei's career trajectory because this might be the second wind in his career where he again starts moving to the top. And who knows, he will help Triveni Continental Kings strike in this match and this tournament. So this one looks right now around even, right? When we joined in, it was better for Wei, but now Rajabov has fought back and he is looking pretty good here.
I'm looking at this position, and with the white pieces, I would be slightly worried because notice how the bishop and the queen are lined up, and white does have a weak pawn on a3. There is a big threat on the board, and I see that it has been parried. Rook c3 play. You can't really take that pawn, but my question to you was that does take away a key square from the knight. Can't black start hitting that knight? Do you really want to come back, or will you go forward all the way? You could end up losing a pawn in that case. This could get very tricky very soon.
Yes, I'm not going to answer this question. I'm going to get the expert here, Master Switzerland.
Thank you, guys. And I want to... I think you made perfect sense about this board and also about Wei's career. It has been a little bit of a weird case where possibly we sort of overloaded him with expectations when he was very, very young. I don't know if it's extremely helpful for young players to be spoken of as the obvious next challenger for the throne. I don't know if it impacted his particular play that much, but my suspicion is it's generally not such a great idea to pile this much pressure on very, very young shoulders. But he is bouncing back, and he is playing really, really well here. And once again, perhaps he is in contention for being the MVP of the entire series, and that would earn him the very beautiful Echo device standing right next to me right there, a prize from Amazon Music, the streaming partner of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. But I did want to bring up a chess point as well, apart from that, and that is a different board, a board we've been sort of ignoring, but a board which is heating up very, very nicely, and that is the game between Noribek Abdusattorov and Yu Yang on board too. So if we could get the video of them thinking about their decisions here, because it's a very, very critical moment, and there is also a story there to tell.
Bring that up before you show us the big lines and the critical moment. It is the board number 2 between these two players. The youngest ever world rapid champion. He's been such a phenomenal talent from Uzbekistan. Nodibek Abdusattorov facing Yu Yangi. And Peter, this was a critical game and a critical moment. What's going on here? I do see the position, and there you have it.
Yeah, and you will notice if you simply count the pawns, black is up a pawn here, and it feels like what happened, Yuangi actually got a very comfortable position out of the opening, and he won a pawn on the queen side, and then I think he continued playing as if he might be better, and he can definitely not be worse. And he played in that fashion for maybe one move too long. And he is now in very, very serious trouble because despite being a pawn up, his pieces are very, very tight to the protection of that pawn on f7 that is currently flashing on your screen. And it's all he can do not to just lose it outright. And white can increase pressure against that pawn in a number of ways. First of all, you can now restore material balance because that final move Yuangi just made drops the pawn that is being highlighted there. But you can also just launch a direct attack on the king side by playing perhaps g3, g4.
Whoa!
Trying to just dislodge that knight, which is the final defender of the f7 pawn. I don't know if it's good,
but he took it.
because
you
definitely do have to calculate whether it works tactically or not. But it's something that you definitely could consider. Instead, Nodibek for now just restores the balance, takes on c6. And yeah, the engine says there were stronger moves available. I'm not sure what they were.
Peter.
And Yuangi instantly replies by playing his pawn forward on the king side, trying to just shift the white rook away from the ideal square which it currently occupies, because it's exerting a lot of pressure against the pawn on f7. So he will succeed in that because the rook has to go back to e3, but pushing the pawns in front of your king, as we've established over the course of today, is generally very, very risky. And this is not an enjoyable position for black nonetheless, even if there are perhaps ways to put even more pressure on Yuangi. So this one is looking promising.
What do you think about time situation here? Look at the time situation as well. 4 minutes, 40 seconds, and black has only 40 seconds here to solve all these problems.
And the clock isn't even his biggest problem right now. The position itself looks so difficult. Under 30 seconds now for Yu Yangi.
This is not going to be easy.
White putting pressure everywhere. That knight on the edge of the board not helping. White can even transfer the rook all the way to the h-file, making life even more difficult, setting up all kinds of tactics. Ketty, this is going to be tough.
It's going to be very, very tough, and it just made a move here.
He's trying to activate at least some of his pieces, but I don't think it will work. And that rook transfer over to the h-file that Tanya was highlighting was definitely going to be my next point. I really, really like it. I think it probably in many cases just ends the game, and yeah, Nodibek clearly of the same opinion. Just very quickly goes rook e1, says, how about them apples?
Wow.
And yeah, this is going to be a very, very big problem.
7-6, he needs to make a
Come
fight.
on! He made the longest move possible.
They
took some time.
Wow, 3 seconds he made that move. We're getting a big update. 2 games have already ended in a draw. The icon board ends in a draw, and the board between Tanzongi and Katrina Lano finally did end peacefully, but this one is heating up. Did he make a move?
Wait!
Yeah, the board is slightly behind. He already recaptured the rook. Nodibek took a free pawn in the center. And Yuangi is, I think he's already made one more move. I think he played queen c3 there, as far as I can tell from the... Yeah, that view is better.
And we can see Janne Pomnishi, the first board icon, is looking at the board on the screen, not on the board.
What are his chances of his team here? That's what he's seeing. Actually, what do you think is happening in this match? Because we have 2 draws now, and actually a big result was for Triveni Continental Kings that Tanzongi drew that game. Katrina Lagno was clearly worse, but a draw there. So we are 2-2 right now. And if Nodirbek is winning and Nino Batsiashvili is winning, and Raunak Sadhwani is around equal. But Wei is striking back. So actually this match is well positioned.
It's very difficult to call right now, and we see there, actually this is such a crucial board that Nordebek has the advantage, but he needs to convert it to a full point right now. And the players are playing on seconds.
Absolutely, yeah. Nordebek, I think, generally does win positions like this. He is much better. He also is in a very comfortable situation in terms of the control over the clock. And one thing that we mentioned in passing is that in the old Georgian clash on board 5, Nino Batsashvili is now firmly in control. Seems like she is close to winning her game against Nana Zagnidze, which will put the Balan Alaskan Knights in, I think, for now, firmly in the driver's seat. And perhaps, yeah, that actually doesn't work out exactly like that, because in the game between Teimur Rajabov and Wei Yi, Teimur has just gone somewhat all in, and the match situation doesn't seem to indicate that was necessary, but he is just a very ambitious player. And I think it's in his nature to play sharply for a win, no matter what. So, hard to criticize this amount of fighting spirit.
And another very big board for the Balan Alaskan Knights here with the white pieces. A crushing position, but you need to find a breakthrough here. You have to try to create play against Black's king and the weak pawns.
Right.
And the way I think you can do that, Sagar, is by combining the bishop and the queen and start threatening mates along the board.
Teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work. She starts with a check, which also makes a lot of sense. Remember that Black cannot really block a check with the queen, because then you lose connection with that pawn and you'll end up going down. Instead, Nana Zagnidze blocks it with the knight. A lot of pressure here on the Triveni Continental
Nice
Kings.
move. She wants to bring her bishop in to attack that pawn. I think this is going Nino's way. Balan Alaskan Knights really in control here. I think, Tanya, a very quick look at Wei Yi versus Rajabov.
It's on fire. It's absolutely on fire.
On board
and
3.
That is the big board number 3 with Wei Yi with black pieces. Will he be able to strike back? Because for the Triveni Continental Kings, that is a massive point if they can get it. It's the board that they are better at. Remember, with the black pieces, you do get 4 points for a win. And right now, Wei Yi is in driver's seat.
Yeah,
Whoa.
beautiful. Well, he's material up, yes?
Rook is missing. Look at this. Black has extra rook. That's 5 pawns if we calculate that way. Extra 5 pawns for black.
Oh, and he chops off the pawn and says, I'm ready to give up some material, because if you take the queen, you want to take there.
And that's the trick here. And it's happening on the board. And of course, white can pick up the queen, but black will say, thank you very much, but not pick up the queen first. Because, Sagar, there are threats of the pawn advancing. This is so much.
First a check. He plays it.
It's on the board, and he's showing how it's done. You give a check, an intermediate move, walking out of any
handshake
on the board.
And
victory.
And that is it.
For Triveni Continental Kings there, which means 4 points there. Huge, leading the match 6-2 now. Our Triveni Continental Kings. Wei Yi, what a guy. He's on 3.5 out of 4, single-handedly kind of powering his team there.
Yeah, what a performance there. Where he continues to be the MVP for the Triveni Continental Kings here. And we've still got action on. Peter, where do you want to go to?
Board 6.
Let's go to board 6.
Juniors board, I guess.
Let's bring that up. Board 6 is the...
Huge result there on the 6th board, it seems. Look at those pawns. It reminds me of these great games from the past where... he resides!
Whoa!
Jonas Bear strikes, which means Triveni Continental Kings gets another 4 points.
And
they
that's 8
win.
points.
They won the match. They won the match, right?
The match is over. 2 draws, 2 black wins, Peter.
Yeah, that just suddenly swings the match firmly in Triveni Continental Kings' favor with wins with black on boards 3 and 6, and even if, as seems quite likely, both Abdsatorov and Batsashvili win their games, that will still not be enough. They will lose by a couple of board points, because the wins with black are obviously that much more valuable.
And look at the smile on Jonas. His face,
so happy.
You can see that he knows that he's the man who's got the job done for his team.
Yeah,
He gives
look at
them
the
fist bumps there.
Oh, wow.
He says, we got this, and we're UAE
These
also
two guys actually
such a
just
star.
won the
These two
match.
players have been the MVPs for this team, and he stays
Wow.
back, Kitty. He wants to look at the other
Yeah.
boards, but in his heart, he knows he's got the job done.
He's done his job, and now he can relax a bit. And also the other players can now relax, especially Yu Yangi, who is in trouble, and also Nana Zagnidze. So even though
The pressure's off.
Yeah, even though Balan Alaskan Knights might score 2 wins, a win with white is 3 points, while a win with black is 4. Again, this rule of 4 points with black making a huge difference, right?
Absolutely, and everyone, all the players, they're loving this. We had Magnus in the studio
Yeah.
earlier, Vishayanan. This whole fighting angle that comes in, black pieces have got that 4-point Ketty. We've seen such attacking chess and turnarounds because of that point difference.
Yeah, usually chess players don't want to have black pieces in a classical chess. I think this is new concept, and it's
I
gonna
love it.
Global Chess League gonna just break this rule actually, and the point of view of the chess players, and from now on I think everybody wants to play with black pieces.
We're actually seeing that switch. The team that's winning the toss has now started picking black to start
Finally,
with.
we were waiting that to happen actually after second round when we saw what happened in the first round, and they are
Absolutely.
starting.
Another result coming in on
Nadirbek
board
wins.
2. Nadirbek wins, but it's not going to be enough for the team.
Right, and also Nino is clearly winning. So it was actually a very close match. And I guess the eventual score here will be 8-10 in the favor of Triveni Continental Kings. Oh,
And
she
we have a
resigns and the match is
resignation.
over.
Wow.
And I think that was the reason that Nana decided to end the torture. She knows that the team has done it. The team has won. And Nino, a great game played by her, but not enough to take the match. It is the Triveni Continental Kings who take down the Balan Alaskan Knights.
Yes, and
That's
you
it.
know, Wei and Jonas Pierre can sleep very well tonight.
Oof.
Uh,
I
they-
would not sleep when I'm very excited, but I cannot sleep. It works the other way for me.
They're the heroes today. The
Yeah, for
heroes
sure.
of the
I think they're
match.
gonna celebrate today. We need to know how they're going to celebrate today.
I know how they are.
Okay.
They'll come in the evening after everything's done back in this arena and practice. That has been the secret.
That's so cool.
Really?
That's how they're
Oh, and the
practicing.
lights on. I love this one so much. I wish we have also this kind of lights and the music. We're gonna rock it. This is so beautiful.
Well, we
Playing venue
might
is
have the
beautiful.
players, like you said, to come and play, but also to enjoy those lights and do a little
yeah.
dance there, Ketty, because they definitely have reasons to bring in the joy after that fantastic performance. With 2 big wins for the black pieces, 2 wins for the white pieces, but that point difference. Black wins gets them 4 points, white win only gets 3 points. And it's such a tightrope to walk on when you decide which color you want to play with.
Absolutely, and with this win, actually, Triveni Continental Kings now joins the team of SG Alpine Warriors with 6 match points right at the top, and but completely untouchable are the Ganges Grandmasters, 9 match points.
Dishi Anand doing what needs to be done, leading from the top. Some brilliant stuff there. We've had such a fantastic day of chess. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that we had. And handshakes there, they did start the game. The 2 icons starting with the queen pawn opening. And this game did continue to be a strategic battle. We see there LeBron Aronian playing aggressively from the black pieces, but it was enough to hold a draw eventually. Yan did not get much. Ketty, we could see that on his face. So that's fine.
Okay.
You know,
we had the face.
Yeah, go on. I think one of the things which happens on the icon boards is if you are able to hold with black, that's a big thing, right? While on other boards, black are trying to win, but on icon
Right.
board, you have to hold.
You have to hold. That's what we have seen here. A lot of draws because it is so difficult
Yes.
to
Oh,
yeah.
win against another icon. It is
That's why they're
super,
icons, right?
super
Such
hard.
strong players, Ketty, across the field. And we've seen some amazing chess today. We will be back with more from our studio on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere.
What's going on, guys? We are back. I am Tanya. I mean, okay, I gotta stop saying that. I am not Tanya. I am actually James Canty the third. I'm here with Jesse here, and we just had an exciting match. Woo, that was nice,
Yeah,
right,
James.
Jesse?
Yeah, I think this is one of the most decisive matches that we've had. I mean, it was 4 decisive results, 2 draws.
Wow.
And I was actually joking around in the YouTube comments on stream. I was like, wow, the icon players definitely are, artists.
Yeah.
They're drawing so much.
Drawing, oh man, that's funny. I don't like draws, so I don't own pencils or pens at home. But of course, at the same time here, we do have results. Guys, look at the results up from this match that just happened with the Triveni Continental Kings versus those Ballon Alaskan Knights. As you see, a very nice win for the Kings there over the Knights. When does that ever happen in chess? Kings over Knights?
Yeah, you never really see that. I mean, can you capture the king?
Never ever really see that. But of course, Levon Aronian and Jan Nepomniachtchi with a draw there, 1-1, right? Yu Yengi winning or losing against Norderbeck there. Okay, Wei Yu winning over 4. And then Wei Yi again versus with a draw. Man, that guy is a monster. And then we have Nana versus Nino with Nino winning that one. And then you have Jonas versus Ronak Sadwani. And Jonas with a much clutch win. You see him do the fist pump there. A lot of emotion at the end from there as well. Wow. Okay, well, let's take a look at, obviously, points table and see what we have for you guys. Check the points table right there. Boom, look at that. Do you see any differences? Did you see a shift there, Jesse? A little bit of shift? It's a small
I'm seeing
shift,
2
actually.
teams tie for first place right now with the
Wow.
Ganges Grandmasters and Triveni Continental Kings.
Grandmasters and Kings.
They
That's
still have
something
to
there.
play.
They
right?
do,
One
in fact.
more match?
Absolutely, right. They do
Wow.
have to play another match. Absolutely, yes. Of course. But they did pass a few people there, and the Kings are now up there at second. Looks really, really good there, of course. Wow. I mean, that's amazing from the Kings there playing some great chess. And the Knights are still down there towards the bottom, but they do have some stuff, obviously, they have to do. They're going to play some great chess later on, Jesse, right?
Yeah, we have the Chingari Gulf Titans, and as we say, leading from behind, unfortunately. But there's always a chance to come back and, change that result.
Always, always. Of course. And we have tomorrow, too, as well, guys. We got some stuff coming up tomorrow. We got matches still. We're still in Dubai. We're not going anywhere. We still have more matches coming up for tomorrow, so it's gonna be fun. Let's see what we got coming up tomorrow there. Upgrad Mumba Masters woo-wee versus the Ganges Grand Masters. You have the Shinchin Gari Golf Titans versus the Alpine Warriors. Oh my goodness, are you ready for this, Jesse?
It's one of the shorter days that we have. We usually have 4 matches, and now we only have 2 tomorrow. And there was one of the questions. Yes, there will be chess every day right until the end.
Every day right until the end. I'm excited for that, right? Okay, well, maybe we do have 4 matches there, Jesse. In fact, we do have Knights versus Titans and Alpine Warriors versus the Mumba Masters there. We are going to have some more matches, obviously. It's going to be some strong chess tomorrow, too, as well, and some people trying to move up in the ladder there in the standings. So, well, all right, guys. This has been a long day today, Jesse, but also an exciting day. It goes so fast, in fact. I was just here, and I was hanging out, and then I turned into Tanya somehow. I mean, it's such a great day. Like, chess is just amazing. But, guys, hey, make sure you come here same time, same place tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. You're going to see amazing people like us here in Dubai and, of course, the chess players as well. So more exciting chess tomorrow, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow, all right? So don't go anywhere. Actually, you can just come back tomorrow. So we'll see you guys on the next one.
ये काट दिया, ये काट दिया।